Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing, ayy. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, yo, release the stress. In a place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this.
Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
stressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me.
be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Ha, haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Ha, double, triple team, what they need to defend. Ha, I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed, so let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of
watch out. I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets. It's funny, I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things, of motivating and killing. Depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got the baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plan. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night, all night. Get
ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh, punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get the pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, but can't get my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ Yo, how about now, bruh? จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now, out, out. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of breaths for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh, punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world shark. You just catfish. Cavity said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh, punch me.
It's been a wild few weeks. We've had new faces, crazy comebacks, heartbreaks, and actually broke some records here in VCT EMEA. But today, the regular season will come to a close before we head to playoffs. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. I'm Kakuka, and I will be your host for today. Joining me on the desk, I heard that you also had some tech issues in Spain, Ulises?
Yeah, we have a blackout, but it's okay. I mean, I just bring two words that novel. Nah, something else.
And Tom, you're also very experienced in tech bosses, aren't you?
I think I was there for basically every issue that's ever been had on any show ever. So yeah, I've been moved to the desk. No idea why though. I couldn't think of a reason.
Don't worry. Okay, let's talk about this. Okay. Before we jump into today's action, we would like to address what happened last week. On Friday, we made the difficult decision of postponing the last day of regular season right after map 1 of the Team Liquid versus Carmine Corp issue due to technical issues on stage. Since then, a lot has happened. Be sure to follow at @BalEsports_EMEA on X if you want to catch up on all of the information. But our team has been working around the clock to get the show back up and running. So there's a lot of changes that were made. This included, firstly, compensating the fans that attended Friday in person, because we're nice like that and is what we should do. Flying in new infrastructure, including multiple sets of new and upgraded PCs. And running game server and PC Interactions audience. Also, 3 whole days of testing, including 2 Rioted tests on Tuesday and Wednesday, and 3 individual team tests featuring VCT EMEA teams. Now, following a lot of discussion and based on the feedback received, the league determined that the overall system performance now meets the threshold required to resume competition today, which also ensures a reasonable lead-in for teams heading into playoffs. So it's good because we had some issues, and it's okay because we listened to them. Dirk, for example, was one of the people that has been very vocal about this, and Tom, we are very happy to make him happy.
Yeah, if Dirk is happy, I'm happy. That's all I need to know. I think that when you see that there's actually a response from the players that, okay, things have improved, things have changed, I think that hopefully, fingers crossed, everything crossed, that things will go nice and smooth today.
It's good, you know, and also before playoffs, like just imagine if this would have been during playoffs. But also another update, there will be no audience at the studio today, but do not worry. And remember that for all of the players, there will be an audience on site. So do not forget to get your tickets because we start next week on the 8th of May. So we will see you there. Now, with all of this address, let's pick up where we left it. Because, of course, we have 2 matches ahead of today, and the stakes are extremely high, Ulysses.
Yeah, today is going to be a good day of Valorant because we have to secure who is going to be the first spot. If Team Liquid is winning today, they secure the first one. And if Karmine Corp does it, could be trying to hit into the 3rd spot if they win the match. So let's figure it out.
Well, you kind of, the main thing for KC, you want to avoid 4th. That's where Vitality currently sits. They can put foot down into that position. More importantly for Liquid, they can secure that first and be just 1 win away from making it to Toronto, which we've already got quite a few teams there already ready and raring to go. So I think for them, just getting that little bit closer, getting to skip that first playoffs day, you learn a lot from those sort of moments. So I think this is a great opportunity for them, and they're already in a decent spot in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, thinking that maybe, you know, on the other side, if KC were to win BBL on that 1 match away from Toronto, I also buy that narrative, BBL to an international event. But that takes us to the schedule for today. As you see in Team Liquid versus KC, and then afterwards, one of the best matches, if not the best match of the season, Fanatic and Team Heretics to close everything out. So before we move on to Team Liquid versus Karmine Corp, we need to give you some update on this as well. The first map that was played on last Friday, Split, which was Team Liquid's choice, will count. And the match will resume with a 1-0 score to Team Liquid. But due to the extended preparation time between Map 1 and the rest of the series, League officials have decided to restart the map veto process with Team Liquid's Map 1 selection skipped and Split already removed from the pool, and also, you know, given them the win. So this ensures that no team gains a preparation advantage from the previously guaranteed map picks, while maintaining the competitive spirit of the veto process, where a level of uncertainty around the maps, bans, and selections is essential for both of the teams. So yes, we will restart it from the beginning, right? They will get those first 2 bans. The map selection for Team Liquid has to be Split because they have already won it. But from then on, KC can decide whatever they want to pick.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, in most series, I would be like, oh, we're going to see some crazy counters, or we're going to see teams actually like trying to move the veto if they have like deeper map pools. But I think with these 2 teams, there's a very strong chance that we end up in the same place. Because I'll tell you this for free. There are very few days where me and Mitch come into the studio and go, oh, how did you predict the veto? And we both have almost exactly the same thing. But with this series, we did.
You did?
And I think that both teams have a strong map they want to play. In Liquid's case, it was Split, which I think most people expected them to win. And then the next map was Icebox. So I think that's where we will end up. But hey, you never know. Maybe someone's done some crazy prep over the last few days.
Would you, Ulysses, would you change something if you were KC?
I don't think so. I mean, you have a strong Icebox where you could be trying to get the first map. And obviously, if you're on the Team Liquid side, are you going to ban it? I don't think so. You're getting on another map that is going to be your perma open, and there is no chance for it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but we shall see because we will get there eventually. So let's break this down pound by pound, right? We already are saying the Team Liquid has this 1-0 lead. Let's look at the individuals. I think that we should start by Duelist Camo. I think that his improvement has been massive, wouldn't you say, Camo?
Yeah, well, it's been a weird one because I think you go back to the end of last year where he was on Koi. Koi was kind of like I want to say washed up at that point, like it was not looking good for them, but he was still playing very well individually. Coming into Liquid, I think we saw quieter performances, not the guy that we saw last year who was almost like a big fish, small pond sort of scenario. He moved into a team with more stars. The last few weeks he's been fantastic. Like I think he's been up there in the league. I think maybe you could argue the likes of Miniboo is slightly better, but I think he's been really good in the system. He's picked up other agents like Waylay and made them look really good. So I think that coming into this series, he has to be a highlight because the guy's been a standout.
Would you agree?
I agree, obviously. I mean, Camo's been playing properly on Team Liquid, and he's been playing also on that Waylay that you were mentioning. And I was kind of surprised. He's playing on a huge level this year.
I want to see, now that you mentioned Miniboo, I really want to see the Team Lucas versus Team Heretics. Maybe we get that on players. So let's look at the other side, because, you know, Team Liquid has already half of the work done for this best of 3. What can we expect, or who should we look at on the side of KC, Ulises?
My eyes are going to be on the Egyptian player. I have to look at Abed. Abed is amazing. And, I mean, normally you can talk about Abed and you're going to talk about his aim performance, his individual skills. But if you have to talk about his Tejo, it's something impressive. He's been playing so good on Tejon with a bunch of agility that is making the easy way for his team to get a win.
Yeah, for sure. I think also just bringing back some old favorites like a Phoenix when they were playing on Haven. I think that the guy individually, as you mentioned, is stellar. Yep. Like his aim has to be up there with most players in the league. But yeah, showing a little bit more depth within the agent pool. And I think that if they are going to turn this series around, he needs to be on point. There's a few others that I think have had like weaker performances that we'll talk about in a bit. But he's someone that has been solid throughout the season so far.
So who is it that you think has had a weaker performance, or that can be, you know, a little bit on the downside for KC? I want to know now.
I think Ulysses really wants to talk about this bit. You know, I
Ulysses,
think this is something. He's the expert here.
I don't want to pinpoint.
Okay,
I don't want to pinpoint any player. But
if you guys do not want to talk about Valorant,
I will talk about Valorant.
That was
no
an elite
no
dodge from me.
I will pinpoint to someone. No, I'm not pinpointing anyone. I cannot pinpoint to anyone when you're talking about someone's performance.
Okay,
but
speak about
there is
weakness
something
from
that is a weakness. And I would like to talk about the lack of a strong lurker. Because if we see on Team Liquid, obviously we talk about the lads. But if we look at Karmine Corp, every single team is already prepared. They know that they're playing like a 4-man. No, it's not like 4. They're pushing us 5. Normally, maybe someone is holding the back, but it's not that they have a strong lurker that is going to be trying to get the space for them and trying to cut any rotation. It's mostly like a team making an entrance and getting into the side and playing a strong crossplane. So I would like to see what is going on today, because they're going to be playing on maps. I don't know if they're going to keep the Vito, but if they do, Icebox will be a nice map for them. But I'm worried if they're getting... Third map was Lotus last time?
Yeah.
Yes.
If they get into Lotus, I'm worried.
I think all jokes aside, like I think the level we expected from a league coming out of BBL last year, like he was their best player, individually was unbelievable. You could use him as an entry at times. His headshot percentage, like normally when we talk headshot percentage, we go, he's got 40% and he has 7 kills. Like it's because they're not killing anyone on the ones they do get headshots. Whereas with Elite, it was never the case. Like he was getting like a crazy amount of just individual ability, and I don't think we've seen that as of recent. I think that obviously it's a squad that has multiple players who can fit his role, and as of right now, he's not close to being one of the best in the league, and I think if you go back to last year, he should be.
And speaking about those roles and speaking about those lurks, on the other side, there is Nats. Maybe one of the reasons why you don't want to lurk is that you might bump into him. And
maybe that's why you don't want to pick Icebox. I get flashbacks every day.
But also, this is another head-to-head that we have to look at. We have Nats on one side with all the experience and now being so good in the IGL position. We see so many speeches from him. But what can we expect from Sadak coming into today with all the nuances that this specific best of 3 has today, Tom?
It's funny because these two, in my eyes, are polar opposites. You have one guy who goes, I'm IGL, I am Sentinel, I am playing this role. We don't need anyone else to play this role at any point because I am probably one of, if not the best in the whole region. Whereas Sadak is very much a, I need to put my players into positions. I need to fill whatever gap we don't currently have, like be that a secondary controller, initiator. He's even back in the day played some duelist. And I think that coming into the match today, it's going to be more fundamentally important that they have spent the last week and gone, okay, we kind of already knew what we were going to do last week. Now we have to think, okay, are we coming in with further counters? Are we coming in with extra confidence, especially for Sadak when you're talking about we're going in 1-0 down. Like, okay, how do I get my team to a point that they are mentally ready to go first map of the day 1-0 down? Because that's very difficult. Teams start slow, players start slow. Well, you don't have that, like, refresh afterwards. If you lose that first map, you are done and you're 4th seed. So this is going to be a real mental fortitude battle, whereas for Nats, you go in 1-0 up. Your team played fantastically well, even under whatever conditions there were. And then you go into a map that, okay, you knew was coming, I think. I said if I can predict the veto, Nats can definitely predict the veto, and so can the coaching staff as well. So I think that it's going to be a tougher task for Sadak, but at the same time, when you talk about influential IGLs, he's probably top 3 in anyone's list.
Yeah, and we're seeing just on the back, we also need to speak about the coaches, because yes, there is a very hard task and a very it's a great weight on the shoulders. For example, if someone like Ulises, we know that from history, he loves a challenge.
No, he loves the challenge, and also I would like to know what's the work they have been doing on this week. Because obviously you can predict the battle and say, okay, Icebox should be there. But what if they swap them up? What if Enk is trying to improve and, well, let's bring something different. Let's try to swap it into something that is not common and trying to make a surprise. Being honest, I won't expect it because Enk is normally just going straight into something and just figuring it out. But maybe there is a chance. And also, Lohan has to be prepared for it. So this week must be something tough for the coaches.
I think the thing for me with Eng will be, and it's something he's done, you go back to Gambit, yes, I used the word Gambit, don't get too excited. He was very good with working with young players, and I think that's going to be the thing today, is getting people in confident, getting people in ready to go off the beat, like I was saying. I think if anybody could do it, it will be him. What I'll say, though, is the coaching staff on the other side, Yatsin and Lohan, I think have been incredible with anti-strats. So you give these guys an extra week focusing specifically on one map, it could be, or that's all they need to do. They win one map, they win. I think that's going to be very difficult, because I think back to them playing Lotus versus Foot, they obliterated them with counter-strats. They built a composition just to pick their opponents apart. Now, I don't think they need to do that, because I like the way they play Icebox or whatever map comes up in general, but if they do have a few cheeky ideas, like maybe the guys on the Liquid side can pick them apart.
Yeah, so let's take a look with all of this discussed and all of the head-to-heads that we have at the updated map veto. Reminder, if you just joined the stream, Team Liquid picks split has already been played with Team Liquid winning it, so the match will resume with the 1-0 score to Team Liquid, but the rest has been completely redone, even the first wave of bans to the picks and the rest, and there is absolutely no surprises, Ulises, and no difference to what we saw last week.
Not even a half change. They didn't even pick the size differently.
It's just the same. So probably my question right now is what Lohan is been working. Because probably we've seen something prepared. They only have to win one map, and if they predicted that Icebox is going to keep there, because it's the most common map that Karmine Corp is going to be playing, probably they have something special to deal with it.
I mean, also, if you
they can punish.
If you have that, if the veto is going to be redone, you can also like ban the Pearl again. It's not something that you have to worry for, but it is another worry that goes onto Casey's shoulders, because they could have been thinking, okay, what if they ban Icebox now? Do we go to Pearl? Have they been preparing something onto them? But Tom, I don't know if you agree with me, but I think that keeping it the same as it was last week, it's clean. I like it.
I think it works for both sides just because you get to a stage of overthinking. If you try and switch the entirety of the veto, then you have to switch the entirety of your agent compositions. You have to gamble on what your opponent's doing in those same switches and same veto, whereas you keep things the same. I think especially for Liquid side, who obviously when you're 1-0 up kind of have a pretty big advantage going into this now. If you were to change things, I think you're much more likely to let things slip away.
And we can see already the players on the stage. They are ready. This is not a video. I promise you this is live. And Icebox will start very, very shortly. We will jump into Agent Select in just a moment. But speaking about compositions, Ulises, do we expect Team Liquid to run the same thing that they ran on the one time that they played the map this split against Gentamates?
I mean, seeing how they work on this year, I would like to expect something different.
Something different?
Yeah.
Okay, what about you, Tom?
I want to see the Waylay again. Honestly, I think Camo has evolved as a Waylay player over the last few weeks. And actually, okay, we got the Kiko Jet. Now, Kiko Jet back last year was incredible on this map. This was, in my opinion, his best map as a duelist. It does mean that we're going to get the Camo Gecko, which we saw on Fracture, and I didn't particularly enjoy. But they do have a duelist, which they didn't do when they played Fracture. Kiko and Jet, it's going to be huge.
Also, something important is they bring Patitek back to KO. And he's really good on KO, but the most important thing
His
is
best agent, I'll say.
It's his best agent. And also, it's a need if you're going to play with Gecko on this year. Because if not, there is no chance that you get to plant the spike with the Carnalito, with Wingman. So, probably, I like it. I like this combo.
Yeah, Kiko had a brilliant performance, as you say, like seeing him back on the Jet. We're in for a treat. This composition, it reminds me a little bit of what Navi was running. We haven't seen a lot of Gecko. I think that actually Navi were the only ones that played it, and it was on this map. Yes, they were playing it with the double controller, but this, you know, adds a little bit more spice. Kiko has already proven that he can play the controller, and it's way more fun to watch him on the Jet. You know what is also very fun? It's Pansy and Hypok.
We'll do our best, but in reality, this is one of the most unique situations we've ever been in, Mike. We've never had this prep for, this considered, this looked into, right? We're going to see what these coaches, what these players could cook up, ready for what is an incredibly important map.
It definitely is, yeah. And I think obviously just to touch on briefly, the fact we're going to Icebox, obviously as expected, as per should have been an expectation previously. I think it's really important here, especially with the composition changes, Lauren.
Bang on. I can't wait for this. One, I liked seeing that change up mentioned by the desk. Kiko there on the Jet. Love it. Absolutely love it. Happy to see it. A good change coming in. I feel like Liquid have come out all guns a-blazing, Mike. This feels like they are absolutely locked in on this. And of course for KC, a very tough mental scenario to focus in on as well, right? That have to hit the start running, right? There is no slow warm-up here.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say, actually, whether or not Serial's going to allow this passage. I'm not sure. Maybe he's expecting 3 members here. Martin's already looking to clear it, though. And actually, Sadak to find it.
Yeah, big awareness on that. Super heads-up work to clear Serial. That's lovely from them. But there's still obviously a lot more to be done. And I kind of like that they've changed up this flank, right? They haven't continued on that pathing.
Yeah, sure.
They've readjusted straight through middle.
You can already see Nats kind of primed, looking towards that direction now. But the focal point here is actually going to be towards Pasitek. Got to be careful here, but Sadak will fall. Trade comes through, though.
Yeah, good little trade. Kiko going down, though, is rough. Sugetsu doing wonders to open up these opportunities. Now down to Camo and Nats. And this post plant's not looking so good. Not looking so secure. Maybe feeling some element of safety after getting the plant down with such little contest. But now Nats is under the gun. There's no getting out of this. Surely not. 10 HP he's done for. Arves is there. Diffuse coming in. KC with a plan in mind. Look, we can talk about Liquid switching up the comp here, Mike, and kind of coming in looking locked and loaded. But KC, I love that idea of being very aware of the flank being watched, and then not only carrying on in that pathing, Mike, but adjusting back through middle.
Sure, yeah, a very proactive pistol round, and I think that the one thing being here, when you have 3 bodies on such a deep flank, you can clear all these ratty spots. It's not as if there's kind of paranoia from, you know, one person swinging onto several angles at the same time, but after that, you're absolutely right. The reset, focal point comes back towards whether or not there is any pressure kind of building in towards spawn, anybody from Liquid looking to kind of counterbalance that flank, but the bodies are in place for KC.
So far, so good. Round 2 has started as intended. We keep going, and Kiko going to try and lead the pack. Does have the Sheriff, so does Serial, goes for Nats. Beyond that, pretty simplistic. This shouldn't be an issue for KC, and it's not. Very clear-cut answer, because they've already identified what's going on here. Patitek even spotting the player. Maybe a chance there. There is.
That's a big upgrade.
That is huge, but how much can he do with it? Spike is left down pretty far out of hand, and Martin's isolated Serial, so those options start to become very, very small. But maybe Patitek can make something out of it. No. Martin, clear-cut answer. KC up 2-0 right off the rip.
They should be able to grab that. Yeah, Sadak gets hold of the Guardian as well, so no harm, no foul, really, in round 2. Nice attempt from Liquid here to get a little, I guess, weird in round 2. Straight up into tube, try and pin somebody down, but again, with the weapon advantage, I mean, particularly Elite, able to just play distant, well, play range, I guess. Shutting his threat down. I was going to see, actually, yeah, we're going to round things out with Stingers, but I might even get a similar walkout B main here from the pistol.
Yeah, and I'm
set
liking
flash as well.
I'm liking it. I love a proactive approach to this. If you're on the bonus, try and make something happen. incredibly authoritative start as well. Gonna post up at least one, push them down deep towards B. But the reactions here, Liquid instantly up middle. Kiko's taking away Sadak, and he's off to the races. Sugetsu, he's gonna hear. It doesn't matter if you hear the steps. Kiko clean with it. He has done his job here. Liquid right up the guts. Mike, I thought it was a one-off in that last round. It looks like they found the approach they want. Kiko finally dealt with, but a 4v2 is a lot to ask for with Martin only on 5 HP.
Yep. That should be rewarded for his patience here. Absolutely is. Like you said, Martin, just a lick of HP left, planted regardless, and that's the one to close things out with 3. I love this though, like I said, almost being a little unorthodox in round 2 to try and pin somebody down on a lesser purchase, but again, I don't think Casey ever expected them on the buy round to come back through with almost a carbon copy of the previous.
Nailed.
Kiko really the one to, spin down Fanatic here. You get almost caught in numbers. You see on the replay there, it's almost like the jump to almost think, he's got me bang to rights here.
Really impressive stuff. And look, I've loved the resurgence of seeing some return of the Jets, right? I've been obviously watching America's, seeing Yay kind of picking that back up. What a beautiful treat that was. But right now, Kiko could be on for a heat. Sugetsu, I felt I was a little, overconfident, really, considering how much value you can bring here, putting others in a really uncomfortable spot. Tricky to hold, going to be forced away. Actually fights forwards. I think that was the wrong call. And the pace coming out from Nats is outrageous. 4 for him. I thought it was a Kiko round not to be. It's Nats instead. And for Martin, this is precious cargo, man. You don't want to give this up.
And the fun's not looking too comfortable. It's only really Arvez and Sugetsu in a comfortable purchase position behind this. I think Nats probably wants this ace though. Martin's got a hell of a lot of time to buy here. Yeah, it's Nats on the hunt. I mean, Serial close by, but by the time this spike's going to go off, he should potentially hear the drop here. I'm not sure of the range exactly or where Nats is going to drop off. That's using the rope here, so silent cross. He's hungry for the ace, Lauren.
Yeah, man. Give it to him. Let's go, Nats. Come on. Find him.
Well, he's going to know now.
Come on. Come on. Come on. It's an NT. It's an NT. But look, if we're going to talk seriously
I was just saying,
here...
Just quickly, whose flash was that was caught on? Because I looked straight towards the assist in the kill feed, but I'm not sure I actually spotted an assist coming through from Pashitex. Obviously, the kill comes through on Sugetsu. Yeah, it's the flash through here, yeah.
Wow.
That flash just bounces above, and as the wall drops, Avez gets caught by it. I was really confused there whether or not when it had gone off and when
Assists? Oh, Kiko, quick pace here. I'll come back to my point in a moment once we see this round wrap up, because Arvez is once again being tested in middle, but it's mostly by Nats with the Kiko on the backup. But again, the confidence is sky high.
He's looking sharp.
Okay, the conversation I will have will be echoed in this round because it makes sense now. You're seeing everyone swing with full confidence. Be it FPS, be it being back on those LAN servers, it is working. These guys are coming in gunning. It genuinely makes a big difference here. And now Sadak and Sugetsu, though, a 2v3 is very much in the realms of reality, but Sugetsu quite far from this. Walking into the unknown, a tricky spot here. Camo to the left, Palitek to the right, and you got that deep post-plant hold as well.
Awkward angle here.
Yeah, but the barrel's shown. Camo laps that one up and closes it down. But genuinely, Mike, I feel like, again, I hate sounding like a dirty little shill in this sort of situation. but I mean, people are swinging when they aim into it. Like, let's be real.
This is like one of those things. It's like you're 120 FPS versus 500. Nats is like playing on like it feels like just 10 tick. He's literally wired to the primary source.
I don't know how you're killing him.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
interesting. Actually, Kiko's last Jet game was in 2024 on Haven.
Jeez.
So it's a long time coming, but I mean the comfort level's still there for sure.
Oh my god! Again, though,
there you go.
Sugetsu. Like he's being caught twice now. Maybe not as far out in that regard, but he's.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Bro.
It doesn't matter.
What has gotten into these Liquid players? They're fighting everything. Okay, maybe Serial's not on the same sort of setup. You know what I mean? Maybe I don't know. But everyone else, bang on.
Serial still routed through Frankfurt, unfortunately.
He's on that Paris server.
Yeah.
But genuinely, with this ult in play,
Yeah,
Round's
I mean,
pretty
locked it
done.
down. Yeah, Aves tagged down to 45. Obviously, he's still got Sadak and Martin here, but you can see on the minimap, no intention at all. Probably a little bit of a sucker punch, maybe taking the wind out of KC initially, because a good start, and now TL have flipped 4 rounds. Well, and what feels like very quickly, in a blink of an eye, they've got themselves up to 4. Eco on the hunt still. No benefit to this particularly, but probably wanted to apply a little further pressure towards the finances. Liquid looking very comfortable. Had the Blade Storm to offset that also. So they can throw a couple of bodies in here. See whether or not actually we see an early timeout. Because again, how quickly this is, I don't want to say spiraled out of control, but being flipped on its head from what felt like a very comfortable first 2 rounds from KC. I mean, the precision now, I mean, it's beautifully executed for Kiko, or to set Kiko in motion towards B. And a few times you notice, yes, Sugetsu maybe not respecting a double flash comp with a jet, right? That distance becomes very small when you when you have a double flash and Kiko can get up in your face that quickly.
And you're right, yeah. I guess when did we last have to consider, you know, you got the Gecko coming in, you got that flash to follow as well from Fanatic, and in the mind of Fanatic, this is one of his more comfortable agents too. He's a very solid player with that. So, oh my, what?
Well, digs Aves out, yeah.
Okay, Martin though, all tag and no frag.
Oh
right
no,
now. That's devastating.
You can see the frustration as well immediately on the player cam. I think just there where Martin's drifted back a little deeper to put a smoke down. I think cross map because he's looking the other direction. Maybe Aves is caught off guard there from a lower angle. Again, I'd have to see what that setup looks like, you know, without having to put the smoke elsewhere. Maybe a miscom could be. But yeah, Liquid looking fierce, to be honest with you, like after dropping the first 2, and
yeah,
it's the comfort that stands out. Again, aim looking very, very crispy, and again the confidence to kind of, okay, I mean to come back to the composition as well, just to have like the layered flashes so quickly in a double flash comp. That's why we're seeing Sugetsu and Sadak previously getting shut down kind of off rip.
Yeah, I want to see that replay as well. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, it might be gun model. It could be ADS. There's a lot of reasons that it could have happened potentially, but it does feel bizarre, right?
I mean, in that position, you're almost feeling like Aves is up looking towards belt, and you got to argue Martin's probably holding close under. Oh,
it kind of bit of everything, actually.
Yeah, a bit of everything, yeah. And then, unfortunately, Martin gets his ankles broken by Patatech.
That's wild.
Oh my god. Party tech. The mouse.
Okay, we do have a team timeout. The team.
A regular timeout. I mean, yeah, I was wondering when it was going to come. Obviously, this is going to be an opportunity for KC to buy back in. Very comfortable in the ultimates. I mean, ultimates haven't been a factor in this map so far, to be honest with you. We saw the Vipers bit in the post plant, but Liquid haven't really had to rely on it. This has been very, almost cut and dry in terms of the victories here. On the other side of these, KC haven't got themselves into a position to maybe put some of these ultimates in motion already.
Yeah. And
it just had the tablecloth pulled out from underneath them, to be honest with you, in a few of these round starts.
I think it's just that it needs that mentality shift as well, especially when we're seeing, again, you can prep for what you can expect coming, but we haven't seen great deals of Liquid on this map. What was it? The Waylay against Gentlemates.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
It was the only real example they could really prep for, but they need to adjust now.
The scoreline aside, it's the big change here was obviously coming back to the double flash. This is to put Kiko in motion and play very aggressively, which, again, if it's a new comp, you weren't expecting it, can catch you off guard. Now, after the timeout, you're almost hoping for an adjustment of sorts from KC. Maybe don't commit towards these opening engagements, but Kiko looking to maybe dig a little deeper here with the Blade Storm. Nats immediately
this lurk,
up mid. He's here so fast, Lauren.
It's vintage, and they're succeeding on the site as well. It's like that double insult to injury almost. You've got Nats now got a nice bit of angle for pressure, but Martin very heads up, maybe even noted by Sadak, and Elite still firing off. They found a bit of a rhythm that's working now. Elite doesn't need to hold too deep on this. He can play from the back of the site. He's got support here, but Kiko's deadly locked today. Good trade. And down to a 2v3. Hold on. Fanatic not going to land the shot, leaving just Camo alive. And with Aves to get to Martin, they found something that works there.
Great response, actually, from KC after initially was it Sadak falls and the null command. Are actually just, they don't even go for the res, just waiting for a couple more members of Liquid maybe to come forward, and they're policing that area. Great work from KC actually to turn things around. Oh, was it Serial that stepped up ahead of the wall as well, behind that?
Yep.
Again, with nobody kind of progressing further onto site, they're able to kind of anticipate Nats's lurk as well. Our team's just waiting for it.
Quite loud.
Yeah, I hate to say it again, but I'm trying to gauge where the replays are coming through, obviously being remote today. The old things that used to catch us off guard.
Hold on. This is another test for Sugetsu. He's had a... Yeah! Again! What a frustrating game for him. He's tried to play up close. He's tried to be aggressive. He's tried to play passive, but Sadak finds some room to work. That's not bad. But now Panatek's trading him out, so we're back down to a 3v3, and you look at the space that's been given.
Wait.
Yeah?
Spike's lost, but Serial was in their spawn inside the 30-second mark.
Right. Now,
actually,
lockdown.
Killjoy, yeah, but
kind of good. Kind of buys time.
It does, but again, when do they... This is a bait from Panatek potentially.
Come on, Nats, lock in, buddy. Lock in, buddy. Put his life on the line for you. Oh. And now the absence of presence, all eyes look to the other side, right? It becomes super obvious. Serial, that's a 1v3 you got to work out, and it ain't happening. What a reaction from KC, though, Mike, because they were in a bit of a drought. A couple of rounds here, they'd been struggling, and even kind of repetition hitting there in the form of Sugetsu being outdone again by that early pressure, but bailed out.
My eyes go towards exactly what the setup is at the start of these rounds now, because immediately after Sugetsu falls, we see Sadak set up behind the wall with a flash, like ready with it.
Ready.
And again, whether or not Sugetsu just needs to, I don't want to say, you know, give it a little more respect, but just play a little deeper. If the plan is to have somebody swinging off a flash, it feels a little awkward that Sugetsu's caught off guard again.
Yeah, it's a tough position to play in, no matter what. Mark has to evacuate.
Well, he's spotted at least.
Yeah, Kiko's seeing that one. He's waiting for this. Lockdown in. Oh, the timing. Still good. Still good for Kiko. And Sadak trying to play it forward. You got 5 seconds to make up your mind here, and he chooses death, I guess. Serial there to confirm it, and they've lent back on these ults to facilitate the push towards the site. Plant next on the cards, and it looks like they don't even really need it, if I'm honest. Just 2 remaining. And this has been, honestly, quite a clear-cut execution towards A.
It has indeed. Still just waiting for the plant to come through. Well, finally, but look at the minimap already. Sugetsu and Elite looking to hold on to their rifles. And previously, a little more reliant on saving, but at least now they've established some sort of bankroll.
Recalling my bot.
Sugetsu now has the pit online. I'm not sure actually which round it came online. I think maybe a couple of rounds ago, but maybe that's something that's going to allow them to play a little more passive on beat. Because Liquid are switching things up. You think back to even round 2, looking to catch KC off guard. That seems to be kind of the game plan for Liquid.
Yeah. I want to see if they pump the brakes too, right? If there's a timeout coming at some point. So it feels like they've hit that limitation to an extent. I mean, they found the cure here, but that was 2 big ults, and it's Icebox simulation, so we go A. I don't know if it's enough of an answer. It might be. They may not feel like they need it, honestly. They could be in a good enough spot going forward, but 4-6. Actually, I haven't asked you about it. How do you feel about the non-duelist comp?
I mean, we come back to that age-old discussion, right? It depends who's on the Omen. I mean, previously, obviously, the big names, I think one of the most notable first to pick it up would have been Cryo, right? Step onto it, and the way that he played the Omen kind of worked, but also the last time it kind of worked, you're looking back towards like chamber meta, right?
True.
So it's not the same now as it used to be. It can still. I mean, Martin's doing pretty well already in this map so far.
Holding zone.
Again, could you make the argument to just rely on Sugetsu on the Viper and throw a duelist in there? Potentially, yes.
Yeah. Double stack towards May's side here. Does Liquid clear this? Don't have the traditional drones in essence to clear these sort of corners. If the Dizzy doesn't catch, if there's no owl drone, there's no Teo, you know, drone to go in, it gets a little tricky to clear some of these cubbies that they can tuck into. And patience gonna have to be tested now.
I guess even coming straight back to that discussion, having a controller on either side of the map really is the other benefit. Kiko
like that,
left in a position to maybe backstab, but dealt with here, and on the other side, Martin will fall.
Yeah,
the adjustment being...
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the adjustment being this time Sugetsu's not here on B. It's Martin to hold down the fort, but they're going to continuing to punish that.
Yeah.
Well, it's an anchor, yes, but it's very frontline.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I bet Sugetsu was like, yeah, welcome to my world.
Yeah,
Sucks over here, doesn't
that's
it?
Yep.
Yeah.
You want to switch back? Nah, I'm all right, thanks.
Nah, I'm chilling. That boy never stopped running. KC, 4 against 2 now.
Last player.
Surrounded him. Lovely. We've got a real nice battle on our hands, it feels like, Mike. Like, these two are going kind of blow for blow.
Yeah, I think as well for Liquid, or previously it was they dropped 8-4 in the first half versus Genemates, I believe, and that was on the defense, right? So maybe this approach here is to just, I guess, damage control in the first. Whether or not we see them kind of play as aggressively with the double flash comp on defense, which you almost kind of have to. Again, with a discussion to have there once again about the benefits of playing the double controller on defense, but it's definitely something to consider now that KC feel as if they've got a grasp, I guess, on the tempo.
Oh god. Someone save Sugetsu, please. Don't let him die.
Oh no.
It's a terrible, it's a terrible fate. Oh, there's another one suffering. Wait, Martin. Okay, he does well to at least get...
Oh.
Yeah, man, we take those every day, of course. This is just a bloodbath.
Yeah.
Who's going to stop swinging first?
Well, Serial's a million miles away from this, so Pat's taking a rough spot to try and create a little distance between him, Sadak, and Arvez. Sadak spotted on the drop, but just can't pin him down. Not even a single tag there. Well,
okay.
There's the 2 follow-up tags.
There it is. Shout out to Prius for joining us for that round. Huge work from you there.
When you see him missing the first tap, you gotta swap. You gotta swap.
I don't even blame him. But 5-7, this is a fantastic first half already. A back and forth between both teams. Do not miss how this ends.
Nice, Michael.
Alrighty, 5-7. I mean, to summarize, there was that fabulous run. What, 5 rounds in a row? But this does feel like a pretty close affair, Mike. I feel like I can't cut it either way yet. Both are finding their rhythm at times. But
yeah,
I mean, Liquid scared the life out of me. We had Nats looking lethal. We've had Kiko opening things up. I feel for like Sugetsu as well. He's had a brutal game. He's
yeah,
5-7.
Yeah, and I guess it's not in Sugetsu's nature to back down from a 1v1. I think we know that now of Sugetsu, so I think that's probably why I'm talking about, you know, maybe not respecting the comp as much, but again, he's not the sort of player to kind of back away from these opening engagements, because we know those are scenarios that he can deliver in, and he has delivered in a number of times. So it's a real positive to see KC kind of get a grip on things around round 8 and actually claw themselves back into this, because it felt very one-sided to kick things off.
Yeah. Let's get into this one. And again, this is when maybe those conversations around the no duelist comp comes into play a little bit more, but Kiko already showing his validity at the very minimum, but is traded in on. Frenzy's coming out to play here. This again has just gone so pacey.
120 on the clock, by the way.
This is ridiculous. Like, can we just actually talk about this?
Spikes
this game
down,
feels bizarre.
6 people are dead, 120 on the clock.
And like the observers are like, guys, what are you doing to us? Please, please, man. I'm trying. Bro, I love you guys so much. Like, this is a brutal welcome back. They've gone, nah, guys, let's kick it up 5 gears. Let's go turbo speed. Nats has got a 1v3 to work out. In a post plant like this, you still got Fanatic with the flash, the knife, you got Aves as well. Ready to go if needed. It's not needed. KC, keep it simple and take over the B side.
Yeah, looking to almost mimic what Liquid felt was very successful for them in the first half. Overwhelming B main at the start here. Yeah, Kiko playing up close with the Sheriff. Thanks for catching the lineup as well. I'm sure we'll have plenty of clips today on that one. Yeah, again, it's perfectly timed on all fronts here. Elite catches the lurk in mid as KC are getting towards site. Again, ticking the box here for the pistol in the second half. Big info again from Sadak.
Do they want to push on that? Again, it's kind of hard to gap close, right? They don't have that same spring to their step as the other side, but it looks like Sadak is setting the tempo, and Martin's the one to be rewarded. Gets both of the kills and opens up the site. Kiko's still patrolling, though.
Spike down A.
Hold on. You got some more for me?
Yeah.
Overwhelmed. I thought there was
there's a moment.
There was a moment. Felt it in my casting bones. But now it's a little
That's
less
still got
likely.
Sheriff, though.
You believe?
I believe. Martin's just one shot at 44 HP. Upgrade here from Fanatic as well. It's getting awkward now to have a Stinger in the mix.
Spike planted.
Plenty of U2 as well. He's going to have heard that Nano Swarm go down.
You're making me believe. That's what, how dare you? Why have you done that then? Why have you done? Even the observers were with you, Michael. They were like, well, it's gotta happen. On board we go. But a nice attempt. But tie this back up at 7-7. Beautiful stuff, right? We're kind of like getting into the thick of things here. Because, again, if you are just joining us, obviously this is not your normal game. Not your normal situation.
It's somewhere between a best of 1 and best of 2. Somewhere in between there.
I can't explain either way, because formats for me, no bueno. No bueno. But map 1 was previously won by Liquid in the previous time they met. Obviously, it's now been... back in action this time around.
Many
very
moons.
different. Yeah,
and a galaxy far, far away.
Oh god, I just had the Teletubbies come to play in my head. Thanks for that, Mike. Don't think that's how it follows up, but I don't know. I've had a real 90s throwback recently. But looking at middle, we do have a bit of presence here. Fanatic, there's someone below you.
Yeah, I feel like he's got a pretty good grasp with where the smoke was placed.
Does he now?
Oh. Okay.
Ooh, it's getting a bit weird. It's getting a bit weird because now we're down to a 3v3 and those Stingers and those Guardians are still looking pretty deadly.
What?
KC winning out fights. It feels like they shouldn't. Camo taking a mad fight on that.
Yeah, you got to assume that when the spike tag comes through, there's going to be an extra body or two here. So a little weird to see Camo commit to that. Now Nats and Kiko tasked with a 2v3. Stinger and a Sheriff for Sadak and Elite, and only a Guardian for Aves, so still doable here for Liquid. They've got to dig one of these players out fast.
Okay, they got the salvos down, but it is time-based, right? There is just this real hard time and lovely from that. That's what, oh my god, the tag on Elite 2.
Elite is 1 HP.
Imagine they got it half. That would have really changed things, but I think now the time is too far gone. And for Nats, it's stunning work from him. We are seeing, I hate saying vintage Nats. Vintage Nats. But it does feel like he's hitting. But it doesn't really matter, as Casey wins the round.
Yeah, again, timing a little off here with the wall as well, but I think that they have to think about the half defuse, getting some progress towards it. Again, I'll be interested to see that back from Nats' POV, whether or not it's a timing issue or waiting to hit a certain point on the top
good,
thing
guys.
to get it
Everyone
back up.
reset
You
right
can
now.
see here,
It was a good round.
Caught ahead of the wall. Martin called it a good round. I mean, maybe that was the plan all along.
Yeah, it's
1 HP in a dream, I guess.
Love it, love it. Did that in prac. Timeout coming in, I believe, for Liquid, I want to say? Yes, we've got camera shots of Liquid, I'm just going to assume.
It's a
Why
timeout.
not?
And we love a timeout.
Built for timeouts, Mike.
Yeah.
How you doing in the hot day? Because I'm struggling, mate.
In a country that doesn't believe in AC, yeah, pretty good.
I'm enjoying
not
it.
as
It's
hot
not much
here.
better.
No.
So much better.
No.
Thick insulation.
I mean, it's just not a nice day to be inside, is it, really?
If
Dare
I'm
I
honest,
say I miss the studio? Dare I say that?
They wouldn't put the AC on for us. Don't be mad. Keep it to yourself. We've
Well,
got you one fan.
You know, I'm like, I usually have both fans pointed at me.
It's like in a wind tunnel. No, it is hot. I'm slowly sticking to my chair. It's very unpleasant. Very unpleasant. And I just wanted to make sure the audience knew that I'm uncomfortable as well.
Okay.
So I'm glad that you will understand now. Hot and sweaty day, but
So I was going to say, speaking of uncomfortable,
I was going
Liquid.
for hot and sweaty. But
Okay.
then I thought that's inappropriate.
Speaking of hot and
Speaking of-
sweaty, round
Back into
16.
game. Mate, why do I cast like this as soon as I'm home? It's terrible. People seem to prefer it though. Ooh, on the run. And that's in serial though. I've slipped ahead. No,
I was gonna say
don't
the-
get time, bro. Don't get time. Not again. It's
Oh my
okay.
god, everyone was blind as well.
You really hear that one?
Everyone was blind.
Oh, that could have been mad.
Elsewhere though, look how deep Kiko got that kill.
Yeah,
He's obviously got the hero rifle here. And Martin tagged up, but actually finds the kill onto Camo.
Just all good.
Again, whether it's just this round, but there's a couple of instances here of Liquid looking a little more disjointed.
They've lost a lot of
Whereas
felt
on
like that synergy on the attack,
yeah,
right?
the first half it felt really well coordinated, choreographed almost for some of these set pieces. Here we're just seeing, I mean, the previous instance with Camo swinging onto the plant or the spike tap. And obviously here getting ahead of Kiko, maybe with the hero rifle, maybe they're trying to put a body ahead of him to give him the information. But again, the swings don't feel together in the first few rounds here in the second half, and obviously KC in the lead here. I mean, initially, actually, just before that, it did look very, very cohesive. Unfortunately, Nats couldn't pin anybody down the back of the flash, but...
Okay, so the cure to the woes. Bring out the operator, right?
Yep.
The classic. The classic. Now, I want to see the awareness from Carmine Core, though. I want to see them navigating this new potential threat. And Nats read it like a Martin.
Martin.
Bye-bye.
Don't get away with many of those, actually, just off camera. Alves does catch Nats there. The trade comes through, but Sirio actually swinging onto two members in Tube.
A questionable choice.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't. Yeah, I don't know if
There's
he.
a limit.
I don't know if he spotted the second there, but I mean, there's no chance on that angle. I mean, I say no chance. Slim chance of catching both in Tube there. That angle tends to favour whoever's walking up Tube, but Kiko slipped back towards Snowman. Alves now going to try and pave the way. Careful here. Kiko's going to be shut down behind the wall effectively once it does go up, but he's looking to get aggressive, rewarded, but the trade comes through.
The number of players still here is pretty rough to find a way out of. And you look at the post plant, you look at util Aves, how far off the util are we? How long until those salvos are back online? That's going to be a factor coming in. Actually quite a way off, but has ult. So sitting there, what looks like a Zippo in hand. Stressful day. So ult in. That's the time buyer. I don't know how they're going to try and get around these players. You look at the util now, starting to run a little low on this. Palitek does well. And I mean, Camo got to shoulder the angle, right? To get to getting his revenge with 4 good kills. And a good step for KC, who've looked far more comfortable on this side.
Yeah, double digits now. Like I said previously, Liquid did struggle conceding their defensive half 8-4 to Gentlemates. Already now, 5-0 deficit here in the second half. It's the bold play from Martin to try and catch somebody off guard on B main, but I really think that's a factor.
If anyone ever tells me my mic's bad,
Yeah.
that. Oh, your mic's peaking a bit. Well,
Wow.
Alves. Alves Maria.
Do you reckon we can get those noise gate settings?
Yeah, I need that for my GoXLR real quick. Okay, timeout for Liquid because, hey, it's been a run. Casey have been looking kind of good.
Yeah, well, it's pretty awkward now. A few of these ultimates coming online. Kiko and Nat's going to have the Pit and the Bladestorm available, but no purchase here. It's looking like KC will find 11, and KC on the other side of things, very comfortable to buy out the next 3, potentially 4 rounds, even if Liquid claw back into this. So, yeah, this is actually a really awkward point here. Probably why we do see the timeout come through. So looking towards the buy round to follow this, Lauren.
All right. Well, we're going to need something. All good and well for one half. Need a holistic answer, I guess, if you want to say it in a weird way. Kiko? Are you the one to do it?
Well,
the answer so far is no.
No. As the Bladestorm disabled for a minute there, and yeah, I guess a clear indicator to KC that, again, where that knife is placed, that already there's been some progress made. Kiko doesn't burn the dash to try and chase that kill down. I think it's wise, considering on the mini-map there's a few more bodies for KC stacked behind that.
Being a stack, here they are, all towards middle. The slow and steady progress from KC towards the A site might need to be kicked up a bit.
You know, now that the utility's removed from the flank, you'd hope somebody's going to turn eventually. Steps will be heard now. KC will find themselves up towards A site. Again, noted because of the knife in return, but Pit as well, actually on top of this from Heaven.
Ooh. Yeah, the Pit coming in might help. Well. The helper's gone. No helpers here. Camo and Nats. Try and make the best of a bad situation, really. Try and maybe get a kill or two if you can. Oh, no feeties.
Feeties.
I hate the way we both said feeties.
Yeah. In sync as well.
Yeah, get me out. An in-zone flawless here. KC, look, they've taken charge of this half. There's only so many ways I can keep saying the same thing. This is very much in their hands. They are running this perfectly. And I was a bit worried that defending side initially.
It's a stark contrast in approach for Liquid. You could argue the finances haven't been there, but we haven't seen the same sort of set pieces to open some of these rounds up that they found success on in the first half. Whether or not that is a little bit of fear that, you know, there's no duelist, KC are going to play a little deeper, a little safer, but we've just not seen the same approach from Liquid.
For Kiko though.
And again, he's not finding the same individual success, whether it be around the composition benefits, but certainly individually he's not being rewarded.
Yeah,
some of these plays now.
And again, the stat highlighted it earlier. It's been a minute since he's been on that jet. Also, apart from very few specific players, I'm putting Ye up there and maybe a few others, but the Jets these days, you only have to look towards the likes of Durka, who struggled to find its impact on it. It feels, I don't say readable, but repetitive. And teams are used to it now. I don't think you're going to get that same level of impact, especially if Kiko can't get that rhythm right. And at the moment, playing up by Ness just simply isn't really doing it. Drone just to keep some minds turned towards A, but I think we can tell where this is heading.
Yeah, Nats will be potentially tested here once again. But, having said that, a few members of KC are going to
30 seconds left.
Drift back towards A site, actually. And now it's just Camo, who's down to 71 HP already. No util left. Man, good for the first. Oh, he's actually going to get that close and personal.
I like it. You got to try and make something happen. Buys time, slows them down. Barrel, bye-bye. Camo does wonders. That's sort of dreamy for him. He was already down low. He was tested on his own, and the timing on the walk, it's stunning. Camo, he's got to be proud of that one. That's got to be a feel-good moment. First shot, lovely. The dip into the smoke. Even at worst, let's say he maybe gets traded or he goes down, At that point, he's bought a little bit more time. Get those rotations in. Marvelous work from him.
One of the situations where he really toys with the expectations after. Again, he's probably identified very quickly there. It's the anchor. Let's look to kind of overwhelm him. But plays around that smoke perfectly.
Nice. Let's go. Let's come back
But
to
I
this
wouldn't
game.
say I'm all that worried yet overall, right? I still feel KC are very much in control. That was a camo bailout round. You may get one of those, maybe you get two, but you are still sitting at 11-8, and KC is still firmly controlling this game. Now that's a good tag early on too. Fanatic down to only 36.
Rough will obviously be rewarded for the info, but not really much that Liquid can act upon. And KC maybe feel like they've got a identified some point of weakness here. Different setup this time around though. Camo's up high and Patatech's down low now. No command available.
You should run.
Serial and Camo both have their ultimates as well, but yeah, Camo overwhelmed.
Oh, that's rough for him. From 0 to 0 pretty much, as KC should have done enough to be able to get that plant down. There it is, yeah, now into the post plant, and look at the positioning already, just tucked down below. Martin holding that out.
Ooh,
Viper's pit on top.
I mean, they've got the lockdown to potentially cancel out the pit as well. And they're going to do so, yeah. I mean, invest in pretty much everything here, but Martin unnoted as of yet.
Others still has his util as well. He needs to play as safe as he can. Nats is trying to do everything possible. Fighting 2 in this round is already big. He's going to send those salvos flying. Now they got to put bodies behind this. It's worked out. Serial goes down. Sugetsu and Elite, I mean, it was a team effort. Look at the assists on this, but it's enough to push KC up to 12. Liquid put everything they had into that one pretty much, Mike, it felt like. That was the, you know, the trump card, same to be said almost for KC. That was the big round. And now Liquid are going to be left floundering. Money's not good. Ults are burned.
Money's awful.
I mean, they still have camos, but that's it.
I was going to say, actually, coming out of it, I mean, Patatech's going to struggle, yeah, but even to get the third rifle on, it's a Sheriff for Nats. They've only got Camo's ultimate to carry away. And yeah, you can't really argue with the investment there. They have to make something work. Especially with the bankroll that we talked about KC establishing. They're already going to be very comfortable to play out a few scrappy rounds. Happy to, you know, trade back and forth with Liquid because it suits them.
And for those playing along at home, this will extend play to an additional map. However, Nats kind of likes this one. Doesn't go. Hey, it was a nice try.
Flash caught.
He deserves a little bit of a dice roll in his favor once in a while. It was rough on that side of the map. Now we do get into the post plant, and KC once again bigger weaponry. Util on the post plant, but Camo with the mosh getting that. Fair enough. Sugetsu goes down. His luck continues.
Okay.
And Arbe's last one alive here. He's been hunted down by just about everything. Serial, if anything, puts him out of his misery. As Liquid hold on for another.
Yeah, I did see Sugetsu's HP just before that, but I know he was tagged up. I don't know if he was kind of sub 50 HP, but immediately falling. A line up from Camo. I didn't even see where Camo was positioned, actually. I assume it was just behind default. Let's see, Diffuse will come through. Liquid up to 9 now. 3 survives, so that's kind of what you want to look for when we're building back in financial to actually all the way from spawn. It's just the up and over, but oh yeah, he's down to 6 HP, yeah.
Yeah, that's nothing to be done really, is there? Okay, not done yet. What do you reckon, Mike? We get all the rounds, all the OTs, all the maps?
I'm ready for it. I'm in a chair that doesn't recline. I'm ready for it.
Oh, here we go, folks. It could be on for an absolute mad one today. And the buy is now back in hand for Liquid. No big ults to bank on. Closest is really Nats. Beyond that, Ave still has his. Sadak 1 away from his. Oh, and Serial. This is a tough bit of timing, but actually Aves goes down here. Sugetsu just threading the needle on that. Serial had no idea.
I feel like he's almost caught that wallbang through the turret when he tried to shoot it. Serial kicking himself there. 3v5, oh, sorry, 3v4, sorry. Can't even count.
Yeah, it's tough. Oh, Kiko. If they come back around, I don't know which way. I guess they're just going to group and go B together. So this what puts it in towards Camo and Patatek's hands. They have good util here on this side of the map as well to slow this down. For the attacking side, very well situated too. This is... For all the marbles, still a bit paranoid about yellow. Fair enough. Got the knife. Potentially clear, should do.
I was going to say, Camo's looking to potentially challenge. That's a big kill. No command gone.
Yeah, he knows his lines here.
30 seconds
Does
left.
find one, still unsure of further presence. Obviously, you can see how obstructed the vision is. Plants in play though now. And Sugetsu's played a little further forward. Catching Patatek just trying to hold that line.
Kiko's
no
got
Camo's nearby.
You've got a lot of ground to cover, and again, Camo just way ahead of the curve here. Maybe feeling a little desperate or feeling as if he's got the advantage to isolate a player, but puts Kiko in a rough spot, a 1v3 to extend the map.
Yeah, good luck, Kiko. All on you. One close towards yellow, two up high. A brutal crossfire to dismantle, and he doesn't even get the chance. 13-9. KC picking up, really, map 2 here. So we will be going to the third, of course. Which
We're going
Lotus
somewhere.
Mike.
We're going somewhere.
Now, where we go, who knows? It's a mystery, though. We are going to Lotus next. That'll be coming up in just a moment's time. We'll be back with the desk. So let's head over towards the break first, and then we'll be back with them.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my.
KC manages to get that win on Icebox, bringing us to a 1-1. But hey, they get the first map win of the day, enjoying some healthy snacks. It's a very nice day in Berlin. Nats is always enjoying some healthy snacks, but beautiful way to perform in their map pick. We had so many questions coming into today with the massive break that there was in the middle. Tom, what did you make of their performance here?
I was really impressed. I think they stuck to what they know. They had faith in their own composition, but even, I think, had some decent, like, adaptations after, like, an early pause, got slightly more aggressive, and yeah, I think all in all, just playing to their own strengths and didn't really worry too much about what Liquid were going to be doing.
Yeah, taking a lot. We see also the first engagements, 8, but they won obviously 13 rounds because they got the map win. There was a lot of situations, Ulises, where Team Liquid was not able to close those advantages.
Yeah, most of the situation that they have an advantage they 3 with, and also when they were on the defense side, it surprised me the most. They weren't able to make any single retake, only the bonus. Most of the rounds they were struggling to deal with every single ability that was dropped from Karmine Corp, when normally just get used to it and try to evolve in the game. This time, Karmine Corp just destroyed them.
Do you think it has to do with the composition that they chose for today?
It could be. I mean, they made a choice. They decided they wanted to counterpart probably this Omen, and they were dealing with some issues to try to adapt into it.
Yeah, I think I kind of wanted to talk about some of these more aggressive rounds that were being attempted by the defense. Basically just going for what was a lot of individual fights, and you can just watch the way that KC are playing. They're super patient, super passive in a lot of these spots, just waiting for players to get into these positions and very quick on their trades. And I think that's just having the faith in the amount of utility they have, like the composition, adding in that Omen allows them to sort of section off extra space, even take ground with the shadow steps as well. I think that they played their own composition very well, and they forced Liquid into a way of, okay, we have those double flashes, we have to try and get aggressive, we have to try and make plays, and then they just went, okay, we know what they're doing, we're going to be very sort of competent in punishing those plays. And I think that was what was impressive to me, is they came up against a comp that I feel like was meant to beat those smokes, was meant to get aggressive and in their face, and they dealt with it very easily on the attack.
Yeah, it started off very promising, but you were mentioning and speaking about the composition, we need to speak about the Omen, right? Martin has been so successful playing so many duelists, but Ulises, today here on Icebox, he was unleashed on Omen.
Yeah, it's funny fact that he started slowly at the first. After timeout, he started to play much more aggressive. Tom was calling out, and at that moment, he was shining. Every single play was made for him. And also, it's funny that probably Team Liquid wanted to counter with Keio, having Gecko, a lot of flashes, trying to deal with him. But when Martin released, when he's playing aggressive, there is nothing that you can do to stop him.
I do wonder if that was what the initial pause was, because you have on the defense a lot of delay with those smokes. The paranoia can also slow teams down, and he was playing like elevated positions with all of those teleports. And I think after that point where they lost a few rounds, they just kind of went, no, they're playing to counter you, just get aggro, get in their face, you're better than them. And from that point onwards, Martin, 311 ACS, had an incredible performance individually. And when you're a duelist that swaps to an Omen, I agree with sort of what Mike says, it's like, it depends who it is. Like, certain players will thrive, certain players will look like absolute trash if you try and put them onto a controller. He looked fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree, yeah. And then when we speak about this aggression that we're seeing from Team Liquid that was present throughout the entirety of the map, and also the read that KC was able to get onto them, maybe people would have thought that getting into today with Team Liquid being one map away of closing it, they will have all that momentum, but KC created it. They go at both of the pistols, and especially on that second half, they were unstoppable. And speaking of that aggression, I was saying, what are our expectations for Lotus? We've barely touched on it, but it is going to be our next destination. And if both of the teams are going to be keeping their compositions, Tom, is there any of them that concern you?
I always get a little bit nervous when I see a Harbor, just because but it's only because it's Sadak. I think he can get away with it. I think that's absolutely fine. I do worry a little bit running Deadlock for Serial, just because you are going up against, in my opinion, the guy who almost brought Deadlock to the forefront. I think Sadak was fantastic, especially on this map on Lotus. He started a lot of the setups. He created a lot of the ideas. So if anybody was going to be able to pick that apart, and I feel like at times when Serial is targeted, he has a rough day. Like, I think he's not quite there in terms of adapting at a tier 1 level yet. So I'm definitely intrigued to see how that will work out for them. But both teams have sort of like consistently tried to adapt their comps. I think the Waylay looked very, very good when we saw it on Camo on this map. I think he can definitely have that individual ability. I think the space you can take on attack specifically is fantastic. And their aggressive deadlock stuff, which they use versus Foot, was some of the coolest stuff I think I've seen all season. It's just now teams know you're doing it. It's not quite as easy to do.
So what would you say is like the main focus? We were speaking about the coaching staff at the side of Team Liquid. What do you think is the #1 thing that they need to counter? Is it more on the Waylay? Is it more on the spotting serial? What would you say they could find that weakness?
So if it was a point to pick, I'd say Elite. Like, I think Elite at times on Vice has struggled. I think if you were going to pressure someone, I think you put pressure on him. The thing you need to worry about, Martin, like you put that guy on Yoru, and you can have whatever setup you like. He can go straight through it, come behind you, and rip you apart. And I think they did a lot of B executes where he would come from the back line. Everybody else was coming from the same position, and Martin is just somewhere else on the map. And also, he earns his dimensional drift so quickly because of how many kills he's getting, that if he has that every 4 rounds, you have to adapt so fast to what he's doing.
To cycle with him on your team.
Exactly, and that ultimate on this map, where you've got 3 sites, you've got so much space, it's so difficult to play against. So Martin's what they need to counter. Whether they can or not, that's a different story.
It's hard to deal with Martin, and they know that this is a strong point for them. The only thing that worries me the most is that you're going into Lotus, and Lotus is a map where also for Team Liquid there will be Nats, there will be Lurking. And I was talking on before the matches, that probably not having a strong lurker could be something to deal with on Lotus. And I'm willing to see what I'm going to do, because they have to trade zones, they have to play strong, and they will not have, maybe that Vice is going to be playing with the team, but he's not going to be lurking.
Yeah, one of the things that I also really like about Nats in this map is that, Tom, you were mentioning all those set plays. We showed them some last week, but it's mostly especially when they're on the defense, they have so many micro stuff, so much micro, that he can just stay in the back and just play around it and just send everybody else to do something else.
Yeah, seems like both teams comfortable with what they're already running. I don't mind this. I think obviously there was the loss to Foot for the side of KC, but realistically I think they just chop that down to sometimes when you play Foot you can have a bit of a rough day.
Any quick predictions, Ulises?
It's hard to make a prediction, but I'm really surprised that Abed is moving into Fate.
I think
I think that's an error. I think he was already playing the Fate before.
I remember him to play Fate already. I don't know if he was playing it already on Lotus.
Yeah.
But it surprised me the most that, I mean, they're keeping both competitions. And if I have to take a look fast, I just want to see what's going on. It's Camo with the Waylay, or it's going to be Martin with the Yoru?
Do we expect aggressive plays coming from the side of KC? I love also that we mentioned Abyss, because I think that he's going to play a very big part in spotting the enemies and kind of keeping that proactivity going on from the defense. What are your thoughts on that, Tom?
I think that when you come up against Sadak's Harbor, I think you look at this map, you look at Pearl, he's very good at causing just a little bit of discomfort in a lot of the chokes, like using that high tide, like basically creating that little bit of delay. And I think that that's the one interesting thing about Harbor, is that the only time you're going to play it is against this squad. So say, for example, Cam are looking to take space. Say, for example, Paditek is constantly going to be putting those salvos to get them into deep positions. He can create lines of sight that teams won't be used to playing against. So I think that always when you come up with this squad, you're going to be looking at Sadak and what he's going to be doing, and sort of creating that little bit of chaos for Martin to capitalize on. That can be enough to win them the map. Those two are going to be integral.
I agree completely that this chaos could be one of the reasons that maybe Karmine Corp could be getting the win. For me, the biggest issue they're going to be dealing is this double sentinel in front of them. He's going to be buying a lot of time, denying a lot of these micros that they want to play, and probably giving the space to make fast retakes and flood the side in order to counter-strat what Karmine Corp is normally play style. So will be they able to bring that chaos when you have a double sentinel in front of you? That's my question.
I think my argument would be that if, like, when Foot came up against this comp the first time for Liquid, I definitely saw that, like, teams struggled against it because it was a one-off. Like, it was something you hadn't seen before. Yeah. It was a comp that was built to stop their sort of, like, jet dashing, like, base level stuff that kind of just wrecks people. I think when you've now seen it twice, I think Koi actually did a pretty decent job of like coming up against it, especially on the defense side. So I think that going into this, with the stellar attack they had versus Koi, there's definite opportunities for KC to show what they've got, but also they start on defense, where I think that you're basically looking at can we beat out Camo and can we stop Paditech clearing a lot of our utility, which I think is definitely something that Sadak will have taken into consideration.
Yeah, but could you not make the same argument as in, for example, like you mentioned the Koi versus the Foot results, right? We're going from a 13-1 versus Foot to a 13-9 against Koi. But Koi, Lotus was one of their best maps. Yes, they didn't get a lot of wins because it just wasn't a good split, but they always made it look very, very close. Can we say the same for the side of KC? Do they have what it takes? Because they kind of both knew, even with this extra week, that things were most likely going to end up in Lotus.
No, I think for them, it's more about, as said, that sort of chaos element and playing with rotations, which can be difficult with the double sentinel. But my point is, I think if anybody's going to be able, especially put the pressure onto Serial, I think completely taking Nats out of the game is never going to happen. But I think if anybody's going to be able to disrupt Serial and his setup, it is Martin and Sadak. Like, I think that harbor just creates an element that teams are going to really struggle to play against. And I think that if you can put Martin into positions where someone's not comfortable, he's going to wreck you 99 times out of 100.
I want to give some quick updates as we throw the vote in the chat. Please let us know your prediction. Who do you think is going to end up taking the W? Remember, if Team Liquid is to win, they will get first seed. And if KC is to win, well, they will at least be saved from that fourth seed and they will be the third one. And BBL will be seed 1. So we definitely know who they're supporting. As I was saying, I wanted to give you some quick updates. Do not worry, it's still, the background is still not red. We're just making sure that everything in game is working, so we're just giving the players the opportunity to play around, and then we'll remake the lobby so we do not have to deal with certain issues. So please bear with us. It will take like 2-3 minutes. Do not worry, because we want the game to start as much as you do. And do not forget, you know, after this one, we have another very, very interesting best of 3, Fanatic versus Heretics. So we will promise you that today we're going to be nice. We're going to try, and we're going to give you the absolute bangers. Going on the mental side, right now, thinking about how Team Liquid was throwing a lot of those advantages, maybe getting too aggressive or not being able to capitalize on them. You know, like you throw Nats in, he gets a pick, but then Serial picks onto mid, trying to make more of that. What is we know that Nats has been very good at giving this pep talks. Ulises, which one would you give to them right now? What piece of advice would you give to Team Liquid to cool down in those situations?
I mean, looking at Nats, I cannot say anything. I would like to bring something extra, but Nats has been great. Every single time he's speaking to the team, he has the proper words, and also the most important thing is that he knows every single one of his players and how to talk with them. Because sometimes you can just have the same age of every single one. But if you check Nats talking to Kiko, if you check Nats talking to Patitek, it's a different person talking to every single one of them. Because he knows what to say. And right now, chill down, bro. We already did it. It's not the first time we're facing a third map. And we're going to Lotus that we have been prepared for the last week. I mean, they had a week to prepare only to win one map. The Icebox or Lotus.
I think as well, like the last composition revolved quite heavily around, okay, we're having these flash setups that get us early openers. When that was failing, it seemed like the composition didn't allow for a mass amount of a backup plan. I think the amount of utility that they have coming in here, I think Camo back on Duelist on the Waylay, I think he's been impressive on that agent. I think that Paddy being able to take map control on the Teo and then having this double sentinel to allow them for a lot of map control. Like this for me looks overall a lot more comfortable for everybody. So I don't think if things go wrong in the early rounds, they'll struggle as much to adapt as they did on their defensive side of the previous.
Yeah, it's going to be a stressful week no matter what, also because after this you have to prepare, what is it like the 2nd of May today? I don't even know what day we're living in. And we start the playoffs on the 8th. Remember, if you want to get your tickets, we still have some available, so go online. Scan the QR code in the process.
If Liquid win, they actually don't start because they start a little bit later.
Exactly. Yeah, so you get an extra day of break. We absolutely love that. And speaking of the stakes and the precedents that we have seen in the past, throughout this entire stage, every single time that KC has gone to a third map, they've lost.
Okay. But they would also get a longer break because they go straight into the elimination match.
That's true.
Oh no, Tom.
It's brutal as well because going into that lower bracket means that, say for example, Vitality find their form, you will have to beat them to qualify. Like, you can't avoid them because 2 teams will go through from the upper bracket and 1 will go from the lower. So the fact that Vitality's already down there, you just sit there and go, I don't want to be down there. I don't want to be down there yet, at least. But also, even winning, they'll go as the 3rd seed. So then they'll face the loser of the game later today, Fanatic or Heretics. It's not great. It's not great either way. It's not great. It's a tough bracket to come out of, let's put it that way. Yeah.
Even winning or losing is tough.
Well, then you go into the losers and then you'd have to face Vitality anyway, so it's...
Yeah, Jesus. Jesus, it's not getting, it doesn't get good. Yes, you get to dodge them in your group, but of course, when it comes to playoffs, I mean, the good thing, I'm sorry, is that probably the teams that are not in your group are the ones that you're going to crack most during the regular season. But now when it reaches this point, your partners are going to be tier 2 and that's it, or eliminated teams if they're still playing by that point. But of course, as I'm saying, it's going to be a very tense and intense week. We also have some teams that qualified. Did you know EDG didn't make it?
I did, because you said it very loudly when they didn't make it.
Yes, because it's crazy, isn't it? Because I was checking and I was like, of course, we still have not started with playoffs.
Champs Curse was a little delayed this year. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh God, it's true. But it's since Champs, actually, 2022, when they started attending the international events, and even when we had lock-in, sorry for the derailing completely of the conversation, when we started and had lock-in, which we only had a couple of Chinese teams, if I'm not mistaken, you know, things were still cooking up in the region. They went to every single one of the international events, and this is going to be the first month that they do not go. So maybe, Tommy, you're right, and the curse does exist.
Well, also, why is he making it back? I think America's teams everywhere are trembling. Because that guy was mean to them the last few times that we've seen him at international events.
Who are you supporting? I think they're playing tonight. Is G2 EG? Who do you have your money on, Ulises?
G2 is the favorite one, but I'm cheering for EG.
Okay, Thomas?
I think it's very close because I really like all of the G2 players and coaching staff, but I love Potter.
Yes.
So I am going to just edge it to G2.
I mean, just think about it. Just think about it.
Pansy would disagree with me anyway.
I'm cheering to EG for Potter because I like Potter.
Yes.
Instead of cheering for Shaq, that is Spanish assistant coach on G2. And you're saying to me that you're going on G2?
Their team's just too good. It's so enjoyable to see them at international events, and no offense to the EG guys, I don't think they'll do a mass amount of damage, whereas I think G2 could win the whole of Toronto.
But they have to make a step up.
Sure. But they've had their
defeat.
They've had their defeat. Now they go and rise back. Like they're a squad that I see them every single time they lose, they'll come back from it. And well, we'll see who's going to do that in this next one.
Yeah, exactly. I'm supporting EG. The storyline of Potter and Ye coming back
to G2 more.
No. You know what? Let's focus. Because of course Lotus is coming out. So please take it away, Lauren and Mike.
Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, everyone.
EG. Sorry.
EG.
Sorry.
No, you got me. You got me pumped up.
KC. TL.
Yeah, that's what
EMEA.
We're here in EMEA. We love it. Can't get enough of it. We're going to be casting 2 games of it, Michael. We're going to the 3rd map.
Here we are.
Excited?
Here we are. The inevitable. The
Alice.
inevitable. It seems we both have Lotus.
How dare you? How very dare you? Right,
sorry.
TL on the attack, KC on the defense. Big proactive start from KC over towards C, and well, we can already see where Liquid are going.
Yeah, actually, 2 members of KC tucked in. May you be gonna dig their heels in? Paranoia sent through, doesn't catch anything on the front lines at least, but Martin gonna be in a position to backstab this.
Yeah, look at Camo here. How much value? He's still standing.
Yeah.
Player standing.
He's the only one standing. 1v3.
Kick off the pistol. I mean, he's got the 1v2 here, and they're lined up, but Martin's the one to find the 3rd. To kick things off here on Lotus. In KC, timed this perfectly, right? I think maybe there's a feeling that Liquid are ahead of the rotation. There's not going to be somebody peeking through onto the backside of the smoke.
Yeah.
But I mean, Nats comes through. You can see he's got to check basically both directions immediately.
Yeah. Brutal.
You and me. You and me.
I don't know
what song is that?
I don't know that one.
Answers
I don't know
in chat. Tweet us. Let us know.
Yeah, let us know, man. We got to find out. Baffled. Liquid going to be coming into this with the Sheriff on camo. Beyond that, it is classic. So, farming time at the zoo. That was a bold approach, I'm going to be honest. I was going to say it's because everyone's doing 100 men against a gorilla, you know what I mean?
Sugetsu doesn't back away from opening engagements, man. It's just, it's hardwired into him.
I'm a shoulder it. I'm a hold this.
I'm a shoulder it. I'm full body swinging. I'm crouched on top of the box, man.
I got him. A little bit worrying because Kiko's now got himself a Guardian, and they've probably got a plant on B here. Oh, do you go together? 3, 2, 1 it.
Planted.
Oh, it doesn't feel nice.
Good. No.
Doesn't feel good. Okay.
Oh, he's cleared that corner now with the knife.
Okay, got a bit of a reveal on the right. Camo's got Martine. Hold on, this is all going upside down. Oh dear, it's 2 left. Sadak and Elite. Where are the positions on these two? Sat up towards heaven. Playing on the back of the wall, they've kind of diced this up. Oh dear, we've had a nightmare. Pace save card Thrifty in all the wrong ways.
And again, I mean, this doesn't even ride on to yes, he gives away the upgrade, but again, just to come back to that, it's a Guardian, and it's a very committed, yeah, very committed position. And the problem being is where the second layer of that setup is outside A. If you can't retrieve that Guardian or at least stop Liquid from advancing any further, that's when it becomes awkward. I'm fine with the opening engagement. Sure, you've lost it, shrug it off. But to give the rifle away completely, that's the issue.
It's not the... Well, I guess it was the start. They really ruined the phrase, didn't they? It is the start they wanted, just not the second start they wanted. Feel like Mitch trying to make a sentence. Yeah. Oh, we've got a bit of a stack here. It's quite a few players over there like that. I'm trying to remember who used to do it in the game that shall not be named, Counter-Strike, obviously. There was like, someone can remember who it was infamously. I swear it was like Fanatic at one point, old Fanatic. Just literally, or maybe it was Virtus Pro? Don't know. I'm yapping because this round shouldn't go anywhere, but seeing the last one, who knows? Camo's already got ult ready. Taking a lot of space towards A, and if they'd seen how many were stacked there, I don't think they got the full picture, but they'd noted some part of it. Oh no, they've got a pretty safe plant. Post plant as well, util is sorted.
We want to look for a couple of these kills potentially. And Camo's already got his ultimate, maybe looking towards Patatek as well. He's made decent progress in the first 2 rounds. KC slowed down on their approach. I don't really think they have anything to really propel forward off here, even with the weapon upgrade for Sadak. They're probably conscious they don't want to give away any more ult progress and give this one up to the spike. Yeah. After round 2 being flipped, you don't really want to give any further advantages.
No. There we go. So, opting for the easier way out, I guess, in that regard. And as you said, just trying to min-max the advantage that Liquid would get away with. And at this point, their money's going to start to swell. You know, for Liquid, they've got to be happy about how this is looking. For KC, that second round might haunt them. I'm a little bit worried. Now, they've got to buy here, right? So this should be where everything's fine. We're not going to have Sugetsu just on a box.
Normalcy? Yeah?
A bold statement, isn't it?
Okay.
Focus.
Is it?
What?
It shouldn't be.
Don't make...
It shouldn't be.
See, I don't mind Martine here. This is fine. He has a little TP. Off he pops. No problems. Sadak forced away with the paranoia. Going to make himself a little cubby to play from, and the ult's going to come in. Camo unleashes, going to dive on in, have a look, finds nothing, and then spotted. Spots out Sadak. Very well done here. Controlling the space beautifully until Martine makes a... I mean, it was a hero play, but it would have been nice if someone else had tried to swing with him at the same time, but it felt a little bit disjointed.
It was fine a response, but it's Kiko now to put Sugetsu up against the ropes. A 1v3, yes, 2 members tagged up, you can already see. Happy to try and hold on to the rifle here. Liquid will find their third. Again, a situation where, yes, there's a window of opportunity, like you said, for somebody else to swing alongside Martine on the flash, but there's a lot of pressure coming towards backside. So you got to credit Liquid in that regard.
Yeah.
Again, Serial's, but this is, sorry, not Serial, Camo is able to get so deep in towards site that I think there's maybe a couple of question marks for KC about how to approach. Maybe in the chaos. Surely. Maybe a throwaway round as well with the ultimate being invested. See Sadax probably desperate to get out here, but he actually ends up positioning himself in between those two smokes. So
yeah.
Without really any assistance in that regard.
You're doing very good.
I guess that's the game plan. Do the same thing for the rest of the game. You're doing really good.
No changes. That's it.
The only
like
change
Icebox.
here, a booker.
I hate buckets. I hate shotguns. I hate Odins.
They've got guns.
I hate it all. No, I don't stop. Oh, it's rewarded.
Why can't that be one of the situations where the observers are somewhere else altogether?
Because ours are too talented. Well, okay, Martin's blind, so they are going to be able to get. Oh my god!
Thank you. Thank you for trading that. Oh, it's a 2v2. Yeah, still got the rifle as well. Kiko eager to try and respond, but at least settle for the plant here.
Too.
Cage trigger.
Okay. This is very doable. You got Haunt, Prowler.
Aves can get towards a rifle as well, yeah, because they have to retreat towards tree.
Ah, but Kiko's reposition is filth. I love it. It may not work out, but I actually like the idea of it. But now it's on Nats in a 1v2. Committed on the angle. I thought there was a second. I thought there was a little bit of a spray transfer chance. Not to be diffused is there. Beautifully done by KC coming back in. Again, I guess it looks different if they're rewarded on that reposition, but I don't mind it. Make a go of it, but especially after the Prowler cleared. But again, well, Bucky's are back in, I guess, Mike. So
yeah, well, you can see there actually, yeah, was that Nats finding that one through the door onto Elite? Yeah, beautiful response found, but Bucky noted, then rewarded with a second, which feels pretty uncomfortable. Again, Liquid probably going to want to charge towards site and isolate Sanak, but it's not pretty work. Gets the job done regardless.
Where are you?
Yeah, Liquid spread a little thinner this time around. No real, I mean, other than to get a bit of, there hasn't been much focus put towards controlling Rubble on the side of KC. They're happy to hold a little deeper. It's whether or not Liquid going to identify that and want to kind of play with that a little bit. So maybe look
going on towards. Well, Camo caught Elite. Probably it feels like somewhat unawares. Maybe an isolated approach, yes, from Camo, but still caught him over towards that mini. And now the reclear. Nice.
Doesn't drop off. Yeah.
Yeah. I like the intention as well from KC, just clearing that space, trying to at least trade back in, right? Keep it at this 4v4.
Great awareness actually though, because look what the response is from Liquid. Now obviously going to be sniffed out by Martin in the ult, but straight away coming across here, Neural Theft invested will give Liquid all of the information they need.
Yeah,
and the kills they need.
Yeah, he hits those, don't worry about it. And nah, Sadak's not going to find the shot on Serial, so the red carpet rolled out, leaving Martin, the ult didn't make it far enough, really. So he's got very few options. It's time to keep that rifle.
I don't think he's going to fancy his chances here in the 1v4. Yeah, actually credit on both sides. The timing for Martin to invest the ultimate, to check outside C, maybe come... I didn't actually see where it ended up fizzling out, but maybe a soft check towards B as well. But as soon as the Neural Theft comes through, like I said on the other side, Liquid make the absolute right decision in re-clearing that space outside Rubble. Because immediately, what the Elite and Aves straight back inside B. There's a Prowler invested outside B main.
Yeah.
Almost anticipating Liquid's pivot to be in that direction. 4-2 now. Wouldn't really say on either side there's...
I suggest you move.
Yeah, I was just checking. Yeah,
Yeah. Fair enough.
Again, with an extra body towards tree there, if you're going to invest the flash out after winning the initial encounter towards Camo. A little strange.
Yeah, and it's strange enough that it feels that KC have gone for an early timeout. Coming in at round 7 here. Money's in a bit of a shaky spot too. You've got some players sitting down on like 1.6 after a Sheriff purchase, 2.3, 3.1 for Stadak, and obviously the 2 rifles that were remaining. But, well, sorry, I think it was the 1 rifle on Martin remaining. But again, you're looking at the kind of filtering of how this has gone. There was the first round that obviously went to KC, pistol, and then 3 unanswered for TL. Overall, Liquid is starting to look quite solid here. It's still competitive though, right, Mike? It's still a back and forth series, but it's certainly starting to pivot in Liquid's favor.
Yeah, whether or not, I mean, coming out of the timeout in the first half, KC looked fantastic, right? Able to get themselves back on track and find an answer, but it's definitely not as clear cut here in terms of the approach from Liquid and I guess how to address that on the side of KC. It's not as clear cut as Icebox was. And whether actually Liquid are going to continue to benefit in terms of intention, I guess. There's no real set pieces coming out from Liquid. They're able to just isolate some of these individuals on the side of KC. Do have some ultimates coming back in though. Patsec and Serial. So opportunities the next few rounds at least.
Okay, so the 1 hero rifle still on Martin. Fast pressure towards Stadak, who's being, I don't say bullied here, but Camo's been kind of keeping him in check. Now this is where it gets trickier though. Good spacing to make sure it's traded in on, but I don't know if that was the optimal way to do it, but it's got them the sight. You got the post plant now with the deadlock, utility facilitating the safety of it all. And Martin has to be the big kind of man to lead the way back in. And look how close they're playing. Ult not to be had. Good trade though. Liquid to be turning up the pacing again. The second it gets a bit closer, they all fight together. Liquid on the same page, it looks like. Leaving us to get to an elite. Try and locate these remaining players. Yes, they've got a good shout towards the 2 of them, probably up towards that heaven side. Stunning from Elite, but again, numbers now just sitting comfortably with Liquid, and Nats biding his time in the smoke.
And comfortable the word as well in terms of the purchase now. Liquid have a massive buffer. About the ultimates coming online. Kiko obviously got his now. The other side of things, KC. Yes, no, I'm not sure. I'm seeing the same sort of approach here as we saw on Icebox. It's again, I think you used the word disjointed earlier on with a retake towards B. That's certainly how it feels, even in some of the downtime of these rounds. Kind of lazy clearance from Elite and Aves outside Rubble previously. Early TP though, committed from Kiko. He'll be able to maybe create some question marks for KC.
He's certainly drawn them away from that B site for a second or two, hasn't it? Elite, very aware of someone could be behind them. Wall now triggered. But luckily, you got the Waylay there who can just dip over the top. Beautiful shot from Camo and a great follow-up from Serial. They have the bodies, they have the spacing, they have the sight. And let alone the TP taken earlier by Kiko. And now it all lines up. This is a save. This is an instant save.
It's Martin and Aves, whether or not they're even going to be able to find an exit or two. Nats has already repositioned himself outside Rubble. Yeah, I don't think Aves and Martin are going to move from these positions, to be honest with you. And what
the checkmate of a round.
Yeah, what the response coming out of the timeout ultimately is, because we talked about how beneficial it was for them on Icebox. I'm about to say Split there. Split was a week ago.
Quite some time ago.
Yeah. Having said that, well, they're going to be dug out of these positions now. Yeah, Liquid have got the money. They can throw a few bodies at this.
Financially, yeah. Absolutely should do.
Yeah, 50
Aves
HP.
praying for his life. Nice little sidestep. I can't live forever though, but you're looking at the cash, as said, for TL. They got bank for days. They're happy with this. But I've got to say, that B hit was beautifully choreographed. Very impressive. Just super clean on the way in.
Another situation where Camo's able to, again, extend a little bit than where you would see traditionally with a jet dash. And I can't even say that that's, throwing off the crosshair placements enough to cause problems for KC, but they almost have to just concede that initial wave of pressure. And we're not seeing the response back from KC. Well, I guess a coordinated response, but whether or not that's the answer is polishing their B retake in general.
Oh, they're going to start coming up against it now. This does feel like that pivot point of do we actually get much of a game on our hands, or does it fizzle out? As it stands, the attention's turned towards the C site now, so looking to try and show some of that versatility. And the only one really drawing blood is Sadak. We haven't seen anyone else find that big impact. Oh, that felt like they could have lined up there. They didn't in the end. Elite only going to get Fanatic down, but bring it to a 1v3.
Elite going to be tested here. His position revealed. The audio cue at least, but 3 members of Liquid to try and dig out an awkward plant, so they almost have to stay committed to some degree. There's a little bit more utility for Elite to try and navigate through.
Oh, that's tough. This post plant is so brutal, isn't it?
Really is.
Wow. Endless amounts of util to put on there. And credit to where it's due. Liquid looking very solid here. I can't fault it. There's nothing that I can particularly fault about how they're approaching this. Ult back in for Camo. Serial's got his. It's all lining up. This has to be a huge round for KC. This has to be pretty much all the marbles for them, at least on this half.
Let's see whether I heard the little cue there for the replay, but
yeah,
I thought maybe we were going to get a little snippet, but it was just heavy breathing. Heavy breathing intensifies. But yeah, certainly round 10 here.
Hold on. Pacey. Oh, and Nats got Sadak down as well. I thought the KC were looking to maybe spring a bit of a trap here. They had 4 players, Mike. They looked ready to go, and they've just been dismantled.
And a wide swing from Nats with the operator as well. Liquid continuing as they have done. Cut sound now. Forcing KC into a position to maybe send out a fact finder or 2. Prowler sent out, nothing spotted towards rubble. Still got that camera in place. It's finally dealt with now, and I think that's why you see maybe the green light, but anticipating a rotation on the back of dealing with camera. We can see on the minimap, though, that's not the case, Thorin.
Oh, this is nice. The fake on the other side, but they're not falling for it just yet. They needed more to sell them, and they're just posting smokes down there for nobody to receive. I mean, it is now being seen by Fanatic, but this is good. This is a right call from KC. Maybe just understanding the intentions that Liquid like these kind of double pumps, those kind of like slow down fakes. This is a good shout. Now they're in the right place for it. You've still got 2 players here. It's not an advantage, but it's the best you're going to get. And they were unawares of it, but Sierra's cleared the back of the site. The ult gets unleashed, but Sugetsu still survives. His teammate, though, in the best of ways, trying to secure him and save him, but the shorty's on the way. And it's Kiko and Nats stealing it in the end. This is brutal to witness. Liquid looking a step above.
Obviously now, again, some rifles will materialize from the funds, but certainly going to be some gaps in terms of the inventory coming in for KC. And yeah, just... I mean, Liquid, there's bodies here, and there's a couple of just dry swings to open the round. Rewarded for it. Like I said, that downtime, KC actually possessed... I mean, they guessed right. They have a gamble. The smoke invested towards C to maybe create a little misdirection, but... KC stick to their guns. Haven't seen much in terms of proactivity from KC on the defensive side, but certainly hasn't felt comfortable with a few early round losses that ultimately rely on an opening engagement from Sugetsu, potentially others, and Elite. You see they're happy to just sit back. And there hasn't really been, well, I'll say it again, much to address Liquid's early rounds. Again, Camo looking to get aggressive onto B though with the ultimate.
Yeah, spots out 1, but it's Aves to take away Serial this time. He's been good at kind of trading in on this. So KC finally getting a couple players advantage until now. Liquid's back line, picking up the pace. Kiko with a triple in the end. Sitting on 3, and we need Sugetsu to be on it now. He's had some hot and cold moments throughout this series. Icebox, brutal to witness here. Couple of off moments for him. Now he's got to navigate his way past 2. Nats to the right, Kiko to the left. 3, 2, 1 swing. It ain't going out of their hands. Liquid so locked in here. I've got to say, KC looked like they were ready for map 2, but getting to map 3, it's just not here.
No, like I said, we haven't seen that same sort of step change. Well, actually, Liquid even being knocked off their momentum. Has felt as if they've had a lot of freedom to set up how they want to in these rounds. Whether or not KC have... I mean, I don't know. It's not even really a comp discussion at all. It's KC lost out some of these early rounds, as I said, and after that, I've just been happy to kind of sit back and react to what Liquid are doing. Another, well, I was going to say awkward moment potentially here for Martin, but
Find you.
it's been a question mark repeatedly, and now with the weaponry towards the end of this half, you assume Liquid are going to continue to, well, try and punish this. Martin rewarded this time around.
Lovely little 1-2 between them. Attention drawn away. Arvez desperate to hold on. Huge impact this round, leaving Kiko in the 1v.
Oh no.
Bye-bye. Elite will take that every day of the week, but hey, it's a silver lining, Mike, and it ain't much.
No, it really isn't. 3 rounds. Carmine Core got to come out in the second half swinging, but we'll have to hold on to that thought and maybe see if Carmine, well, whether or not Carmine Core can actually adjust accordingly and catch Liquid off guard in the second half.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion.
Well, it's 9-3. And as much as I wanted this to be competitive, Mike, I think we have to call it what it is. Map 2 in this series that is a bit differently laid out was exciting. A bit of back and forth, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Here, Team Liquid looks so much stronger. They've got the approach down they want. And now they get to go into the defending half with 2 Sentinels. They get like, how much more do they need here, Mike? I'm a bit worried for KC now.
Yeah, and actually, I guess to dig a little deeper on that, this is now the 3rd showing of this composition where Liquid have, and comfort is the key to what they've demonstrated. Obviously, previously, a little topsy-turvy in terms of the compositions. We start off with the rain, but actually hold that thought for a moment. Camo, I was curious of whether or not they were just going to dry swing on, so they were positioning, maybe posturing forwards there, but Martin caught completely off guard.
And I love the way he can kind of play in front of the util from Deadlock and then get back behind it. So there's no chance really of trying to springboard or even a pick from that if it goes the other way around. Oh man, this is thought out. Now, Camo, new position, spots them out, needs someone else to take the attention here. They're already crossing. Careful backside, they're on the way. Kiko, he's going to be able to call it out, but Fanatic still falls. KC, making mountains out of molehills. There's still a fight in this to be had.
Ugetsu tagged up down to 45. Serial, a chance here maybe to upgrade to the Ghost. Doesn't want to give away his position just yet, but now with the Prowler, has to deal with it. And almost looking as if KC are in a position to take 2 individual fights here. Ava's able to slip away though.
Oh my, what?
Well, I'd say Ava's with the reposition to make it so they can double swing onto it, but both picked apart here. Yeah, Nats and Serial get the 10th round on the board for Liquid.
I don't know what you meant to say about that one. It's like they were kind of doing everything right. It was flipping its way around a little bit, and Nats and Serial win both their fights. But this was nice at the start. Yeah, I like that beginning, but still, yeah. What more are you meant to do?
Yeah, because there's a moment here where almost one player passes onto a site, and then the paranoia's a little later, and it feels like KC are actually able to get into backside, find the success they need. But
was like 2 seconds delayed, I swear.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, the reaction was 2 seconds delayed there. I guess the crunch that comes through that Liquid is set up for, but regardless, it's Nats and Serial to seal the deal. Investment on the side of KC, and maybe looking towards changing the pace slightly, but
what?
Into the blender, it feels like.
Yeah, head first towards Camo and Kiko. Lethal in combination and confidence sky high. Sugetsu does find Camo, but it's not without the cavalry now being rotated round towards the C site. The spike being picked back up gives them a window of chance here, and Sugetsu desperately needs to make something of this. 3 players to find though, Mike. It is extraordinarily hard.
And obviously, tagged up, does have the regen, but a stinger in hand, and Nat's already on the prowl. Yeah, he's going to probably win out this one in terms of range. Headshot will land, and that's 11 for Liquid. You understand why the investment comes through, but with a Guardian on the other side, it doesn't feel comfortable to kind of run it down towards C with stingers. I don't even mean run it down to be like derogatory, but they're looking to find an opening engagement. Even versus pistols there, you're never going to expect Liquid to be playing, you know, jump peeking that edge or contesting towards Mound.
I'm just falling on the sword here, it feels like. This round you're going to have to suffer through, and even then you're looking at the purchases. Financially, this is the hard part. They've got to just get through this. And look at that util. Look at the state of that A site.
Yeah.
Smothered in it. It's not nice. It's not nice at all. The passive cam up top.
Yeah, these traps are just brutal from this composition from Liquid.
And here we go, now's the test of it, funneling them further forward. It plays in Kiko if they do try and cross through, but the clone going to take most of the attention here. I saw C's towards backside, but good luck, observers. Let's see if we get a kill. Not yet, and KC have started to fire up. They've divided the site into manageable pieces and maybe made something out of this. A 2v2 though, Kiko key in this. Still good HP and still a top fragger, but Sadak answering back, putting Kiko in the 1v2. Look at the HP though, Mike. Oh, Sugetsu. They needed a savior round from him, and he got it that time.
A combined like 47 HP between the two of them. It's unfortunate as well, because I think Camo takes a ton of damage in that engagement. Let's see, actually, what we caught on the replay, what was the initial point here? Again, Patstek finds 2 here, and it feels as if Liquid can reset behind that, but oh yeah, those are the 2 that kind of
fair enough
sealed Liquid's fate. And Sugetsu was the one to throw a Guardian in the mix here, so doesn't get much better than that for your hero rifle.
Let's see how Serial survives, if he survives, because you could see the pressure coming through there. They're able to beat a little bit of the util. Sugetsu cops a lot of damage though.
KC immediately retreat. Other side though, Liquid might be here to catch the rotation. Jumping at least a headshot in the mix. No trade comes through though, yeah. But how is he alive? I was gonna say, how is he alive? He's still 87 HP.
I don't understand how that just happened. I really don't. And now they can't really react to it, because look at this like impromptu stall coming out. Again, the deadlock there. You're going to have the util from Cypher split across B as well. Your really only option is that A site.
I'll find you.
And that's going to be relaying this information at least, but probably just tucked in the spike amp. Confirmation comes from Kiko, but how much of that is kind of tangible information? This is, though, now going to be able to identify it is a fake.
30 seconds left.
Really looking towards Camo to mitigate as much of this pressure as possible.
Stall comes in, sees towards the back of the site. And Camo is going to be noted on the Prowler. So his job is done. He's removed from this. Fanatic takes up the mantle and controls the corner. A tap on the spike and it's an isolated fight. This is a problem. Elite can only get one. He's overwhelmed, and Martin was noted earlier. If anything, Nat should be able to keep awareness. You look at the time, it is gone. A miserable way to watch that 12 get on the board. Nice consolation for Martin, but it's 12 nonetheless. KC
Match point.
gonna have to suffer now, held on this 4 rounds that they've only been able to collect.
Yeah, and Casey had plenty of time to formulate a plan around what I mean. The intentions there with the fake. I'm not sure which point the penny drops for them. Very strange. I mean, it's a benefit being that the Nats is still in a position, like I said, to confirm the backside of that fake. So there were a few question marks. Last purchase, well, assumed last purchase for KC. Not writing them off just yet.
Yeah, they're so prepped for this, though. They're so prepped for this, though. And Liquid looking to try and end with a flourish, but it's not going to happen. Martin and Sugetsu win the fight out by Mound, and they try and progress forward. Leave the spike to be picked up by the others and trail that in. Let's get some space here. Let's get some security. But look at the ults as well. Fanatic's got his. Camo's got his. The Camo's not playing passive in this. Gets swung on. Drive-by by Martin. And oh my god, Fanatic, easy. This feels a bit individual. I kind of want them to tighten up some of those points there.
I think we've had a few instances of that, but we'll have to see if Serial can get something going here. A Bulldog, so probably gonna, well, I was gonna say looking towards one of those rifles in CT, but
no escape.
Let's try and get a tap on the spike as early as possible. Flash comes through, 28 HP. Yeah, it's just being made very awkward for him. Elite actually finds the wall bang. KC clinging to life. Must have heard me, it's not their last purchase. That'll be a big boom to the economy now. Probably get rifles across the board on the back of that. And plenty of ultimates, just 2 away for Arvez, and that'll be the full house.
And to be fair, if you know, we've been kind of, I don't want to say critiquing KC, there wasn't much to say, it's more complimentary to Team Liquid, but something about Team Liquid as well is we want to see them tighten up a lot of the screws here as well. If we're looking at them as one of the playoffs teams or potentially an international team under a closer light, we need to see them not make like small mistakes. You know what I mean? Small mistakes. But now it's fine, they're at 12-5. I'm not going to hound them about it, but let's see what Martin can get out of this. Looks to try and facilitate this C take here. So Serial, a big test on his plate, trying to bound back here. And he does get away with his life.
Look towards Patatech, the one to potentially deal some damage. Actually, yeah, a ton of Serial actually finds one. Martin will follow up, though, with 2 of his own.
Great for Martin there, just to make sure it doesn't get too dangerous, right? We've got a couple sharers, bits and bobs. Plant wasn't down yet. There was room for it to get a bit nerve-wracking, but no. KC keeps some security there with the form of Martin securing that CT side. Now being worked back in on that Guardian, rattling off a couple of shots while Camo, he's on for it. Oh, he enamored by what he saw, a pixel out of place, but KC in control here. Better. Mike, couple of key steps now.
Long way to go, but certainly a positive start here in terms of clawing their way back into this 3rd map. Come out, I was going to say, yeah, coming out of that, what, it's 3 ultimates burned up. Sugetsu's the only one left, and Aves 1 away. I believe that was the case at least before. Martin already, I mean, halfway back to his ultimate, so with a 4K,
I'd love to see just like a little
obviously.
checkmate here from Liquid. I want to see what it looks like. They've got 3 of their own ults, right? Like, show me a little something.
Maybe feeling a little awkward after some of these losses. Again, switching up the investment of some of this utility between Nats and Serial as well.
My ult is ready.
Aves finds that missing piece of the puzzle. The potential to clear out a large area here on the back of that, and whether or not KC will drift into just a very well invested site here, in terms of bodies at least. Sugetsu positioning himself in a lurk, does have the TP, so can rejoin his team at the drop of a hat. But you almost want Sugetsu to show towards C here, because with the camera, unless anything drifts in to see it. I mean, it's actually a surprise to see Kiko over there.
Huh?
Spike down A.
Oh, it was just, I didn't know where that happened then. I was looking for it on the map, but... Okay, so man up already, and Sadak gone. That ruins a lot of their ability to get towards these sites comfortably.
Camo nearly ran inside that smoke there after being revealed.
Ult gonna come down as well. Time to evacuate. We're getting ults upon ults here. They're throwing everything into this, it looks like. And they have been rewarded. Liquid just putting the pressure on as Elite is found. Mike, it was a messy end to things here, but a 13-6. Liquid looked in control for the vast majority of this map.
They really did. We didn't see the same sort of adjustment, but like I said, it wasn't as black and white for KC to really address some of the problems that were apparent on Icebox, to be honest with you. But I mean, just a note as well, Kiko and Camo once again having standout performances, Lauren.
Yeah, they certainly did. For me, those two absolute highlights. So I have to look forward to see what they bring going forward. Again, glad we finally got the game out of the way, Mike.
Yeah, it feels good to put that one to bed finally. As I think we do probably take the title for longest series because this stretched a week, Lauren.
Yeah. Again, we do have to remind ourselves, obviously, Fanatic against Heretics is still on the horizon here today, but looking at our screens now, Liquid should be happy with this one. A tough predicament to be in by all accounts. Obviously, no one happy with what happened there, but coming back in, looking solid. They get to walk away, heads held high here. A solid performance overall, but we'll be back in a little while with the second series, which will be Fnatic up against Heretics.
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night, all night.
say, first of all, the main issue from the last map, and what I want us to do this map. Previous game, we were playing full question mark game. This game, I want us to start removing that question marks from our head. Example from the last round, we have so many ideas. Patrick, you can say, come in, let's walk B, Geo, be careful A. We're not even helping each other as a team. We're just staying, and we just full silence, boys. We're not, literally, how we were playing the game, question mark B, question mark mid, question mark A. No one take responsibility. We're gonna re-clear mid, careful A. We're gonna re-clear B, careful A. We're not saying that things, boys. That's our fundamental protocols. Don't be surprised why we're playing bad. That's literally the way why we are the best. That's why we are here and 3-1. That's why we went to Bangkok, boys, before. That's how we were always having good communication.
And that is exactly how they managed to win that third and last map of the series. Especially with those kind of speeches, you definitely have to lock in. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kakuka, your host. Ulises and Tom joining me here, as you can see, and I just said, Team Liquid manages to close the series and also secure that first spot. Well, not that first spot, that first seed for going into playoffs. A lot of question marks then for what's going to happen in some of the matches, but we do know that BBL will be playing Navi. That's going to be one of the first matches, you know?
Yeah.
That's something to be excited about, but definitely the second match of today will give us more information. Before we jump into talking a little bit more about this match that we just witnessed, you see that there is a timer for 36 minutes. Nothing broke, but we are giving the players from both Fanatic and Team Heretics a little bit more time to get adjusted to the stage and making sure that the pieces are working and everything, so we don't have more issues moving forward. Now, going back onto what we were saying, what a light that we've just seen from Team Liquid. Tom, do you think it has to do with that speech that we just saw, or it goes much deeper?
I think just like going back to sort of talking about Nats when he first became a leader, I think no one ever questioned him individually, but there are a lot of question marks being like, okay, is it going to affect him taking over that leadership role? Moments like that kind of make me realize that maybe he's actually built for this sort of role, because that was basically just, it was a way to be critical to your team while also getting them ready for the next map, like talking about like, we normally do this. The reason we're losing is not because they're better than us. It's not because they're doing this, and this. It's because we're not doing our own thing. And I think sometimes that's far more important than anything you can pick to like pick your opponent apart. It's just, okay, we're not coming properly. We need to fix that. And they did.
They did it. And for me, the most important thing is the way he thinks and the way he's saying the things to his teammates. He's not trying to make someone responsible for an error or anything that is happening. It's like, we are all in the same boat. We have to work together. Can I have a Nats IGL in my life?
No.
Question mark.
Because then we will all need one, and otherwise it will be very unfair.
I really need it.
Wait, so you play with Mitch, though? Surely Mitch is like a Nats IGL.
Yeah, Tom, please. I think we've all been there.
He plays the Lurk. He sometimes plays Viper. Like
you don't know what
Cypher.
to play with him. He's gonna be staying watching mid on Icebox with an Allo for the long lane every single round, not doing anything.
Yeah.
He's playing a 4 against 5. Please don't talk about Mitch.
Leave Mitch alone. Leave Mitch alone. How about, and now that you're speaking about, well, now that you're speaking about Icebox, let's actually talk about Lotus and some of the things that we saw there. Because Camo, from that Gecko now back onto that duelist. Tom, you wanted to see the Waylay, and it definitely delivered.
I just enjoy watching him play this agent. I think like the additional boost you get with the dash, the fact that he's taken in so much extra little piece of information, I'm just really impressed with how he's able to play individually to get them into positions. And then earlier we were speaking all the time about their sort of ratty little post plants.
It's really hard to play with and deal with it because you have to stop Camo. If you let Camo bring the space, and it's so hard when we see the play we see right now, it's hard to deal because then after you have the postman. And if we wanted the postman, we have to check every single word that is placing Nats. He has one on the back. That is going to be an extra one on the side, and also every single stun coming from Tejo, also the missiles coming from Tejo. And the most important thing, deadlock. There is a wall stopping you from pushing from outside. Even Waterfall if you're playing on B, even Waterfall if you're playing on C, or if you're playing on 8, he's denying the stairs. And every single time you have to deal with all the utility. Meanwhile, you have to try to get into the spike and defuse it and kill every single one. If they get the space, there's no chance that you can try to make a retake. At least with this compo that they're playing.
But
how do you stop them?
The thing that's impressive to me is what the deadlock ultimately does with the wall is, you know, the sort of initial part of a round, like where like Nats on defense will like go and set up all his little trips, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna, maybe hit, I could take one back, or I'll put one here, my cam's gonna go up here, and you go, well, on attack, he's not gonna have time to do that. He does have time to do it because there's a deadlock wall, there's sensors, there's so many other pieces, there's the Teo salvos keeping them out of spots that then Nats can go, right, got my little time to put my setup in, and you see the amount of, not even just like, okay, you're going to walk into a trip or anything like that, it's the info that he gets off it. So it's like, okay, they're going to have to break that trip. Now I'm ready to swing off that contact. You're ready to take this thing, and you get that extra little bit of synergy off their own post plants. And that's before you even get any of the ults, which can pull a player out on their own, or just do, it's just a really nice comp once you get there. And all of that was set up by just Camo just diving in and getting an entry almost for free, it seemed.
It's completely true. And also they use the salvos on the entry. So they have the second salvos for the post play.
Yeah.
And so they're making a lot of time with the war, with the wall, with the stun, with the everything. It's so hard to deal with it. And if you have also salvos for the post play, what can you do?
Well, you can wait until patch 1009 apparently, and we will not be seeing that much longer. But another thing that also surprised us on the side of Team Liquid, yes, there is a lot of utility coming left, right, and center that can be extremely versatile. It's probably one of the reasons why we still have not seen the full depth of this composition. But, you know, we were very excited to see Kiko on the duelist, but Tom, I think he might just fully commit to the smoke sound.
He's a controller, man. We've actually had someone go back the other direction, where it's just like, somehow he's gone from being the star to taking a backseat and still being the star. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but yeah, Icebox was normally the map where he dominated on the duelist in the past. It doesn't seem like it's really necessary anymore. I think Camo does well to take that space, and then you leave him as like either a lurk or an extra piece of that puzzle, and he will find you value every single round.
Another maybe change in the composition looking for Icebox is honestly play with no duelist. I think that there is a lot of teams probably coming into today. They didn't want to make a lot of changes because maybe it's not the moment.
I'd like him as a Viper. Put him as your...
Nats!
Yeah,
Nats is on your team. Shut up.
But you can then add
to get rid of
you can add Cypher
I will
in.
agree with many things.
You can
I will
add
not
a
agree with this
Cypher.
one.
Hold on. I can agree on it. If we get him to play with the Viper, then Nats is free, and I can have him to be on my rankeds.
No.
It's a great
wait.
plan.
So he plays the Viper,
and then you have the Cypher. Who's the one man who can make Cypher work on Icebox? If you're going to tell me... Who's the one man who can actually make the Cypher work on Icebox? I think Nats could do it.
Yeah, but his Viper is so good. Didn't he finish that Icebox with like 200 ADR even though they lost?
Sure. But they lost.
But hold on.
Okay, Thomas.
So now you make a
yeah,
change.
so the solution
Trust me,
it will
work.
Okay.
And he's still going to get 200 ADR on
but
getting
the timings of his walls and everything is just so good.
So well, you don't think Hiko could do that?
No, honestly. I think that he's brilliant and many other things. He surprised me a lot when he was on the Brimstone and whatnot, but I do not expect a player just for being good to step into
when he switched to Omen.
Mommy, just
I think you would have said the same thing when he switched to Omen.
We can have him play on Omen. It's okay. He can play Omen.
Best Omen in the league? Question mark.
What was this? I mean, we have some contenders, but definitely the best reroll or one of the best rerolls that we've had.
I think he can do it. Maybe I'm just more of a Kiko believer than you are. That's okay.
I think that we're on the Cats train, but I'm more on the Nats and you're more on the Kiko. And I
just believe that Nats can do it on Cypher as well. You're just a Kiko hater. It's okay. We can move on.
Okay. Honestly, let's move on. Let's take a look at the standings and see how this last match, well, penultimate match, it has shapen up things. As I was saying, this on the right side, Group Omega, everything is locked. Team Liquid, the first one, the first seed. BBL second, Foot, and KC. And as I said, that means that BBL will be playing against Navi because it's C2 versus C3 on the first day, which means that for our next match, the loser will play up against Foot.
Wow.
Interesting, isn't it?
Well, it could be a chance for Fnatic to maybe get a little bit of revenge. They would, of course, have to lose to do that, so I don't know if they want that revenge just yet. Probably would rather have the freer way to get through into the bracket, but I think the bigger thing for Foot is that they've managed to basically get that seed. By KC losing, they don't go into that single elimination. And that's the terrifying prospect, because now you look at KC and go, okay, either someone else will have to beat Vitality, or maybe they will. And then you're going to have teams dropping down into that lower bracket as well. It's going to be a tough road for them, and I think they've got a lot of work to do to get to a point where they could qualify.
Actually, Carmine Corp is playing against Fanatic. No, against the loser of the winner.
He's trying to do it live on air.
Against
Too many. I'm lost. I'm
we'll
already
keep you
lost.
updated on
Too
that
many
one.
info.
Do not worry, because by the end of
Give me the
today, we
bracket.
will have a bracket, so we will show you like who's playing against who and all the information that we can give you. We will have that ready. But guys, let's take a short break, because after this, we'll have Heretics going up against Fanatic.
Still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease to That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this. Hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up. Might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few. Might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys when they talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys when they talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the odds, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up, been TT.
Hello everybody and welcome to Spray It, Don't Say It, a new segment where we're going to put players head to head to see who's got those drawing skills down. The way this is going to work, gentlemen, is I'm going to give you a card. On the card is a prompt. Don't say the prompt out loud. Don't write down any words that could give the prompt away. I'm going to start with yourself. Your prompt is given over here, Crash. 20 seconds on the clock. I'm counting in my head, so this is going to be more like 40.
I can't do that one.
Yes, the countdown. Yeah, we're going to get DMCA'd for that, so that's getting cut and posed.
I can make a song up.
Oh yeah? Give us it.
Yo, so good, I'm gonna draw. Yo, what's going on? His name is Crashies. He's drawing on a piece of whiteboard, looking so fly.
Oh, this is so hard. I lost for sure. I don't even know what I'm drawing.
What he's gonna draw. I might die. Hope I don't though, cause I played real good. Now I'm
It's so bad. It's so bad.
From the hood. He from
It's so bad.
Give you a 5-second count.
You better
4,
watch out, cause I'm
3,
gonna phone ya.
2, 1. Show us what you've drawn, Crashies.
Oh God! It's
oh
one of
my
the best.
goodness, that's
Can you guess? Can you guess what this is?
What is Crashies drawing here?
Is that Valorant related?
It is Valorant. They're all Valorant related. Crashies had to draw an ability.
Clothes thing.
That's a good guess.
Good guess, but
not
it is
quite.
not.
Not quite.
And what's going on with their face?
They're
Sky
blinded.
Flash. That's a Sky Flash!
I told you, bro. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Boaster.
Yes, mate.
Your challenge is to draw this.
Okay.
Okay. Your time starts now. Crashies, I don't know if you want to make up a song on the spot to sing for Boaster.
I got none.
No, nothing's coming to mind?
Jake Howlett. He's from London. That's my boy.
Oh?
That's my dog.
Oh?
I also call him my frog.
Oh.
There we go.
All right, pens down. What has Boaster drawn?
Is this an ability?
No, it's an area on a map.
Yes, it is an area on the map.
It's,
That's your
okay,
clue.
I know what this is. Okay, it's on ascent, and it's bench. We call it bench, but it's like close right mid.
Yeah.
With the
That's good
frog
enough.
on the
I think we
bench.
give him the points.
There we go.
Yeah.
That is Mishman.
That is me. Now, this is something that I think you'll be quite familiar with.
Oh, okay.
Can you visualize it?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, all right, this is good. The prompt is given. Your time starts now.
Yo, listen, I don't know if you've been listening. He's got this drawing and it's glistening. His hair's so fine, he went to the barber all the time. His name is Austin Roberts, and he's clutching so fine. There we go.
That was wonderful. Thank you very much for that, Boaster. I think we could do a whole segment with just you improvising songs.
I could do that.
3, 2, 1. Pens down.
Looks like he's drawing clouds there.
Let's see what he's gone for.
It's so bad.
Wait, it took you that long to draw that?
That's
after a long game, mate.
2025.
That's something.
It's the EMEA trophy.
I mean, I feel like you almost get half points because you said it.
Let's give him halvesies at least.
It was the Champs Trophy.
When?
2025.
That's not.
Honestly, yours was cooking though. It looked like a giant orb of like future success.
Aura.
It could be. If anything, I think that should be the inspiration for a revitalized Champs Trophy. We have to change it now. With these ideas, they're too good to leave behind.
Thank you.
Oh.
Okay, 20 seconds on the clock. It's a little bit of a tougher one.
Okay.
I'll see if you need another hint, but I'm pretty sure Boaster's drawing is gonna show you everything you need to see.
Equip in game.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta be running out of time here. Okay. Oh,
that is just not.
Did that help?
Smite?
Yes!
Really?
The Smite Outlaw. That was the problem. Good guess. Good draw. I have an extra one.
Two each.
Two each.
I think we got one more, right?
We've got one more each.
One more each. I'm going to the beach. I don't even know what I'm gonna say in my speech.
Oh!
Ousting, drawing, and snoring because I can't sleep because I'm goal scoring.
Oh.
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
Kill
Do you
scoring?
often snore when you don't sleep?
Oh, that's.
I think maybe.
He's done it there. It's video evidence.
Yeah. To be fair, I was sleep talking last night.
Yeah?
Yeah. Sue sent me some audios of me sleep talking.
Do you rant about Valorant in your sleep, or is it just incoherent rambling?
Depends. One time it was like, I'm sorry, I lost the clutch. Goodness.
I've got it.
That's it. I'm rubbing.
All right, the 5 count's coming in. 5.
I'm ready.
Oh, you're ready already?
I'm ready.
We're skipping the 5 count. That was a little over 20 seconds, but don't worry about it.
Ready.
Yeah, I'm ready for you, baby.
What are you seeing?
Boombot.
Let's go.
Immediately.
We're synergized now. We're synergized.
You killed it there, Crashies. I mean, we were warming up for a while there, but we've hit it out the park.
It's like a Haven 2v3.
Yes, sir.
Exactly. And now your final prompt. I'm curious to see where you go with this one.
Oh.
So, I mean, so far we've learned I'm artistically challenged.
We could say that.
Artistically.
We could say that. It's been up and down, but I think, you know, you really, you hammered it home in the end, and that's a strong finish is all you can ask for,
Actually,
really.
yeah, I agree. It's
know?
not how you start, it's how you finish.
Exactly. I'm going to go for the 5 count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Show us what you've got.
All right, it's the teddy bear, Tacti-Bear.
The Tacti Bear, exactly.
Let's go.
Nailed it. I mean, a wonderful performance, and I got to be honest, I don't think there was a winner today. I think we're all winners here today.
I
Wouldn't you
like that.
agree? Thank you very much for joining us for Spray It, Don't Say It. After today, I'm not sure who's going to be able to follow up on these artistic works of wonder, but it's been a pleasure having you with us today. Thank you very much, Boaster and Crashies. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and best of luck in your future matches.
Thank you.
Love that from you. What an outro.
Welcome back, everybody. Guys, how are we feeling? If you were to do that challenge, how many points do you think you get out of 10? 0?
Well, no, if he's drawing all of them,
You're
because I'm
guessing.
sure I can just look at this man and know he's brilliant. If I'm the one drawing, 0.
No, but I'm good at guessing.
There's a reason that I'm married to someone who can draw. And it's because I cannot.
She's your better half.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Not even within question. But
I
I cannot draw.
I trust that we can get at least 5 out of 6.
If you're drawing
Okay.
6 out of 6.
I have a solution for this. I have a solution. Ulises, I'm gonna write something here so I can also show it to the camera, and I'm gonna make you draw it. So Tom, look away.
Holy.
Let me write
Do
it
you really
first.
trust me?
I have to cover my eyes because there's a camera showing you over there.
Do you trust me? Tom,
Okay.
do you
Look
trust
at
me?
Who's saying that?
Can I get a single on this? 1 second. Let me put some more light in here.
I like how I have our producer just saying, don't look again and again
you've
and
seen
again.
It. Draw it.
Okay, how much time do I have?
I'm going to give you 1 entire minute, and Alberto's going to be counting on that. It's okay. Open. Tom, you can open your eyes. We have an amazing match ahead of us, and of course, you're going to have to do some introductions before Ulises finishes. So, on today's matchup, and based on the performances that we've seen this stage so far, who do you favor?
You're asking me if I favor Fanatic or my family?
Yes.
Obviously,
Some people, you'd be surprised with what some people might say.
No, I'll always back the Boos. Always. Also, I say Mini Boo is in probably the best form maybe we've ever seen him in. Obviously, the Champs run, he was also very impressive, but I think like he has been lights out the last few weeks. Kayak seems to think he can match it. I'm definitely excited to watch that, but no, I think just off form alone, I'd go Heretics, but both teams have been very, very good.
You got it? Okay, can I see it before? Yes, it's perfect. Show it to the camera first. Can we get a single on that one? Okay, Tom, what do you think that is?
Is that by any chance? Well, I'm guessing the person on the right that's not got the arrows is me, and then the other person is Mitch Man.
What do you mean? It's Sideshow.
Is it? Oh, okay.
It's an egg!
Either that or that's Weird Al Yankovic.
No, he gets it.
Yeah.
He was Mitch.
Is
He was
it-
always Mitch.
Oh, so it's not Weird Al.
is mage and so with him.
But you made an amazing drawing. Like, of course,
It's a decent one. It's a decent one.
It's good. It's good. I like it.
You can recognize properly.
I got it immediately. So,
I mean, I was thinking on painting an oldie.
It
was perfect.
The only thing you could have added is if it had a tiny body and tiny legs.
I was thinking
In fact, I think you can still do it. We're going to give you the time to do it.
There you
It is
go.
lovely when the vibes are vibing.
Completely realistic size.
As I was saying, it is lovely when the vibes are vibing. We love having a good laugh and a good time here. You know who also enjoys doing that? Apparently, it's Team Heretics and Fanatic. So take a look at this.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Hawaii.
Hawaii who?
I'm good. How are you?
Enes. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Who?
Who?
You're now.
Okay, Weber. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo who? Ah, well done.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
I think they will fake a lot with the drone. Smash me, smash my hand, bros. One more. Oh, give me the smash also. Ah, shit, what is happening?
Absolutely lovely to see that is the level that we get on in the stage most of the days. But today, the stakes are a bit different. We know that getting that first seed is an immense advantage because it's going to be one of the teams one match away from securing that ticket to Toronto. But when we look at the historical head-to-head between these two teams, Ulises, there is one team that is pretty much favored and is actually the only one with a positive record against Fnatic in VCT EMEA.
I mean, it's true that the first match was won by Fnatic, but at that time, Heretics wasn't that good. I'm sorry, Padre. I know that I'm talking about your Heretics, but at that time, it wasn't that good. But with this team, they never lost a single BO3. They only lost in a final. It was a BO5, but on BO3.
But it's Heretics in finals,
they never win finals, so that was a given.
Yeah, even.
So thinking of today and how this can be different, Tom, you already told me that you see that Heretics is in very good shape. What do you think are the hurdles that Fnatic have to overcome to be victorious and change the narrative a little bit?
I think, firstly, like seeing Woot in more comfortable positions has definitely worked out wonderfully, but he still has a few roles here and there that maybe the KO didn't look as good, so maybe there's a few maps that you could take them to, but also I think when we do eventually get ourselves towards the veto, the thing that's actually really solid for Fnatic is a lot of the maps that want to be played by their opponents are maps that they really enjoy. So it's not like they're going to be forced into any discomfort throughout this series. So I don't actually think it's like a margin of what do they need to counter, what do they need to do. It's just like, I think both these teams are in great form. I think on the day either of them can win. I'm just very slightly going the way of Heretics because of what we've seen just the last couple of weeks where Fnatic have had like the Vitality game where they definitely could have lost if it wasn't for a huge clutch from Bosa which turned them around, or even having that very close game versus Apex where they almost lost, I think it was split in like crazy OT. It's like they've had moments throughout the season where I'm like, ooh, that looks a little bit shaky, and I think Heretics might be the team to punish them on that.
Yeah, but when we think about Fnatic also, when we think about historically and the results that they've had in the stage group, this is a team that gains a lot of momentum, and when they start, they cannot stop, Ulises.
It's hard to stop them. I mean, if we remember every single group stage they had, they won every single one of them. There is only one time they didn't do it. It was on stage 1. It was the worst moment from Fnatic, and they lost 3 matches. One of them was against Heretics. But if we take a look on it, it's hard to think that they're losing in group stage. Maybe in playoff, but on group stage, it's Fnatic.
Well, you say that. The last 2, excluding the kickoff tournaments, they were the champion of EMEA both times. So even if on an international stage things have been a little bit more rough for them, they have still been the kings of EMEA when it came to last year, even though it wasn't as good as the year before. And coming in here, okay, sure, they lost the kickoff again, but always a tougher format, and that's where they're working things out. They've swapped coaching staff, and it's looked a lot better. And if we come to the end of the next few weeks and they're the champion again, I don't think there'll be many people at this this point, they'll be surprised.
Yeah, and probably one of the reasons that we've seen Fnatic in such good form, we're seeing them getting too many wins together. Of course, one of these two teams is going to end up with one loss. Is this man behind me? You saw him drawing a couple of minutes ago, but actually throughout this entire stage, he's been having amazing performances. Right now, he's first in clutch percentage, something that we have seen in the past, but it's so good to see that this is the kind of boaster that can take Fnatic to those global events and to have deeper runs and be top of EMEA resist.
And also the clutch minister is back. You were saying that we are used to it. It's true. Right now he's having a 37%. It's amazing. But we can remember that he also used to have a really good one in 2023, around 45% when he was playing on that time. And yeah, for sure, I think it's one of his best prime forms. I mean, it's not only that he's killing, his decision making is being the same one, and also he's killing. He seems to be having much more aim than maybe 2024 and even 2023. All the stats are with him.
I'll say as well, especially when you look at maps like Haven and Lotus, his calling has been almost impeccable. Like, I think you go back to that attack side calling on Haven versus Vitality, and it's some of the best calling I think we've ever seen. Like, he was playing like double fakes, like finding ridiculous amount of space, and just being able to pull the team through. But I also think that comes down to what we were talking about earlier, like having those positive vibes, having people like Crashies who constantly like bringing up the squad. Your job as an IGL becomes a lot easier when you're not having to micromanage an individual and you can just focus on, okay, we need to win these rounds. Because I think that's what half of the job is when you are that IGL, is like we saw earlier from Nats, it was getting the individuals back in check. Well, for Fnatic, he hasn't needed to do that, so he can just focus
I want to hear Boaster's speech. You know, like I want to see what he would say in that kind of situation.
I think we have seen it. It's mostly memes.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like I want to see a more serious one. I think that to me also something that is very important about Boaster in particular is that we have seen people succeed in the past, and many people have created names for themselves. But keeping this kind of performance for such a long time in a region that is very competitive, and also doing it from a standpoint of being a very happy person, but if you're a very happy person, you're most likely an emotional person, so it goes both ways. Like the highs are going to be high and the lows are going to be lows. But Ulises, you were saying that this is probably one of his best performances, one of his primes. Do you think this is the primest prime that we've seen from him? Or is this the one that can bring them back, you know, to being ahead of the curve and being top of the world?
It's hard to decide, because if we think that it's the best one right now, if we check the stats, maybe 2023 was a bit better. But it's not true, because on 2023, they won 9 out of matches, every single one of them. I mean, if you're never losing, probably it's easier that you are having better statistics. But if we check the decision-making that he's doing right now, every single call that he's making, Tom already pinpointed. And it's not only the call-out, it's also that he is brilliant individually right now. And he's clutching again, not like 2024 that maybe he was dipping apart. Right now, I think it's his prime. I think it's his best form.
I think also, when you look back to 2023, his individual level wasn't as important. Like, you had arguably 4 of the best players in the world at the time. I think we've seen, like, Alfie has been very good. I don't think he's, like, near where he was in 2023. I think that guy was maybe even the best player in the world at the time. And so I think that, and obviously Durka leaving, even though Kayak's been fantastic, that Durka level is maybe unmatched in EMEA when you go back even to last year. So I think him having good individual performances has been important, but he has, and that's been the main thing. Is like, I think his impact right now may be more, but obviously until you get to international events, we don't care.
Exactly, we do not care. Someone that definitely cares what form Boaster is going to be on, and someone that you have already mentioned, is Woods and Miniboo. I think that before we see this head-to-head and just focusing more on the side of Heretics, you're speaking about a Wood that is comfortable, and you know, we could say the same for Miniboo. And after their win versus Vitality last week, Wood and Benji had some spicy words about Fnatic's Haven. Take a look at this.
Because our double duelists are better.
Your double duelist is better?
Yeah.
Is your ISO better than Alphea's?
Yeah.
All right, Benji.
I think in the past, for example, if we take it all the way back to Shanghai, we stole 100 Thieves' bind comp, and we made it better than them.
And we won against them.
And we won against them. If I'm not wrong, Fnatic made or at least made the comp popular, so we've stolen it and we've made it better. So
Of the fact that Bench is a bit cautious, being like, well, they made it popular, because I don't know if they were like actually the first one to run it. But to be honest with that, we were kind of going with that same storyline. Oh, they're going up against Vitality, who was also running the same composition, and then they changed it on the day. Maybe even Vitality was convinced that Team Heretics was going to do it better. And on the other side, we see Kayak going up against this potential 2 duelist, saying that he's better than Minibu for sure. He will show him in 1 week. Obviously, this was last week. Do you think he's going to have enough, Tom, for Woods and Minibu?
It's going to be difficult. The thing is, I love this sort of stuff. Like, you need to be cocky if you're going to be a duelist player. If you're like a super passive, chill kind of guy, maybe pick a different role, because you need to be aggro.
Sentinel.
You need to be in your face. Yeah, exactly. Or maybe coach. But like, I think these sort of players, you're going to go in thinking you're the best in the world. And you know what? Kayak has already had the doubt of, oh, you have to replace Dirk. You're never going to be as good. Oh, we didn't make kickoff, blah, blah, blah. And then over the last few weeks, he has been filling that role. He's had those standout performances. He's been individually fantastic. So if anybody's going to go toe-to-toe with Minibu, it is this guy. And we know that sometimes Minibu does have quieter performances. He does get shut down. And when you're up against a Fanatic where everybody, even Boaster, is doing well individually, it might be a tougher time. And that might leave more openers for someone like Kayak.
Let's see, it steals Minibu. I mean, I talk about Minibu on week 4, and I can repeat the same message. He's winning to every single one. He's making a difference against every single one but 3 players right now. It was Molsey, the second one it was Cloud, and the third one that come into the list, I don't remember who was the third one, but anyways, only 3 players got to diff him. So you're talking about one of the most different duelists right now, and probably the best statistics around the world on the duelist role on VCTs.
Yeah.
And
it's hard to deal against it.
Yeah, and I think we also need to put into perspective, Tom, you were mentioning the difference between the Kayak and the kickoff and how he's evolving to now. We can say the same about Minibu. He did not have a good start of the year, and then when they went back into thinking about the Neon and implementing her in their compositions, we saw the kind of Heretics that is way scarier. We were speaking about Boaster. Do we think that Boo is also on his prime releases? Because, you know, he's going to have to step up today.
It's true that he has to step up, and I'm thinking if he's on his prime, and I think so. I mean, he's doing... we've seen that last year, if we talk about Heretics, they were gifted, they were playing around individual skills, and also bringing some micro-macro into it. But this year, they improve a lot. They're playing much more like a team. And that makes sense that Boo is also one of the minds that is behind it and must be working on it.
To me, I think when Abyss is not in the map pool, I don't know if he can be as in his prime, because for me, that's the Boo map, just like sitting there like an absolute rat, just making sure people can't defuse the spike. That for me is prime Boo, but I think that's the fun thing about this series. I think we have 2 very calculated, clever IGLs, and that could be the difference maker. Like, you have these individual superstars, but at the end of the day, we talk about what the best of Fnatic was so far this season. It was the calling.
Well, it is time, right? It is the final fight for Seed 1 in Group Alpha. Fnatic and Heretics might bring the good vibes, the meme, and the laughter, but when it comes to the server, both of these teams know exactly what's at stake. Let's send it down to the stage for the last match of the regular season.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, no. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Really, I can't keep up. Play follow Lita. Big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong. Come pay low. I've been on.
one of these two teams will close out the day one win away from securing Masters Toronto. Will it be Los Niños going back to that 2024 form that we saw, or will it be Fanatic revitalized and actually going back to 2023? Map veto is up. Tom, please walk me through this.
Well, I think immediately just seeing that Pearl out, not really too much of a surprise. But the main surprise for me is that Haven pick. It's something that Heretics are obviously very confident on, but I always thought that was a shoo-in for the third map, especially with Icebox being something we haven't seen much from Fnatic. I would have flipped those two, and that's where I expected the veto to go. Instead, you could argue Fnatic come in with their two best maps in the pool right now to kick off the series. So it just shows how confident Heretics are that they can beat them potentially with the exact same composition.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things that is not mentioned in this graphic is that Team Heretics was the one who won the coin toss, so they decided to be Team B, putting Fnatic in the predicament that they have to be the ones banning Pearl, because Team Heretics has also banned it in the past. If it's not the Pearl, it's the Fracture, so it's a good advantage for them. And they decide to go for the ban of Split, which every single time that Split has been open, Ulises Fnatic has decided to pick it.
Yeah, obviously they went into a map that they feel comfortable. And for me, seeing the beta right now, I think we can have even one of the biggest toms or one of the biggest matches, because we are going to have Lotus, Haven, and Icebox, 3 maps to fight over with 2 teams that are probably the best ones from EMEA right now, or they prove to be among the best.
Yeah, I think for the going into that first map, especially talking about Lotus, you know that a solid attack side is going to be coming from Fnatic. I think they are the best team probably ever when you look at the history of this map at playing with those rotations, constantly switching back and forth on the attack side, finding gaps in your defense. And then the opposing side have been running that sort of Neon Teo. Neo, there you go,
Neo.
Accidentally combined it. Mitch has done that before. And it allows for such levels of aggression that potentially you could see that taken away. I also want to point on Riens as well. If he's going to be playing that Breach, I think he's someone that somehow is still underrated, an insane individual skill player. But on this map in particular, how he's going to be able to set up those aggressive plays is going to be integral. And as said, Fnatic are very happy to sit back and wait. They will, however, be starting on that attack side, and that means that we're going to see that pacey Mini-Boo diving into sites and putting pressure on the likes of Althea, who's going to look to lock down C.
And I would like to know if Fnatic is going to be able to be fighting for Rubble. They normally like to do it, but you have a Neon plus Breach stuns, and also the utility from Tejo. It's hard to deal with Heretics compo, and they will have strong time to figure out where they're attacking when they cannot have control of any of the pre-sides.
Yeah, and thinking about the reps, right? Fnatic, they're experts in this composition. They've run it a lot of times. And this year, they're completely undefeated. On the side of Team Heretics, I would be concerned that they only have that one rep against Giant X with this composition. Or maybe do you think, Tom, that it gives them an edge because they haven't shown everything that they possibly have?
I don't think that Fnatic are going to be blown away with the surprise of this composition, but I do think that especially the Killjoy can be a little bit more difficult to run when you have a tail on the other side. Your delay and your setup can be obliterated if those salvos are put into good positions.
Okay, guys, let's wait no longer. I don't know about you, but besides a feeling 22, I missed Pampok, so I'm just going to toss it over to them again to see if maybe they want to cast this match again. As well, sorry.
Nah, don't worry about it. We are genuinely very on for this one. We are very excited for this. Fnatic up against Heretics. It is the best of the best, right? We've had the best of EMEA through 2023 up against now the 2024 team that kind of took the crown from them. We've got both undefeated sides, both vying for that one game away from getting into Toronto. That's what it is. There's so much on the line between these two, both in great form currently. After what was really a bit of an underwhelming start to the year, both have recovered.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I wouldn't even say this is almost redemption, but this is kind of return to expectations. When you look at both of these rosters coming in, I mean, early on, there were questions around Crashes and whether or not he'd be able to find his footing. True. I think that question's been answered massively on the side of Fnatic. And even you think back to, what Althea was saying in one of the interviews, I'm seeing movement and some question marks on the player count, so I'll keep talking for the time being. But Althea talking about everybody being, they're having fun, they're feeling confident, and I think that's a byproduct of why we see a clean record on Fnatic's side.
I mean, it's been marvelous seeing them put all the pieces together for the Fnatic side, and of course for Heretics as well. Similar things, watching them bounce back. It's hard to be a deep run team these days, it feels like. I mean, you only have to look as far to EDG, for example. Very hard at times to maintain
Fresh
consistency. It is a little fresh. But it's true, right? It is very hard to maintain that level of dominance. I think a lot of teams have suffered that, you know, the Champions curse, for example, being out there. But obviously, we're going to have a little bit of a remake here. We do have a monitor issue, I believe. So we will get that restarted for you guys. Hopefully, it won't take too long. Again, apologies for this. We're just going to get everything right here.
Well, with new equipment in,
yes,
I guess it's better to happen now, the start of the series, before getting a map underway. But
the hate watchers are eating so good right now.
Oh yeah.
There's Reddit threads.
I don't even want to refresh the VLR tab right now.
No. They're eating today. But as I said, let's get it all started now. Again, a lot of the kind of additional time we've been taking to getting into these games, in between the games and what have you, it has been to get the players comfortable with the new setup, get everything right. We are trying everything we can to ensure this goes smoothly. We don't want those stop and starts. So sadly, yes, it has happened at the beginning here, but fortunately, this should be a quick fix, I want to say, just because it is a monitor issue. I do hope, at worst, it'll be a change out, but that's not been said yet. So fingers crossed we get back in nice and quickly. We have had an update just now. We've got about 3 minutes, hopefully. If all goes to plan, we're about 3 minutes away from jumping back in. So again, thank you. Thank you for bearing with us.
That's a tiny tech pause.
So far.
Yeah.
So far.
But I do want to come back as well to the composition discussion, because I think Tom's kind of hitting on some key points here in terms of the comparison. Alfia's role is kind of different, and it's not even to say that it's about the approach for Heretics, but just by nature, right? The anchor becomes very vulnerable when you have both initiators to set up Miniboo playing the way he is. He can get ahead of util. It's not as if, you know, they get bogged down in choke points. They have so much util to clear space for him to move into, and that's where Miniboo has really thrived.
Yeah, bang on. Again, you could look through all of this, right? You've got the Boo against Boaster, Mini Boo against Kayak. There's so many comparisons to look at with these two. And again, both of them being the kind of paragons of EMEA's excellence throughout the various years here. So it's quite nice to actually see them finally go head-to-head in this scenario, both on that rebuild phase, both finding their footing throughout this. And if I'm not mistaken, again, keep in mind, I don't have my normal notepads, they're still in Berlin somewhere, but I'm pretty sure both of them only ever lost on Split and Ascent, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So wildly similar throughout, like actually terrifyingly similar. It looks like the issue has been resolved. We're just gonna be restarting the lobby just to keep you guys up to speed. So again, shouldn't take too long, and we should be back nice and quick.
Yeah, I think the only other outlier, I guess, from this year would be the loss versus Liquid for Heretics on Lotus. Sorry, obviously back in the lower finals, but. Again, same composition. You could call that a kind of a blip in the radar, but that was with the previous composition from Heretics, which was the Astra and the Fade, I believe.
Brother, my mind doesn't go that far back these days. It's
somebody
real short and sweet. Someone somewhere.
Yeah, somebody will be correcting that if it's incorrect. But obviously, another point that Tom made as well. It's possible to shut down Miniboo, and versus Giant X, I guess in week 2 was I wouldn't even say the one example of him being shut down, but certainly not having as much freedom, and it certainly wasn't reflected the same in terms of by the numbers, Miniboo's performance.
Yeah.
Which is weird to say that it was Giant X on the other side of that equation.
Isn't it? It certainly does make you put a little question mark by it. Just waiting to see if these issues are resolved. Seeing someone rejoining the lobby now. Again, trying to be as transparent with you guys as possible. Obviously, it's not what we were after, but I do see players starting to sit up. So things should be looking good. We've got players coming back into the lobby. So it should start nice and quickly again. Obviously, not how I wanted this one to begin, but, feels like it almost had to have one. Get it out of the way, and then we'll be underway. But how are we feeling about the veto, though, Mike? Anything standing out to you here? Are you happy enough seeing it go down this way?
I don't think any surprises. Like I said, other than the loss to Liquid, both teams very well versed on Lotus, especially with obviously Heretics finding their groove across the map pool with the neon kind of showing here and there. I think this is probably Well, probably the best showing we've seen from Heretics, certainly adopting this. Again, the breach Teo, it's not traditional, but it's to reinforce that front line. It's to put Miniboo into positions quickly, particularly on the attacking side, obviously, to get ahead of Util, get into the back lines, and completely open up rounds single-handedly.
Yeah, and again, another little update. We're just going through the ready checks now, so that should only take a moment, and then we'll be resuming shortly. So once again, thank you for your patience, and hopefully everything from this point onwards will be running smoothly. So, I'm with you on all of the points, though, Michael. I can't say I disagree at all.
Even to come back to that, I just looked at it, versus Giant X, it was the 13-8, and even so, Miniboo still went even in open duels. It was 6 first kills, 6 first deaths. So even if he's going to get into that position and you still find the trade, he's done his job. It's not as if, I'm talking about the other maps where Miniboo's almost gone, kind of double positive and absolutely farmed the enemy team.
Absolutely.
Even if the plan B is for him to get in, get his one, and then fall. I mean, the second layers being Rians and Wu, they have looked fantastic this stage.
They certainly have, and something else that looked fantastic is getting back into game. So thank you for bearing with us. We are ready to go. So jumping in, if you are just joining us, Heretics will be on the attacking side here, and Fanatic on the defense. Again, the parallels between these two feels like you could go on for hours, but we have to see the proof in the pudding once we are in on the server. Looking at this, do see the Sheriff out for Alpha and Kron, actually. So both of those going to be adopting that on the other side. Ghost with just that reinforcement of the light shields with the classics.
You're getting underway now.
Not ready yet.
We see little play out actually from C from Fnatic. So not going to be anybody on the other side to greet things. Was on technically on the other side, but now anticipating a flank coming through.
So aware from Woot, really heads up, time to tuck back into the pack. And that should be very informative though, but it looks like they're trying to pivot themselves through towards B.
Careful here.
Which there is a little bit of a gap, but potential here for a pinch. If that's the end goal. They're very cautious in approach here. Obviously, Wall will go up on the flank. Spike not committed just yet. It's in a bit of an awkward position with Boo here. So he's got a wide open cross now, down to 32 HP.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble calling back Riens potentially to try and assist here. Now, it looks like Fnatic don't want to continue down that path completely. You still have Alpha semi nearby, but you're going to see Chronicle rejoin towards that B site and maybe work their way back through. But a bit of a standoff, really, of who moves first. And, of course, Heretics will have to eventually get towards that A site. Benji trying to lock down towards that mini room. Boast has already cleared him. That's the, well, I mean, the wall was already triggered, but that's all that post-plant utility potentially removed. Any of that pressure he could have had. They're really cornered in on this site, Mike.
Yeah, and full control of the flank as well, with Alpha kind of hanging around here. You see the pings coming through towards Woot's position. Maybe almost has to find something here. Actually caught in the seas, but able to duck away to the bottom of the rope.
That's lovely. That's lovely. Trying to face this smoke together. Oh! Riens more than faces it. Finds Chronicle inside it. Do they still expect Kayak? We're going to need some pressure to come in through Tree or through CT. Something to turn the eyes away here because Heretics are pretty happy. They're not feeling pressured. Finally, the punch has come back in, but Riens is on a tear here. He might be the one to have to stand and deliver all by himself, but the time has gone. And I think Crashies knows that. Beautiful attempt, but just too late.
And it almost felt like Fnatic was sitting back waiting for somebody to get aggressive on the side of Heretics, but with a blind kill into smoke from Riens, that kind of just completely stops them in their tracks. Have to see whether or not they were, actually the replay if we caught any of that, but whether or not they were waiting on a cooldown or something. You see then the next step being Kayak's kind of just left to wait for something to happen, but it never ends up coming through. I mean, Rien's done fantastically well.
Okay, so the right click did
The answer's there from Crashies, but like we said, the time almost deciding that one for them. The Heretics on the board first.
Again, for me, if Riens gets a bit of a heater going, then I'm on board a little bit more, right? Because I know that Miniboo can deliver. I know that we've got Wu up there. I know that we've got like Benji being a bit more clutch these days. But if Riens starts activating, getting that like good game started, that's a scary Heretics. Right, that is a very scary concept. Now, in this sort of round, you're looking at what Fnatic are bringing in. It's not a great deal. Getting a good lay of the land, though, would be valuable. Understand what's going to be coming their way, get a bit of a grip on it, and maybe try and get a couple of kills. Make it costly if they can. Again, at this point, Miniboo's got to be cautious. There's a lot of pressure in here. This seems a little bit untoward.
Oh, there is found him. With the aftershock.
Okay, that's probably not how they wanted this to go, Mike, and I get worried here. I don't think you can make those mistakes against this Fnatic.
Whether or not the weapon being passed across is going to make a difference, but Crashy's down to 49 HP, was tagged up in that exchange. Still tagged up, but yeah, it's Woot to wrap tree and find the kill regardless. Looking for no more deaths ideally here, and yet Rienz and Benji
better
finding 2 kills. Now just Chronicle left.
Yeah, felt like they got a bit serious towards the end then. Kind of sending in Mini Boo, hey, make a play, make something happen, sure. That felt a bit too far, especially with the weapon he's coming in with. Maybe not the ideal choice. I mean, he's still got 1 and he died to Rienz. If anything, it's not technically his fault, but felt a little bit wild. But hey, it's still Heretics. They found that stability in the end. They're going to walk away with 4 standing, and Chronicle only gets out with that Marshall.
May find. Yeah. This obviously is a lesser purchase from Heretics here. Still going to get away. I mean, the priority being the Bulldog and the Guardian.
Yeah.
Chronicle's just going to give it up to Spike now. So 2 on the board for Heretics. Again, you can see here respect shown at the start. They're kind of anticipating Fnatic maybe setting something in motion. Again, like I said, I mean, this is the fail-safe being, right? Put Mini Boo in a spot as long as he's traded. But I mean, he's got his.
I guess he wasn't traded.
Rienz is the one to trade it, but just ult economy. It's just controlling the ult.
Well, welcome to Fnatic. There's going to be Odins. There's going to be the Viper. It's going to be rough. Now, if you're Heretics, you've got to be aware of this. I want to see if that Guardian's maybe put to practice towards that. If there's something they have in mind of dissuading this positioning. We've seen that they can be a little bit versatile with be a Chronicle here or Boaster here. But I do want to see how well this gets dealt with and how far that gets checked, if I'm honest, Mike, because you can't let them stick towards this. It is so oppressive.
You've got to show respect to it. A little bit of utility invested here. Kayak's going to allow safe passage, but actually finds Mini Boo.
Hey, that's the tip of the spear gone, and Mini Boo's been good for it normally. He'll get you a 1 at least, but Woot hindered on the way across so far. Trying to slip ahead. He's made it towards this, and he's got the spike. So if he gets a little too lost in this, ooh, that could be an issue. Now, Boaster going to be challenged, is running low on bullets, down to about 8, so has to back away, pop the smoke up, get the reload, and hopefully buy a pause here, because Woot would love to just get back to the pack, get away from this. It's a little bit too much on the plate for him. Maybe looking at other options now.
Really weird pause, but Heretic have actually found themselves a little bit of space to work with now. B site wide open for the taking. Yes, from the previous series as well, we're asking the same question, testing the B site retake. Satchel will break. Oh, I actually thought it broke the plant, but it didn't.
No, still got that one through, so time on the side. 2 noted on the drone as well here. Woot still expecting maybe a swing or some pressure coming in from that top side, but eyes back towards that seaside connector. Timing on that. Ooh, he's playing it really close.
Awkward.
But he's got a corner to play into. Nice from him. Boaster could spam that out for all he likes, but Woot somehow dodging it like Neo. Only down to 66, still standing, still breathing, and down to this 4v4. Rienz starts to get the pressure going, and now they have to start pressuring back. They have to get away in, and they've got nothing here. Chronicle's got nothing to do but back away and save.
Whether or not that's going to be the setup for B-side going forwards. So typically, Fnatic able to coordinate very effectively in terms of retaking B, but not this time around. 3 on the board now. What to say? I'm curious actually. Again, eyes go towards the replay. I mean, Woot has just no respect at all towards Fnatic here with the Guardian as well, getting super aggressive. It's Rienz to set things in motion once again with the fault line also. That second push back towards CT.
They mollied them. Bro, guys.
Did they molly themselves?
I was going to say, I wanted to know where, actually, yeah.
Yeah, because it felt like Fnatic were incredibly slow at starting that retake. It felt like the tempo was completely off, so maybe there was something that hindered the progress, but you can see the impact it's already had. Heretics get to convert, bonus going forward. They're on 3 and 0. They're going to start building up those ults. You heard Rienz invest his. sure. But hey, if that's your fail-safe, if that's your make sure we get this one, hey, screw it. You know what I mean? That's fine. But at this point now, it's Chronicle with just that hero rifle, and that's all they got.
Yeah, I'm with you. The investment comes through, and if it's around the forces, Fnatic back down to a lesser purchase, you can't question it, really. Sheriffs to complement Chronicle's rifle. Benji and Boo both find kills now.
Both sides of the map as well. C side now down, and one close on the other side. It is supposed to smoke. Kayak tries to find a little bit of a corner to play from, get a bit cheeky, pushing up, and it's just been caught. Heretics is default. Really good awareness. I like this again. If you're looking at Heretics, they're crossing the T's, dotting the I's. They are doing what is necessary, right? They've held this kind of more passive, patient default, about 30 seconds. They do need to start building towards the C side. Hard to get past this Viper, though, and Kron is the one with the rifle, 25 seconds. You might be considering that look towards B, but it's the unknown. Mike, they're running this late.
They are, but the flash actually forcing Chronicle off the angle. Can't shut down Miniboo on the way in. The smoke will seal off the side for the time being. Miniboo finds it, Benji to follow up, and it's an in-zone flawless here. But Heretics fourth. Again, kind of calling it a weird pause in between in the previous round, but here it's very tempered, considered. Yes. Fnatic have kind of a ratty setup. I guess is the second wave, but like you said, with both kills coming out on opposite sides of the map, it gives Heretics so many options.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Unfortunately, Chronicle can't get much done there with the rifle.
I will find you, Omen.
Ultimates, I guess, well, on the brink of ultimates for Fnatic.
Oh, look at the pace here. Look at this. Right off the rip, Miniboo in, taking space. Does get put down to 25 HP, though, so yes, he's in the back lines, but he's fragile here. Root's been denied over towards A, so they're losing out on presence, but this pathing from Miniboo is curious. Rather than sitting safe on CT or backing away, he might have the flank of the century.
They're not expecting this at all.
They have no idea about this. Does he pull the trigger on the first? He does. Spots out two more. He doesn't need to do too much. He's got teammates to bank on, and they're there for him. Heretics finding the smallest of margins to operate from. Rien's up against Alpha. Beautiful from Alpha and Kron on the site, but bloody hell, that almost flipped around. Credit to Fnatic, credit to Chronicle and Alpha in the end for doing the damage back. But that felt like he was on a knife's edge there. Heretics with Miniboo's heroics nearly undoing all that damage early on.
Well, it's this sort of scenario, right? Doesn't find a kill, but he's so slippery immediately up into heaven, and he's backstabbing the A site setup. I mean, it's the timing's fantastic. You almost, in that situation, leave Boaster and go for he's inside his smokes, right? Leave Boaster, go for a second kill, but maybe a little greedy in the moment. But it's Chronicle's 3K on the way back in that swings it for Fnatic.
And it was slick from Kron too. That looked real nice. If he's got a bit more of that, it's game on. A little bit of a high-low setup, it looked like for a second. Over towards that box on A. The downfall of Sugetsu. But at this point, could be rewarded. Kayak has support here. That smoke will occlude some of the vision, but he still has at least one by his side. Now spotted, has to get out of there, and they fall back slightly.
Shadows traveling.
No harm, no foul initially, at least. Boaster down to 85, but still comfortable in terms of the damage. Unfortunately, Heretics got their sights set towards the position of actually both Alpha and Chronicle. Only one actually got a little high-low setup here, and it delivers.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. Alpha the only one remaining alive, but that's fine. Job done. Spike spotted. Effective trading in, leaving them just with two. Yeah, Benji's got ult, Boo one away, but I mean, the biggest part is really the paranoia, but the off angle just so much better. Alpha closing it out with 4 in the end. That little high-low setup, Mike, was the be-all and end-all that round. Fnatic kicking it up a gear now.
Yeah, and it's ballsy as well to commit to that, but both kills initially going their way. Seemingly on the back of nothing. I mean, I believe there was a molly below where they were positioned. Yeah, you can see here on the replay. It just so happens, even when the trade comes through, Alpha delivers even further.
Kron, what is this do, bro? What? They can't do anything to us, bro. What is...
Yeah, rightfully so. Yeah, can't do anything to them. Like I said, it's on the X-ray there when you see they're drifting towards the side, but effectively both stall agents. But pace change here, Lauren.
Yeah, instant tail ult going to come through, but you can see the answer coming back in. Straight away, the fade ult layered on top as well from Crashy's kind of sending it back, slowing down the pace here. The tempo now denied. Miniboo couldn't take what he wanted there. He couldn't build up from that.
Stopped in their tracks, but an exchange of ultimates at least. Hold on, Miniboo's actually going to get a second shot at this.
Trying to play him in. Drone's gone in. Oh! You can see what they were trying to do. He does actually catch Chronicle, but there's still Kayak standing. Can't get past both of them, but Boo's broken through over towards Tree, so the fight back kicks in by the door. Fnatic, brilliant priority on the fights here. Really well handled. You could see the tempo and the pressure from Heretics was sky high. Playing through that, it felt like it could have gone either way, but Miniboo being handled after that pick, I don't know how he even got Kron there.
It's on the back of just the one ultimate as well, meaning Fnatic maintain this ult cycle. Everybody except Crashies with theirs available. Again, situation here. Miniboo's got in, he's got the kill, but the space, they can't convert that pressure into space behind Rubble.
Nice, we got
Fnatic find the response
now.
here. I do see a timeout. I'm waiting to see.
They're all good, Heretics.
So the music, music kicks in, then I feel a little better about it. Still one to the good in terms of the overall score, but maybe something that Neil's spotted that needs addressing. And all things considered here, it's a broken purchase with Benji down on the Guardian, but some ultimates to make something work.
And yeah, it feels like you can't get a fair fight against Fnatic. You know, as much as Heretics are trying to play in Miniboo very well. I mean, you look at the utility that was being put through towards that blue room, trying to get him played in. You can see the ults there. Everything that came in, he wasn't able to convert cleanly, right? The trade's coming right back through. Yeah, you got down, who was it? You managed to get Chronicle. Okay, Kayak gets the trade. You look over towards C in that previous round. Yeah, you got down Chronicle again, but Alpha's there and gets 4 instead. They are tightening up this spacing perfectly. They are making it very hard for Miniboo to have that freedom that we know he is lethal with. If he's given too much, he can absolutely run away with the game. Right now, not being given over at all, but plenty of ults to play with here, Mike. I'd love to see them start trying to utilize this here.
We've seen anything built around it, but pressure on the back of the paranoia. Force a rotation from Heretics, at least herd them away for the time being. Rians collects the orb, one away from the Rolling Thunder now. That same set up towards C here behind Alpha and Kron. Difference being here, a lockdown and the pit. So if Heretics get in and find a plant here, unless they can convert it into some sort of pressure into CT, going to struggle here on the retake.
Certainly would. Stalled out. 50 seconds now. That C site just doesn't look all that available. Some of the utility cycling back up though here for Woot.
You can already see now, immediately Alpha slipped into the lockdown position. So I think Heretics are maybe going to explore back towards Rubble. Both are still patrolling, just jump spotting. TP will come through. On the other side of things, actually it's Boot deep now behind enemy lines.
And Bo's trying to get a bit cheeky here, trying to play off the wall, going to catch one, punishes Woot on the cross through towards Tree, but they still have site control. Crashy's nearby with the C still in hand. Plant's going to come in though. Nothing to deny that here. We've got a late lurk as well from Benji coming into play, but that's a while off yet. So these three on the site, Mike, have their work cut out. They've got a lot to handle.
Actually, the Rolling Thunder's going to stall a little bit of time and actually force them deeper in towards the waiting hands, and Benji finally pins it down. Crashies will fall.
Yeah, that got dicey. Miniboo, though, trying to get involved here and gets denied. He's actually got Boaster in that. I didn't... Okay, baffling to me, but fair play. 3v3 now, and they've got problems on the back lines. They try and fight forward. Benji goes down, removes that pressure. Now, time is of the essence. Time to go, Riens. How much can you do?
What?
I mean, where are you meant to go here? It's a gamble.
He's going to get detained.
He can't do anything about it, and the knife's on the way. Chronicle.
The time's already passed,
I thought he was going to go for the knife. Bloody hell. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Just a moment too late there. I think maybe actually on my part, I thought there was another maybe 3 to 5 seconds when the lockdown's invested, but you see that's why he gives it up, gets detained and kind of draws him out.
Yeah.
But again, a very fine margin for Heretics to actually win out here.
Last player standing. Successful. One enemy remains.
That's why we see, I mean, Kayak kind of swinging onto that. He's got no more time to wait. Needs to get onto the half defuse as soon as possible. And you can even hear Benji there just kind of crediting the Rolling Thunder, the ult one for Heaven, to force him a little deeper. Wasn't as clean as you'd like, but still got the job done.
Kill's a kill, right? Kill's a kill at this point.
That's what I say.
It's a classic. it's the Hypop special. Similar scenes here, similar starts. Only one player towards that blue room so far, though, so waiting to see if that becomes exploited or even identified. Kayak taking a lot of space over towards Mound as well. Deeper line adopted now with this operator, but you can see the unorthodox angle Benji's trying to play with. Maybe aware of this, maybe considering that this could be in play. Waiting to see who blinks first.
That's the thing with Fnatic, they're so comfortable being mobile on the defense. And another thing that's been credited is how well Boaster's calling right now. So these mid rounds are probably why we see Heretics so cautious in terms of the. Oh, that's not very cautious.
Oh, that feels awful. After all those compliments, he dies like that, but Kayak trying to hold on to the site here. Should take away Miniboo and slow this down, but he has to respect the ult that came in from Benji. So backs away safely, waits for support, and they'll have to play retake now.
Launching thorns.
A man to the good, call it 2 with Rian's down at 14 HP. Kayak still looking for something with the operator. Benji up close and personal will get punished. Now a 4v2.
Yeah, this gets tough. 10 seconds still for Wu to even have those salvos online. He kind of needs to play the site. Maybe a little bit unexpected here, but he couldn't convert onto the second, so only one to be had. Leaving Rienz with 14 HP and not much to say about the matter. No util to stall, no health to play around. A solid attempt here, but Crashies, a safer pair of hands. Keeping this scoreline nice and close now at 4-5.
And Alpha's, we'll see, rifle conceded there. He'll be fairly comfortable. Have to see just how it does end up landing. Yeah, Boaster maybe just a complete misread on the timings or noting a few players because he goes for the TP. I guess to catch a rotation towards A. But Crashies wasn't necessarily under any pressure, so I'm curious as to how he's caught off guard there. You see the angle's given up by Kayak with the operator, so there's nothing to stop a dry swing onto him.
Oh, Kayak trying to path his way out of what felt like the floor turning into lava, but he does get to keep himself standing. Takes a bit of damage for it, but obviously you can see the buy on the other side for Heretics. As threatening as that felt initially, it is still just Sheriffs here.
Yeah. I'm feeling as if this one's going to be tipped towards Fnatic tying things up.
There.
It's around like this where Miniboo, love to see him have his ultimate, but Spam not connecting for Chronicle, and nothing noted from Crashies either, so it's going to be the, well, I was going to say confirmation on the back of the util potentially, but Crashies does spot a few players, so Chronicle's going to get overwhelmed.
Okay, it was a great target, great selection from Heretics to focus towards Kron, maybe trying to catch him in that like awkward second between util, but Crashies is still here. Good hold on the first, but he takes a lot of damage for it and decides, yeah, no, I don't like this scenario. I don't like what I'm seeing. I need a bit of support here, but Rienz and Woot still doing damage. Now, Rienz has got the upgrade. It may not be ideal, and it's certainly not going to work out. Alpha controls the site, sharp on the corner, and they handle all the pressure. Heretics, though, making something of that round, right? It wasn't a complete blowout. It wasn't feeling certainly too safe. They got pressured here.
I guess keeping the economy honest on the side of Fnatic. So finding the 3 kills on the back of just pistols invested. But like you said, great isolation on Chronicle. Unfortunate that Rienz can't get much else going with the Odin, but
High five.
things tied up now, 5 apiece. Only ultimate available for Heretics being Woots, but only a couple of orbs for Rienz. Miniboo once again straight up the guts here. Plenty of space to work with.
It looked like Alpha was hunting him. He was.
Right, oh, Woot's got a second!
Alpha! so deadly when he gets into the flow of things. But it's all on Rienz again. Heretics hitting those stumbling blocks, and Chrome with that slow crouch around the corner. They've taken the lead away here, Mike. It feels like Heretics have been, I don't want to say red, but Fnatic understand those win cons when they come against this sort of team, when they come against your Mini-Boos, your Rienz, how they're trying to approach it with Woot here, even just compositionally. It feels like they have a very solid footing in handling this.
Yeah, and that almost feels like one of those rounds that's almost strat roulette for Fnatic. They're able to crunch so quickly. After they know Mini-Blue's kind of slipped in onto B site, in the blink of an eye, there's 2 or 3 kills that favor Fnatic. And Crash is absolutely right there. Yeah, there's no answer to that second wave of pressure. If Mini-Boo doesn't pin somebody down that first engagement, Fnatic absolutely nail the response.
And again, here we go. Another attempt to set up Mini-Boo, to set him into motion here. And once again, someone falls, someone fails. It's Mini-Boo and Boo, both going down in the blink of an eye. Fnatic are so well equipped in this game. Heretics, it's rare to see them hit this sort of hard margin where they just can't seem to adjust through. This is brilliant to witness. Now they're going to invest the ult, though. Try and give them some pathing in. Give them a bit of safety to work with. Maybe secure them the plant at the least.
Certainly doesn't feel comfortable though in a 3v5. 2 Guardians and a Stinger. To make something from nothing here. Alpha giving the operator 20 HP on him, so expect him to play this one a little slower. Or not, Benji's going to be rewarded here. No. Identified immediately. The spam comes through, not connecting though. But the fault line in return could be interesting.
Nice try, but it's down on just the salvos. They've got so many bodies that they can put to this that I don't know what... I mean, it's a nice try for Whoop, but there's nothing more to do, right? Just put the salvos on the spike and let's go next round, because 7-5, Fnatic, once they found that answer, once they identified their win cons, Mike, they have not dropped the ball. This has been a masterclass from Fnatic in response to Heretics. Start from them. Heretics took the initial lead and it was ripped away as Fnatic sit at 7-5. Finally unmuted here, Mike. Really was going for making my point there, but is what it is. But no, 7-5. How do we feel about what we've seen so far? Because I feel like there was a real clear halfway point in that first half that completely changed the pace.
Sure, and not even necessarily I would usually credit towards the timeout, but I think we have to credit it towards Boaster's grasp on the game, right? There's a real turning point there where Heretics aren't rewarded on the front line. They're not rewarded for that initial engagement, and just the mid-round looks absolutely flawless from Fnatic time and time again.
Second half, though, new challenges presented here. Can Heretics find a way back through? Because I do feel like, as we said, as we highlighted, and as visually seen, that round 5 hit and then barely got a look back into the game. So patience as a start from Fnatic. No quick moves, no quick looks. Maybe trying to identify any of these little trap plays going on, or maybe get just a glimpse of a player to begin with.
Yeah, definitely cautious. Even the tap of the orb. We'll draw out smoke at least. You call it a little win for Fnatic here. At least a window of opportunity for them, but no real progress to write home about just yet.
It's oddly quiet, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the ping's coming through now indicating Fnatic's intentions.
Gotta go.
At least there, Miniboo will, even if he doesn't see it, will get the minimap confirmation on the back of that peak.
What a strange little round we're having here. The paranoia to break through with the Tejo salvos. Heretics with a little bit of a set play in mind. Boaster tries to make a bold attempt, but Woods having none of it. He flies in. Yeah, this has been, again, a masterclass from Heretics.
Yeah.
They were so ready for that, it felt like. It sat towards B. They kind of had the little setup in mind. The paranoia, the salvos, it was all there.
And there's maybe Fnatic cautious to maybe sniff out a stack somewhere, or maybe a little proactivity, but Heretics very well positioned to deal with that pressure once it finally comes through. There's actually almost a stack of utility invested in here. Yeah, Boaster desperate to try and convert the paranoia, but Woot's close enough to completely mitigate that risk.
Toxins going up.
At least bring it within one round now for Heretics.
Oh, the timing. Oh, hold on. Boo's gone down. Is that Bulldog? Which side of the door did that fall on? I guess in front at this point.
Yeah,
so
it should be in front, yeah.
That's a lovely little upgrade if they can get their hands on that.
There.
Wait, where did it go?
No, it was on the other side, I guess.
Yeah?
Yeah, there we are.
Well,
okay. So, got it nonetheless.
Yeah.
Crashy's happy with that.
I mean, it's lucky as well that they can't get there quicker. Miniboo, obviously, only on a pistol. You can see, actually, that's probably why Heretics almost over-rotate to respond to that opening pick. What can Crashies do with this rifle, though?
2 seconds on the haunt, but he wants that corner. He wants to try and play to this. Clearing through blue room. Certainly indicative of this B pivot now coming in.
Yeah,
play.
ton of information, though, with that aftershock being invested.
Yeah, still got a little bit of kit here. Paranoia still in play too. Benji's got to respect this. Fnatic looking hungry, try and gap close on one of them. Any missteps, Heretics are in trouble, so they've got to be really careful about this. And again, Crashies is your danger man. He's got a lot of work in front of him, though, if they want to make something happen with this. Send the C's down towards the connector side, and they try and play together as a pack. Try and stay together, and it looks like they're going to try and frag out together as Crashies does take away Miniboo, and Benji's being held back. And Kayak going to set him up. Just trade me, trade me. He doesn't even need to trade. They've lost down the site, though. A good reaction from Heretics to try and fight this back. Halfway achieved. Crashies has done so well here. And I've got to say, Fnatic has done so well here. There's the horn, sat in the back pocket. It is just perfect. I am absolutely in love with what we're seeing here today.
I mean, the fact that they don't get the half forces the hand of Riens. Has to come through and try and push a little deeper. In again, a lucky spam actually outside the smoke that gets the 2 kills onto Fnatic, but Crashy's making that Bulldog work.
And it's just that everyone was playing around it too. It wasn't just, okay, cool, we've got a Bulldog, I'll sit back and play like post-plant. It's get proactive, just trade me, I'll fly in for you. Like everyone playing as a collective, running that is just marvelous to see. And again, to do it against a team like Heretics.
That I missed the guy, but thank God.
Yeah, thank God.
All good, all good. And they flipped the script around. Look at the state of Heretics now.
Well, actually going to get aggressive on the back of the fault line here, potentially. Double stuns come through. Miniboo. Good for one, but can they control the spike now? Oh, no. Fnatic going to respond in kind.
Absolutely not. Even trying to get that Bulldog back is brutal. You know, slides away in the hands of Miniboo. Well, that's gone. I can't get it back here. And we kind of talked about, or even saw earlier on, Fnatic's very slow default in these scenarios where they're happy to take their time, cross off all the list of potentials, very patient. And again, if you're Heretics, I don't mind it. Go for it. Try and make something happen on a round like that. It's no skin off my nose. But obviously it will more than likely be 9 now for Fnatic, who've come into this very well prepared. I feel like we're seeing an elevated Fnatic here, pushed to get stronger and a little bit, you know, further up the, I'd say, preparation list by the likes of Heretics. You can't let Heretics have their way ever.
No, you're absolutely right. They boot other side of the world to what's going on here at A
30
site.
seconds left.
Only a sheriff in hand. I was even thinking about who fell on. I mean, it's Crashes that falls, so there's what, potentially a bulldog that's missing over towards spawn. Yeah. I'm not even going to go. Yeah, not even going to go for the rifle. So, and try his luck here with an exit with the sheriff at least. But Kayak and Alpha, yeah, potentially looking to get a little curious. Wow.
Come on, Boo. I'm down. If you want to get a couple more like that.
Give us another. One more.
One of us. NT. But hey, Fnatic 3 standing. Another round on the board. Heretics, I'm waiting for that other timeout to hit now. Like, maybe not in this round, I don't know, but you got to get a grip on this game pretty soon.
I mean, this is going to be double digits. There, money's in the bin.
I mean, getting real close.
Yeah, close to the TP, but still halfway to. I mean, the real playmakers in terms of Miniboo, Woot, and Rians and their ultimates. Really well handled from Fnatic.
Yeah,
though.
pick another, bro. I'm taking it.
Alpha almost hoping you would peek another one. Kind of egging Boo on. A little bit of aggression on the side of Heretics here to try and control this early engagement towards Rubble. Showstopper invested though.
Well,
and Miniboo, yeah, caught with his pants down.
That's how you deal with Miniboo, I guess. Cleared within, you know, still above a minute 15, and Alpha's punished Boo at the same time. It feels like the stars are constantly aligning for Fnatic. Nothing seems to be going wrong, and Heretics can't seem to get anything on their side. And it feels so rare to see, because we've had this run so far in stage 1 has been both of these sides near on untouchable. So seeing Heretics faltering and not having those nice reactions or good timeouts, those, you know, nice adaptations and adjustments, it feels quite of a stark contrast to how that regular player's kind of gone.
Obviously going to be a pretty rough decision to make here if they don't get a kill ahead of Fnatic potentially finding a plant. It's freestanding. It'll be Fnatic on double digits, like I said, the money in the bin effectively for Heretics. Benji not in a position to really stop this. The information will be there. Can he find a kill or two on the backstab? At least one.
Yeah, nice from Benji. Still very paranoid about that very long-term eventual flank that is coming in. Chronicle slowly but surely getting there. He's going to have to bank on the rest of the boys to find some impact. Yeah, Boaster going down does change things here. Bonk. Yeah. Okay, so they know there is a player behind them. Does this then spur them on towards the site? Because there'll always be a little bit of caution shown from Kron, right? You can't just run in there, but Kayak ready to receive. And now Crashes is down low. It's not... Oh! Woot, you are an animal! What is going on with Woot right now? Crashes? 13? Not gonna happen. Woot's had a belter of a round. Give me that replay. Some of these shots, it looked ridiculous.
And snatching that away. It was a 5v3 for Fnatic.
Oof.
Great work from Heretics. Again, a player that's delivered time and time again in the form of Woot. And like I said, it makes it a little awkward because at some point there you're thinking, yeah, if Heretics don't find a kill ahead of the plant, I mean, what, somebody falls ahead of being able to establish some sort of formation in the retake, you got to think they're looking towards saving those rifles. So almost a huge bailout.
Oh, we've got a fast start here for Miniboo with the salvos coming in. Yeah, looks like it. Trying to set him up again, but we saw, I mean, well, they don't have Kayak's ult this time, right? So
yeah,
a little bit different in that regard.
Looking to maybe punish the TP of Boaster across towards Rubble here. Will Boo get nah. The sixth sense is tingling for Alpha.
My spidey senses. And he's not alone in this. He does at least have a player on the side trying to kind of maybe, you know, shoulder it with him. But if that door gets swung, Boo's in a bit of a bother.
I mean, Problem being, like, Crashies isn't there, Kayak's not there, so they don't really have any util to fish this out.
Yeah, you love that. You love that if you're Boo, right? You've taken a risk, and it's rewarded. Heretics need a couple of those to open up the door to this game again. Threading the needle. There's 3 players now. Try and make something out of nothing. We've got a plant probably on the cards. No one's actively playing from Waterfall. Moot's not investing the ult for that, but they're going to go for the fight towards CT. Opting to try and isolate one. They don't get what they want, so they dip back away.
There.
And now, yeah, the drone being used just a little bit deeper. They're checking on Fanatic here. They're not letting them get aggressive.
Well heard it here. Boast has found one, but traded out. It's just left on Kayak and Crashies now. A hope and a prayer inside the smoke. Mini Boot to find another. It'll be Heretics up to 8 now, chipping away that financial advantage that Fnatic did have. Seeing Chronicle down at 450 and 300, obviously with the plant coming into effect. We'll see just how it lands. Yeah, you're right. Boo, rewarded massively here. Like I said, it is risky, but you've got to be so diligent with some of these clear. Well, if there's, like I said, if there's no Crashies and no Kayak, try that shift walk in and try and pin somebody down at the entrance to B main feels so uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're bang on. I mean, as you said, if it wasn't Crashies or Kayak, even if they did try and clear Boo, you still had Woot sat on the side,
yeah, it was a
right?
beautiful
it's like,
crossfire,
it's util or it's nothing. There's no other way about it. But Mini Boo, bye. What are we up to, Crashies? Just taking a walk, taking a little bit of a wander.
Hang on.
And Kayak taking heads. How has he gone Benji there? Mini Boo, fair enough. Benji, I guess, was just shouldering the corner, but now the plant's potentially open. And they've got some great upgrades. One away from Kayak's ult. This is huge. Alpha's already got his.
Concern being, Rienz and Wu both have their ultimates. Both going to get invested here, and it's looking as if Kayak's going to fall.
Yeah, no escaping that one. No way out. Chronicle. Oh my word, it's awkward.
Weird.
Yeah, had to chase that one down, but what are they meant to do here now? Rien's playing behind the smoke here, desperate to try and defend. Belter on towards Alpha, and now Boaster. Look, we complimented him in this clutch before, but I don't think he can do anything about this. Boo up on the ledge, making it near on impossible to even spam. Well handled by Heretics, and we're starting to see that like depth to them, right? We're seeing that shift of depth here. Heretics fumbled, they hit a brick wall. Now Fnatic are having those same feelings.
I mean, credit where credit's due. Fnatic springboard off that opener from Kayak. It was Heretics to win out by the end of that round. Oh, beautiful from Kayak to find. But yeah, Benji just looking to counter swing off it.
Yep.
I mean, at the point where you're thinking, yeah, the Rolling Thunder and Woot's Ultimate have only found the one, there's a chance that Fnatic can
guys, good job.
kind of re-establish themselves, but again, the kill from Rienz that almost seals Fnatic's fate.
Mate, Rienz is having a heater of a game too. Like,
and a heater of a stage.
Yeah, look, there was room at the top, right? Leo not here, he's been eyeing it up. He's having a little look. He's pretty much filling those shoes. At the moment, sitting at 20-12, top of the board for both sides. Actually, closest nearby, what, 16 for Kayak, who's been doing very well himself, obviously. But timeout for Fnatic. The 3 in succession, enough of a worry, which is respectable. But the adjustments, I'm unsure of where we go from here. You know, what's the look that Fnatic brings out? Because it looks like Heretics have just got that ball side to roll.
We saw Fnatic establish themselves in the first half. That's interesting. Yeah, Fnatic have the slowest attack side in the EMEA on Lotus. It's 74 seconds average to plant time. I mean, it is reflected in kind of that slow, the kind of pendulum swing default that's just looking for contact somewhere across the map. But
Launching thorns.
I guess the slower rounds are sometimes actually a beautiful setup here. It's only one though. Kayak will find the trade, but damage done to him. He's down to 55, so almost argue Mini Boo's over-delivered in that situation. But a beautiful setup though.
Yeah, it's like Mini Boo's just like the glass cannon, right? You just throw him in. He'll
See
get
what
you one.
sticks.
Yeah, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But he normally does get his one, which is the scarier factor. And as you said, over-delivered with Kayak now down to 55. But it puts Boo in a predicament. He's going to have to try and deal with Fanatic's slow approach. It feels like death by 1,000 paper cuts at this point, doesn't it? Very slow and steady on the way in. Barely making it past rubble at this point. And we're at 48 seconds.
And Fnatic just edging closer and closer towards A site. I guess that stat kind of reflected in the way that we see Heretics play as well. They're happy to wait things out. They know Fnatic are just going to be drifting back and forth to try and single somebody out.
Face your fear!
That's a big indicator for Boo now. And no paranoia here. Only a smoke to really slow things down. Fnatic will find a plant. 12 seconds left on the clock, so... Absolutely due. Oh, Boo, though. Beheads Alpha, yeah.
See ya, Alpha. Even he's like, wait. How did this happen? So we're going to be down to the 4v3. Kayak playing a little bit further ahead. And he's going to go for it. Oh my god, that could have been huge.
Wow.
Oh,
look at the damage done, though.
HP. Yeah, C's on top. Crash, he's hungry for it now. Oh my god, he was thinking about it. The time ticking, they got to move forward. Finds one, looks for a second, gets it. Control is there for Crashies. 3 in the end, set in motion by the ult from Kayak, and Fnatic just get across the line.
And I think you see the moment there that Crashies gets the info. As soon as Kayak sees his damage after he falls, he's like, yeah, you don't need to challenge. And that was the opener there. Nothing for Chronicle to really do in that situation. But yeah, Crash's beautiful adjustment. Actually, the paranoia coming through at the perfect time as well. That will get Fnatic back on top, or I guess, well, argue back in control, but at least double digits on the board now.
Probably one of the best imports that we've seen. Got to say it, Crashies, from what was a very shaky start. There was a lot of people putting question marks by his name. Could he ever even get close to the level of performance previous? You've got to say it, throughout this stage, he has been outstanding.
I think as well, it's one of those situations where you have to almost address the out of game as well. He's really come out of his shell in terms of his personality, and it's a lot more vocal. You can see he's smiling a lot more.
Happiness, what's that like?
Yeah, wow.
Wrong person to ask.
I was going to misspeak there, but...
Well,
considering the paranoia on the side of Boo, but holding on to it for the time being. A huge hole in the defense here towards B site. The retake's going to be tested once more.
Yeah, it's going to have Kayak on his own for a moment here, though. Turns the flash. You just can't flash Zoomers like this, I swear to God. Oh my... I thought he had a follow-up there, but it's Boo and Mini Boo in quick concession. How? How did both of them just rack them up like that? Alpha...
Well, screw the retake.
Sorry.
The pre-take was
Alpha.
absolutely perfect.
Alpha has been absolutely bullied by Boo like twice now. That one tap before, it's like he's playing against Scream, but only Boo against Alpha. That's the only time he's hitting those. It's ridiculous.
I'd love to see how this engagement actually pans out on B, though.
30 seconds.
I mean, yeah.
Ooh.
That's crispy from Boo.
Like, you expect it from Mini Boo, right? You're like, yeah, fair play.
That's the wrong Boo.
Yeah. Big man Boo.
But Boo does have those moments where he does shine.
Look, we've had a couple of IGLs starting to pick up the mechanical side of things too. Like, this isn't a good example of a game, I guess, in that regard for Boaster. He's on 8 to 15, he's fine. But I think a lot of people have been saying, like, mechanically he's looking a lot sharper with it. We've obviously got Boo out here doing wonders.
Absolutely agree. I think Boaster, I mean, the Deska, I think even word for word said this. Individually, I think he's looking in the best shape he's ever been.
True.
And
true. Have we got a 4-play stack? Hold on.
Do they fight for it?
Oh, it's a mess. It's an absolute mess. But Mini Boo clearing it up, takes away Boaster, removes that initial threat and initial presence. And Fanatic are once again reset down to 4 with no space to work with.
Yeah, same sort of thing we saw earlier, trying to punish that TP. This time it pays off. B site though, Woot gonna have to deliver. Finds the first. able to slip away though. Now on the X-ray, you see a triple stack behind this Alpha. Gotta be crazy to swing back onto it.
3 players in the middle of the map.
Cover going out.
A lot of pressure on Boo now. Has to fall off that. Willing to post up on the angle, and for Alpha, it is his nemesis. Which is wild, that Boo is getting the better of Alpha. Not something that I'd be banking on all that often, but Crashies! Banging shot, and Boo once again does it. He's got Alpha's number, what feels like every day of the week, but Chronicle and Crashies have a long road to walk, and they're not getting many steps towards it. Crashy's already gone, leaving Chronicle not to be able to do anything. Heretics swinging that pendulum back in their favor.
Just the right time as well. Find themselves 11. Ultimate's available for Fnatic, but it's only really Boaster and Chronicle. And one away for Crashy, so maybe there's something that will set in motion a set piece. But this one's over before it's even started, to be honest with you.
One enemy remains.
The Boaster getting isolated like that. Nice! Yeah, maybe feeling the heat a little bit, because we got Fnatic's second timeout now. Again, lots to consider. Boaster 3,500, he's going to be able to get potentially a rifle and a shield together. Certainly not comfortable. That's kind of everything left in the tank, Lauren, so...
Yeah, and look at those string of rounds as well. I know you guys can't see it, but it has been mostly that Heretic side. From round 16 onwards, it's been solidly in their favor, and you're looking at the financials, Mike, they're up to like 6k almost. They got ults coming online. One away from Benji's. You've already got Mini Boost, Rien's all sitting there. Woot's a little way off, but it's not the end of the world. On the other side, one away from Crashies. Will have his ult if he can get something going this round. Obviously, Chronicle's got his and Boaster's got his, but other than that, they're scraping the barrel in this round financially. They're gonna have to try and put together anything they can here and find their response, because they've had a couple of bailout moments, sure, but we need a complete answer.
Yeah, we do. See, which is the worst initiator on Lotus?
Rien's disagrees.
Yeah.
Rien's?
I'm seeing something that contradicts that a little bit.
Don't seem right. Don't seem right. Like, I believe you, but it don't seem right.
Rien's kind of shitting on that stat, I'll be honest.
Oh my god, you said a naughty word. Please, Michael. I can't believe you're being this unprofessional.
That's because I'm at home.
But Mini Boo trying to, again, take that space. Still stay confident. Stay in their faces here. But it is asking a lot. There's 3 players on the other side. We know Fnatic's tempo is cautious. It's slow. It's methodical. Now, we've seen in the past him having the support from Benji out here. So it's hard to know what you're completely walking into. Fnatic need to get that full picture first.
Similar approach once again for Fnatic. No pressure point to really focus on so far. Got a ton of utility positioned over here, and it's Benji and Woot. The Woot desperate to try and sniff out the approach, but forced back a little deeper now. Fnatic almost. I don't want to say. Oh yeah, I was going to say hesitated, but
you don't get that easy pivot here. And look at the space taken back. They're getting hurted. They've got no room to work with. They're going in somewhat blind towards the safe site. Yeah, Benji is going to be considered, but it doesn't really stop him from being here. The paint shell going to go in. He's fine. It's very close. It's very tense, but on 15 seconds, that spike is not up. It's behind the wall. They've walked in late to this. Fnatic having to dig deep here. But Rien's doing the dance on the back of the site, and there's a problem. Mini Boo swings. Oh, and he's focusing the back lines. It is divine work from Mini Boo. Perfect target placement. I thought he made a meal of it, but absolutely not.
It looks like it, because you always think, yeah, Boaster's got to commit towards the plant, and then the other 2 players not able to defend him regardless. A crazy conclusion to that round, but the clock ultimately being a huge factor here. See on the replay. Yeah, that's ridiculous for Mini Boo.
Let's go!
Up to 12 now. It's going to be absolutely loving it. Guardians, a Bulldog, and a Sheriff in the hands of Boaster. Feels like Heretics in prime position. Take this first map now. I don't know how Boaster's not taking a tag there, but in the second, being punished here in terms of the inventory.
I mean, look at those light shields, Mike.
Yeah, exactly.
3 of them
this
left.
Scope's going to do work here.
And the one player who had bigger armor was Boaster, who's now on 10 HP.
Are we sure Boaster's not on another server? Shots are going through him.
Oh, mate. Okay, Fnatic, where do we go now? Battered and bruised. And Boo still patrolling with that Outlaw. B doesn't feel good. A doesn't feel open. You're walking in late. You haven't cleared through rubble. This is looking absolutely chopped up. I don't know how they're going to get through here. I don't think they can. 38 seconds. What's the go up? Oh, whoop.
15 HP.
Yeah, that's a good step. Kayak's ult, okay, 30 seconds now. Clearing through towards tree, but there's still store here. There's still that wall, so they can't approach through that left side. Benji pops the ult, cool. 20 seconds, Mike, they're leaving this so late.
Yeah, it's starting to get really awkward now. Showstopper completely shut down by Boo.
Love it.
Paranoia
Voice
to slow
line
things
stopper.
down. Yeah.
10 seconds left.
Look, you can do the TP. I don't
No
know if
time.
you've got time. Oh, that's so sick. Kron, it's a formality as Heretics claim the first at 13-10. A brilliant affair between these two already. This Lotus game was a treat to watch. Heretics under the gun there initially, Mike, but the turnaround in that second half was incredible. I can't wait to see how this one goes down. We do have Haven coming up next, so don't go too far away.
Guys, I'm Fnatic. I'm Fnatic.
GS is following. They're done.
Why Crash is not doing? Hey! Okay.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
From the lowest, yeah. Gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah. I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man. The trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man. They can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Team Heretics manages to secure Fanatic's pick of Lotus. Both of the teams went toe-to-toe, but in the end, Los Niños were able to get the victory on the first map. Welcome, everybody. I'm Kakuka, Ulises, and Tom joining me here. Tom, did you expect to see that kind of form? I know that you were supporting your family, but especially after the way that the first half went, did you see Team Heretics closing it?
No, I think especially with Fnatic going into the attack half with an advantage, we spoke a lot about the IGLing, the calling, and this sort of way they managed to almost mold the map to their own will. And I think when they started the attack, it kind of looked like it was going to go that way, but adaptations from the defensive side, like these fast-paced, aggressive retakes, and then just like some crazy individual rounds from Boo, from Riens, from Miniboo, like it really was like, this is why we talk about this team as like the depth of talent that they have. I know that people have talked about, like, oh, if you were going to replace someone on a team, I think on this team it's always the hardest because you watch their games and you go, well, they're all ridiculous. And well, in this map, I think it's shone through.
Yeah, it stands out to me, Ulises, when I look at this, I see the post plans, right? And I see two very different plans from both of the teams.
Yeah, when we're talking about Team Heretics, they were facing the team they have in front of them, and every single time facing them on Rubble, on Dawn, whatever. They're pressing, playing aggro, trying to deny the space, knowing that having Neon plus Breach is hard to deal against. Maybe Breach is not the best support. Maybe the stats is not with him when Rien's playing it.
Rien's begs to differ.
It's not the same.
I think that especially with the first half that we are speaking of, we saw a Riens that was not only always good for one, he was most likely good for two, good for three, and especially in those clutches, you could always count on him.
He's been playing so good, and it's not only the clutches. Clutches have been only the top of the iceberg. But if we talk about his utility, trying to habilitate every single time, letting Miniboo to play every single round comfort, and not only Miniboo. Also, when it was needed, he was just supporting the Omen to get the space and play on Rubble without no single trouble. It was pretty easy having Riens on the team.
Yeah, I'd say if we had Riens maybe on any other team within EMEA, we'd be talking about him as like an out-and-out star player. Like it would be every week, every stat, every highlight would just be Riens. But unfortunately, as I said, he's on a team of superstars, so he can't have the limelight all the time. But I think also you just look at him out of the server as well, very calm, very level-headed. For someone who is like a Turkish player with explosive aim, like you expect to see him just screaming all the time, but he's very relaxed. And I think that it's the perfect sort of balance to what is the rest of the squad.
Killer.
And then you look in the server and he's exactly the same as the others. Like he's solid with his utility, but then the raw aim that he has in moments where you just go, he shouldn't be winning that fight. And I think even more so on impact kills. Like if there's a kill that you go, that one kill can turn the round, Riens is getting that one kill every time.
Yeah, absolutely. We were speaking about the retakes and the different plans coming in from both of the teams. And I know, Tom, that you wanted to take a look at one of the rounds because especially when Team Heretics was on the attack, they had to get very creative to try and stop Fnatic on their feet.
Yeah, for sure. I think like this is one of those moments where we highlighted lurks a lot in the previous series, but just the sheer level of delay that Benji was able to pull off, like they have the Rolling Thunder to force them back into Benji's crosshair. Okay, it's not the cleanest of kills, but yeah, the util from Rians. But then the rest of the round is spent knowing that they have to deal with this. Like, you even have the wraparound back from Chronicle, who has to go all the way back through B just to kill him off. And by that point, the time is ticking so far along that even though they use a lockdown, even though they get back into this site, Rians, as long as he wins those first couple of duels, the lockdown doesn't matter anymore. He even gets caught by it, but the time is so far in his favor, and the person who kills him is Chronicle, who had to go all the way back around the other side of the map just to deal with that disgusting lurk.
Yeah, exactly. These are the kind of performances that make us think, hey, Team Heretics still has it. They're way, way, way ready for this. And before we went into today's matchup, we were speaking about the duelist head-to-head that we were expecting to see. And as we, as Haven is the next map, I think that we should bring back that discussion, Ulysses.
Obviously, I mean, we are going to see the 2v2 duelist, Good plus Minibu against Alpha, and also Kajik that has been playing so good. I mean, this match, you can see the statistics and you're going to say, okay, Kajik has been winning. But if we talk about the tools, right now it's an 8 for Kajik. Only 2 kills for Minibu against Kajik. It's a +6 difference. It's the biggest difference that Minibu had at this moment. But let's see, we have to go deep into the BO3. Maybe Minibu can fix it.
Yeah, also, Tom, I wanted to ask you, because at least for me, they do, especially on Lotus, they filled 2 different roles, right? Like we saw a Kayak that was more with the operator, with the race a little bit on the back. But when we look at Minibu and what he was doing on the defenses, being way more proactive and just taking full advantage of Neon. Do you think that moving on to Haven, even though we expect the compositions to be the same, there's going to be an stylistic
I think on defense, especially as you sort of mentioned, I think the Yoru has to have its sort of like variation. Like I still think you're likely to see that operator come into play, but I expect to see those like mid pushes, that space taken, looking for openers, trying to be disruptive. The interesting thing though is that the Yoru in a lot of cases, especially on attack, is more about that info. It's getting into space, taking control, and the ISOs are the one that I'm looking at as like, who's winning that 1v1? Who's winning that duel? And I think that it's definitely going to be an interesting one, because you take Alpha on that map, he did have some moments of like that vintage best in the world Alpha, yeah, like just winning rounds individually for the side of Fnatic. If you get that on Haven, they win. Like, Woot can definitely match up to that, but that's a level that not many players in the world can hit.
And let's see also how hard they're going to be trying to get to punish into Fnatic, because if we see the playstyle from Team Heretics, he's not totally playing his combo, he's also playing some of his strats. And they're playing against someone that has built them. So, I don't know, they should be bringing something new.
So we maybe be turning our heads and just thinking also at another head-to-head that we briefly mentioned, and is the IGL. We expect both of them to be playing from the Omen. We saw, even though that we were highlighting Boaster at the beginning of the day, saying how he's been so proactive, well, so fundamental for all the team success, and him individually having such a brilliant performance. Tom, that is something that we did not see in Lotus, and I feel like right now Boo is on this crescendo going throughout the day.
Yeah, I think it becomes a slightly different story on this map because it is mirrored. Like, the way that the defense worked there was having those aggressive starts to rounds and then having very, very fast-paced retakes, which when you're playing with the same comp can be more difficult to do and will be more expected, I guess, when you know what's coming. I do think that's going to be the intriguing thing, though, because we know that Fnatic, I think it was versus Vitality, had an incredible attack side, and their attack side has been almost impeccable on this map, but their defense has definitely struggled a bit. They had some very slow starts, and if you see that come out from the side of Heretics and they get rolling, when this team gets rolling, the only thing can stop them is them getting frustrated at themselves, like we saw when they played Split. But other than that, it's very difficult to get the combo breaker because you just see them laughing, having fun, like doing crazy stuff just because they're having fun within the game. And the second that happens, it is GG. Like, this Heretic squad, when they're happy, seem unbeatable.
Okay, let's jump straight into Agent Select. We do not expect to see many changes, but hey, last time Vitality changed something, and no, we're going to get the mirror compositions. Yes, pound for pound, the Euro versus
on the
Euro,
ISO now.
The ISO versus the ISO. As we were saying, Team Heretics is going to be starting on the attack. You're saying that they cannot be stopped, but what about Alpha on his prime form, where he was very close to losing against Navi and saying, I am not losing this?
Hey, if you get... Alfia is one of the few players on the planet that you get him angry and he plays better. Everyone else starts to whiff, get frustrated, but you don't like that man when he's taken a loss because he's so difficult to play against. I know for a fact he's going to come into this seeing a team copy their comp, take aspects of his gameplay and try and beat him, and he's going to want to kick them into the dirt.
And also, don't forget, good saying that he's better at ISO than him.
That is also true.
That is a reason to be mad. There is a reason to just punish
But you could
them.
say the same. Kayak has said the same thing about Miniboo.
Yeah,
So we've got some grudge matches, even though they're all way too friendly for them to be proper grudge matches.
Exactly. Well, Team Heretics is one map away from closing this best of 3 in their favor, getting that first seed and continuing their win streak against Fanatic. Please, guys, take it away and take us to Haven.
This is a lovely little matchup here on this map, Mike. We get the originators of this comp against the ones who can adapt it, overcome, get stronger, get better. But who wins when it really matters? That's what we've got to look at here. Where's your money going? Are you going with the Fanatic, the tried and tested, the alpha on the ISO? Or do you believe in Heretics on the upswing after map 1? They got to know the ins and outs. Where are you going?
I mean, it's a really tough one to call. I think the one thing to say is obviously Heretics feeling very confident in terms of their ability to put this double duelist to work more. Can Fnatic, I guess, dial into the confidence we've seen, the team synergy we've seen? Everybody, it's not often you talk about the vibes of Fnatic. Oh, hold that thought for the time being, Kayak. What? What?
No! No way! Is this
Give it to him! Give it to him! Give it to him!
Kills! And that was unbelievable. Blink and you miss it. I hope you were sat down and locked in, because we've got to run that replay.
That was, I mean, the best way to start a map 2, right? We're talking about the confidence, the double duelist matchup. Oh, it's beautiful to watch back.
Magic. Absolute magic.
That's probably how you want your Yoru to start in round 1, to be honest.
You kind of said it, right? Get those head-to-heads going. We've got some big matchups here between these two. And if that's the sort of tempo, if that's the sort of level we get, this is going to be an outstanding game.
The stage is set for Miniboo, right? There's your benchmark.
Go get it.
Whether they can find a response here. Obviously, Vandal purchased in round 2 for Kayak. Orb retrieved, 1 away from the ultimate now. So a huge ult for Fnatic to have in the back pocket here to kick off the first couple of rounds here on Haven.
And 1 away from ult too. That's so nearby for Kayak. You couldn't, as you said, you couldn't ask for a better beginning. Now, obviously on the other side, brutal to try and work against an alpha. Fancies a little bit of time in the sun, but Boo's locked in today. Like, he's actually firing back here, but Fnatic, the cavalry have arrived. So now just Benji left alive, and not for long. So, as it stands, Fnatic make it past the second round. Just going to collect all the goodies, make sure none of that slips away, and they walk away with a 2-0 start.
And 3 survive as well, so able to maintain the early momentum. 7-1. Coming into round 3.
Ult there.
A huge opportunity to potentially isolate a player or 2 on the back of the ultimate if they want to try and use Kayak's ultimate aggressively. He might even explore towards mid. You got a bank on Heretics, probably anticipating it. Alpha, though, kept in check, down to 67 HP.
But they got to be ready for sewers. All right, there's been some problems down there. You know what I mean? We don't pre-fire that now. So Alpha cops a whole load of damage, down to 67. But it's just a pause for Heretics here. Maybe looking to see if there will be that reaction from that ult. But you're looking at Kayak. He's already got himself tucked into the cubby over towards B. Brashies doesn't quite get the corner.
Yeah.
Don't think he made it around there.
And vice versa.
Kayak
no ping on the minimap, so...
No. Just
curious.
missing.
Yeah, curious as to whether or not the awareness is still there.
Kayak's on the right side, though. Made it up on over towards the A side of the map, and this silence, unchecked, unfazed so far. Both trying to get out of there. does do so. Love this backfill from Crashies as well. Someone needs to deal with the dart for him. They've done so. Smoke goes up towards heaven. They're starting to feel a bit labored here from Heretics. They're starting to be held at the door, but it still plays in Crashies. Keep this in mind. They have no idea. It's a lazy check. A look, a glance towards it, but still Woot powers on. Clears sight until Kayak. Good trade for Boo, good spacing, but does he identify where Chronicle is? Oh, he certainly does now.
Smoke drops perfectly for Boo to spot him out.
Nice quick plant there.
Oh, it's awkward, really awkward, but Boo clutches it out. Finds Heretics their first round. And yeah, a bit of a strange engagement initially there. Fnatic almost look as if they're about to dig their heels in and lock down A site, but yeah, flash comes through. Boaster, I guess, feels as if he's forced to commit towards that opening peak, but with Crashies in that position, you could argue he's almost played in behind default. Again, the scope maybe makes it a little more awkward for him, but
sure. What do we have? I saw two outlaws there as well. Actually, Kron has one of them, close to the other, trying to make the most of. Well, you can see the light shields they're at.
Yeah, I was gonna say the fact that Miniboo, Benji, and Woot. Obviously, Woot being the outlier to that, but still light shields, regardless. This makes it doable here for Boaster and Chronicle.
Now, I don't know if Kayak's gonna be able to do much about this. Miniboo did get out of garage. They've recleared it really quickly, actually. You can see them just checking through this now. Kron going to be posted back up towards that window side, but it looks like it's this fake towards A. Force Crashies off the angle, try and put a couple of question marks, maybe pull a player or two, and it so far is causing that reaction. We can see it is going to be tailing back towards C eventually. Now with that smoke in, this is them trying to sell this A hit coming in.
CP. Wow. All the way towards the other side of the map, and I think now Fnatic probably know what's up. Just one trip, but nobody in a position to punish on the back of it.
30 seconds left.
It's going to be wide open for the taking.
Yeah, plant in. Benji just slipping away. He was the last to evacuate from that A side, but just watching that flank, keeping a track on it. And it looks like a three-play re-push towards Garage as well, which could be a problem. You're looking at who's in there. Yeah, Kayak. He was on the deeper angle of it, just didn't expect him there, and Rien's left on 5 HP. He might be screwed. Yeah, they're going to see all of this one. Chronicle makes light work of it, putting Benji the last one alive. And I think he was spotted earlier on, especially by Crash. He's now 100% aware of where he is. This would need something. Unbelievable! A bloody good attempt from Benji. Jesus wept, that was so close.
4 found for Benji. Still plenty of time left for the defuse here. Crashes to close out the third round for Fnatic. A sigh of relief almost. As soon as that wall passes and the sight line opens up, yes, it's the Guardian, but Benji finding everything he needed to. Tough there, I mean, especially with Rian's getting tagged down. No real comfort to reset. Yeah, Heretics forced back down to pistols, just a few sheriffs actually. Only Boo and Benji with their ultimates. And even on the other side, they've got Stinger in the hands of Boaster, so I'm just trying to ride out the fact that Heretics are going to be down on lesser purchase. Woot. Here. Double tap. Finding some protection here on the way in. Oh. Benji continuing to look sharp, but the trade is good from Boaster.
Okay. We've still got a Sheriff, so does Rien's. On the other side, obviously, far better equipped here. And it is quite nice seeing the, I want to say, Tier 1 teams really adopting the Outlaw more. It feels like we saw the Tier 2 teams really kind of showing off what can be done with it, and it's worth the risk of investment. Starting to see that more and more amongst the higher end teams now. Speaking of Kayak, still patrolling over towards B. This is where they're heading. Gotta be cautious about this. As much as this is a lower end buy, that B site can be incredibly lethal. Not just used towards sewers, clears that out. Smoke deep in towards the connector side on C. And away we go. Paranoia forces Kayak off the angle. That's good for them.
30
Should get them at
seconds
least a step towards the site now. And, well, seeing that Outlaw in play.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Minibu punished initially here. Makes things even more difficult for Heretics. Still only Sheriffs to work with, not able to pin down an upgrade. On the back of Alpha falling. Fanatic definitely biding their time, sorry.
There goes the Paranoia. Ooh, it was a bit laboured there in the end, and Rienz is going to trade it! And Boo's back on the case. Boo gets out of danger, but it should be seen. A nice reposition from him. Oh, but the shot just goes astray. Couldn't quite get it across the line in the end. Close on time, too. I feel if he got one of those kills there, could have maybe played around that tempo that was left. But Fnatic get another step in now, 4-1.
Very unfortunate, because Fnatic actually misread the TP. So if he's able to find that first freebie, certainly doable for him. Again, making something from seemingly nothing, just the Sheriffs here. Come through, find the plant, find a couple of kills to follow up on the back of Rienz and Boo. Yeah, I guess in terms of the war of attrition of that round, Fnatic still come out on top. 4-1 lead now.
All odds for Heretics.
Yeah, a stacked deck.
Who's next?
In terms of this ult cycle, there's going to be Minibu to try and pave the way here.
Careful here. It's you.
Okay, there it is. There's a combo, and it's got its reward. Oh, it's got its target at the very least. Woot trying to do what he can, but sadly, that was going to be uncomfortable for him. That ult going to get burnt up with no real use to it.
Crashes from downtown with the Hunter's Fury will at least force Heretics to retreat initially.
No distractions.
That's Alpha.
Now he's got a real one.
Yeah. Oh, but actually, Minibu.
Minibu wins that? Because like we've been starting to see that clone work happening more and more, which is kind of sick, but I did not expect to see Minibu winning that 1v1 up against Alpha, but both are trying to pave the way back through. This is getting real topsy-turvy here.
Yeah,
Plant going to be going in towards A.
I was just about to say Benji's lurk has actually opened a lot of space here. Ooh, got to be careful. Kayak does actually spot him on the cross back over.
Here.
And actually does, on the second tap, finds it. Woot will forward, now a 3v3.
They bring it back to a manageable scenario, but they've got to get moving, right? You look at the time, you look at the positions, this is not going to be easy. Rienz trying to control towards long, his timing is excellent. Catching Kayak just in between ideas. And now Crash is trying to play in Boaster potentially. They talk about their 2v3s. This one is going to be hard. But Boaster tries to take the isolated fight, doesn't get it. Rienz is rewarded as Crashies now just has to bow out of this round.
Yeah. Heretics going to be able to hold on to 3 rifles as well. An awkward opening here is, again, if Benji isn't as deep as he is. I didn't really see what happened for him in the early round either. It's just a straight walk up mid, but kind of seals the deal for Heretics. Again, Fnatic made a good go of things. Obviously, the initial kill from Kayak to get things going. Rienz shutting down. Yeah, Minibu winning out is a huge factor for Heretics.
This coach once told me Alpha never loses those.
Really?
We've determined it was a lie.
Okay.
We've determined that. We've taken our time. Thank you for the replay.
Can we get that on a ticker above the scoreboard?
Yeah, mini analysis, 0-1 so far. Ignore all the previous stats, 0-1. Poor Coach Mini. Probably fighting for his life in Sliggy's chat. But looking at this buy, Frenzy, Sheriff, Classic, Guardian, and a Vandal. A little bit all over the shop.
We love a Frenzy spray. It wasn't even a spray. You can't even fault him for it.
No.
All that damage and Benji's still at 45.
Yeah.
I got the spike.
Big upgrade for Miniboot. Finding Crashies. A 3v5 now for Fnatic. And only the one rifle in the form of the Guardian for Kayak as well. Looking like Heretics will find their third. Don't necessarily want to say, well, actually, I'm pretty comfortable behind this. I was going to say, 1 or 2 members of Heretics can afford to seal the deal here. But again, with Chronicle down on a Classic and Kayak on a Sheriff, no real motivation for it.
Nope.
Can't argue with that.
Closing it out. Yeah, fair play. Righty. So as it stands, got a little bit of a turnaround here, don't we? It's too early for me to start telling the stories about it, but so far Fnatic have been the roll's been slowed down, right? Because they've built up a good amount of bank, which still should get them a good buy here. I don't think there'll be an issue in that regard.
It looked worse in slow-mo, sorry.
Did we get the replay?
We ran it in slow-mo.
That's unpleasant.
I almost would have preferred to see a player cam react actually there.
Really?
Yeah.
Nasty.
Yeah.
Nasty.
Seeing the slow-mo, surely.
I don't know. Just the face going, oh. It's all right. He's gone from a frenzy to an operator. He's gone, guys, I need a little confidence here. And he's good with this. He's normally been pretty solid. I can't actually fault him for it. I've been doubting it in the past. But you can see how hard it is to implement this up against that ISO shield coming in. You've got Heretics now running through the site. Just, again, and when you're Boaster and you've got that operator, you're probably already looking for a save here. What motivation do you have to go for this? That's a prized possession now. If Crashies and Kron can get something going, sure, but the odds are awful.
I think it really relies on, like you said, Crashies or Chronicle to find the opener. But doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Heretics happy to tuck in, nobody going out hunting. I think now probably realizing that, but Chronicle consolation at least. As I said in the previous, can afford to throw a few bodies on the line, but probably no more than that now. Okay.
Easy, Tiger. Yeah, well, I gotta say again, great call coming out from Heretics, because it's brutal to try and hold that B side, even with the operator, right? Let's say you're there, when you've got that ISO shield just to be able to trail up with.
Yeah.
You're out of the round. It's such a good read, because it's not the first time we've seen Boaster playing that sort of position on B, right? It feels quite common now. If it's available, maybe they run it, maybe they don't, but fantastic read from Heretics to kind of pull the trigger on that approach.
I guess on the other side of that as well, when Miniboo's finding an opener like that, all the way into A-Link. It's not even the B player that feels the pressure.
Yeah.
It's the second or third peak potentially onto trying to slow things down. Boaster curious once again. I think now probably noted as well. They're almost anticipating this operator to be in the hands of Boaster and be on this side. Yeah, we're
like
happy
that, though.
to. Yeah.
I liked what he was trying to do, go for that secondary player, trying to ignore the shield, but you can't really ignore it in the hands of Woot. Already clearing out Alpha from the site. Down again here. Forcing the ult from both sides. Here we go. This is about to get chaotic.
A ton of information gathered on the side of both, and actually Miniboo shut down by Chronicle.
Yeah, but Boaster's just been dropped by Benji, so kind of a back and forth there. Kayak tries to isolate one. It's not going to go well against Woot. Digs his heels in towards the back of the site. It's Crash he's trying to do anything here. Trailblaze his way forward. It's a valiant attempt, but it goes really only so far. Woot is really where this started and ended, it felt like. Cleared that corner well. Boaster found very little impact. A nice attempt, sure. But again, still able to hold this down, clearing out Alpha, clearing out all of these kills. And Chronicle, once again, just left to rot, really.
Yeah, you got to watch this one conclude. Rians. Yeah.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I thought maybe he was going to die. I didn't even spot the cage still there. Coming to a soundboard near you.
Yeah, no, literally, I was about to say, someone clip it. Someone clip it for me.
That'll be on Mitch Man's Go XLR before the end of the week.
Mitch is chuckling. I can hear it. I can hear his little giggle. Just right, time out. Fnatic. They've now had 4 rounds presented to them by Heretics, and it's been pretty impressive, to be fair. Very good reads again, and I think we've been complimenting, obviously, Boaster leading up to this point about his IGLing and kind of how well he's been doing that. Boo on the other side, also calling very well. I love how they've been very heads up about this, and especially if you're playing this comp against the people who kind of came into this with it, but it feels tailor-made. It feels like they're very aware of how Fnatic like to approach this map themselves.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, other than maybe a flash in the pan with Kayak off to a flying start, not as if they really could ride that momentum. And actually, it's Heretics to convert 4 post plants as well on the back of that. So kind of having a free run of things. Well, Fnatic are going to adjust now and maybe play a little more aggressive again with the double duelist. I don't want to say you're forced to, but it certainly feels as if you have the opportunity to justify it way more comfortably. But again, on Haven, it's always that question, right? You can pivot so quickly to another site on the back of, you know, a Yoru potentially, or even Alert coming through. We've seen Benji find value in previous rounds. It's not as clear cut as just being, you know, identifying where you want to pressure and play into.
Here.
4-1. Wow. Yeah, 4-1, I guess.
Yeah, it almost just looks like almost one of those kind of sponge retake setups towards C on the back of Chronicle, maybe the TP. You see actually the ping coming out exactly where the reposition comes from Kayak.
Oh, Lord, Kayak. Okay, the paranoia just fades away before it reaches him. He's trying to be a bit cheeky about it, and I like it. Gonna make an attempt at something. Heretics probably feeling they have some security here. Bye-bye. But that's a player noted now. Paranoia sent him from afar, but no ability to get anything from it. The swing from the smoke is rewarded. And how did Miniboo go from left to right so quickly? He got one backside by Plat and then towards CT. I do want to see that one back. And you're right, it's just Benji ratting away.
Oh no!
Hello, hello, Boaster. Hello. This is look. Heretics are so in control, man. Like,
they are.
They've watched Fnatic here. I mean, it feels like you could watch half of the EMEA teams and get a good idea of what's being tried to be attempted. I mean, Heretics run the same comp, but it's all those little nuanced pieces, all those little looks that Heretics seem so aware of. Just the positioning's fantastic, and they're in control right now. I'd love to see Fnatic try and turn this around to gap close, but this feels a little bit reminiscent of Lotus when it started to move away from Fnatic.
It's very rare you do see a team kind of, I guess, stabilize and nullify any threat in the mid-round versus Boaster or Fnatic in general. You got to give credit to Heretics in that regard. Now that look at, I mean, they have a huge cushion. 6-4 the scoreline. Look at the funds for Heretics starting to swell. And G trying to get a little cheeky. Probably the only one that's struggling financially, but he is top of the board.
And speaking of the board, Mike, and I don't normally talk about it when it comes to it.
It's weird.
It is weird, but
Yeah.
I'm looking at Fnatic's side, and it's a map that traditionally, in my eyes, yeah, look at, oh, okay, it was just straight through the smoke as well. I was wondering how he got that secondary kill, but still, Alpha at the bottom here, he's only got 3 kills so far. This is probably one of the quieter performances I've actually seen from him in this map. He's been one of the great series, made that ISO look fantastic.
Kayak, think back to the Vitality series.
Yeah, yes, totally different. Again, being able to kind of keep him in a box, play away from him, has been impressive. Speaking of Alpha as well, it looks like he wants to try and instigate something for himself.
Not going to be rewarded initially. Can hear obviously the cam's position, so there's going to be that hesitation or caution shown.
Breaking down.
So you're giving a sound cue on the other side of the map as well.
Benji spot.
Yeah. I mean, he's just got to be hard cleared from now on, surely.
Not again, 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 not again. No, no.
Again. Again!
No! Oh man, Boaster, he's got to be seething about that one. And Boo there even to get Alpha down. Even though Kayak got the kill on... Oh, wow. And look at this advantage. 5v3 already. Sight under their control. Fnatic, yeah, they got a bit of support from CT, but it's shot through smokes, keeping them alive. That's what they can bank on, really. Kayak and Kron are going to have to go above and beyond. What are you meant to do here? Miniboo's already got this corner sorted. I don't know how you gap close past this.
Feels another one that Fnatic going to force a save potentially. Been so many of these examples. I think that's why you see it where Heretics with a 2-round lead and 4 out of the 5 members of Heretics negative KD.
Yeah.
Fnatic just don't really have a say in a lot of these rounds concluded before they can really put something in motion. And it's, I mean, credit to Benji in that regard, right? He's finding kills that are very off kilter in terms of the nature of how we see Fnatic perform previously.
Yeah, true.
Again, limiting the options, really. Now it's going to feel very awkward for Fnatic to commit towards clearing mid ahead of a site hit coming through.
Yep. It's all just starting to add up against them. 4 rounds is workable. I just feel like you need just to break the trend. It feels like a drought, doesn't it? And the finances still rotten.
Just having a quick look back, and obviously Fnatic sitting 3-0. Their favoured side has been the attack, but I gotta say, 8-4 just never feels good, especially when it's rounds like this where we're seeing them, dare I say, outclassed in a lot of regards.
Yeah, Crashy's hoping for something to land there. Rien's is a bit lower, I guess. Miniboo taking a touch of damage as well, but it's not much. Boaster, put that barrel away. Betrayed you last time in Garage. God, I need him to not have a nightmare of a round.
I guess it comes back to that same discussion. We're obviously crediting Boaster looking the best individual we have seen, and now it kind of casts a shadow on that map 1 performance. You could say obviously still delivering as an IGL and the mid-rounding looking great for Fnatic, but now the concerns continue if you can't get the ball rolling, numerically at least. Heretics now poised towards an A site hit.
Destabilizing. No distraction.
We'll throw it out. Catches Crashies.
Yeah, clean
and
with
wins
it.
out.
Yeah, he's doing his job here, Woot. Kayak tries to make a hero play through the smoke, and now Boaster, not again.
It's Benji again as well.
And he gets his ult for a 2. Alpha and Kron in a 2v3. Good information, though, on the side of Heretics. So Alpha's shield going to be forced to wait. Back himself away here, as it's all on him. So much for him to try and achieve, to try and pry these 3 players out of position. Hard angles to clear this crossfire setup. Does catch at least Miniboo for a moment, but it's only a moment as Heretics make it up to 8-4. Mike, it feels like Fnatic are dropping the ball here.
Yeah, and I think as well, thinking back to the previous results, a 3-9 defensive half versus Vitality, they did bounce back to a 13-10, but this one feels pretty awkward, Lauren.
Certainly does. We'll be back in just a moment.
Spike Arda. Enemy remains.
Well, it was an astounding turn of events towards the end there. That 6th round and onward, Mike, it felt like Heretics couldn't put a step wrong. Everything lining up for them. And where was the reaction from Fnatic?
I mean, look at the timeline. The amount of success they found in the post plant, and there just wasn't really... I don't even want to say you didn't see the adjustment from Fnatic because players were falling way ahead of the fact. It wasn't as if they could even get themselves into a position to formulate some type of retake. I mean, Boaster falling in a couple of weird scenarios before the spike's even planted. Can't get, you know, no smokes and no paranoia in the retake. it's just awkward, and it's not something we're used to seeing Fnatic have to overcome.
And that's where I think I agree with you. It's the surprise to see it in this sort of position, but it is what it is. Heretics looking the closer to form here, and what a message to send to do it on Haven if they can. Still an opportunity now, but look at the proactive approach here. I think Crashies is aware of this. You look at his pathing, he's got to know something's going on.
The chart is Miniboo on the other side. He will get immediately overwhelmed.
Don't let it go too far, do they? Instantaneous reaction. A lot of players spotted, though, on this flank, but it's a good idea. It's the right idea, but Alpha this time ready. Sheriff in hand and locked in. Boo. The timing this side on Chronicle's side. Boo goes down. And now the rest of the retake looks a little light here as Boaster going to be rewarded. Taking down his nemesis, Benji. And just one left alive really to handle is now Miniboo. And there it is. Chronicle claims it, and it's a safe start for Fnatic.
Much needed, maybe a course correction here on the back of the pistol. They can convert round 2. Yeah, I mean, great isolation on Crashies, but almost at that point he can relay all that information. And what's important is Woot is double-faced.
Yeah.
No chance for him to find any success on long. Actually, even Chronicle finding the wallbang as well. I believe actually down to 5 HP in Heaven, but... So yeah, obviously, I mean, conversely to what I was saying, the first half Fnatic do have a 64% win rate on the attacking side, and most notably being obviously flipping the Vitality series, or sorry, map here on Haven. Again, that string of rounds. So it doesn't make you feel as if it's a guarantee, right? It's not a given.
No. Patience being shown. Fnatic's tempo, look, they've really slowed things down here, it feels like. Yeah, obviously the statistics in the first map of Lotus kind of highlighting how tempered they play these days, but you can see the caution being displayed, and rightly so. Little high-low set here between Woot and Benji. Could be rewarded, but the dart gonna have to be dealt with by one. Away we go. Shield gone. Oh my god, they got 2. One's fine, 2's outrageous. Woot's gonna try and make a quick escape here, but they've held off the hit.
Yeah, and a man to the good as well. We'll try and police that weapon back. We'll be able to get it into the hands of Chronicle. Certainly feeling a little more
30 seconds left.
Awkward now. And never feels comfortable walking into B late round. 20 seconds left. Luckily, nobody from Heretics on the other side of this.
Yeah, it does feel like just fortune is on their side, at least in this moment, because those corners feel so threatening. But the plant's going to come down. Boaster pops it into place.
10 seconds left.
Still a number disadvantage,
Spike
though.
planted.
So if Heretics can try and fashion something together to cause those problems, deny those trades, we'll see. Trying to maybe daisy chain those smokes in, but what a shot. With Crashies falling, now they can't secure both sides. You can see the discomfort. Chronicle's gone down. How the hell is Post the last one alive as Boo sidesteps around him and the disaster strikes Mike? This was never meant to be the round.
What's the haymaker here from Heretics? Catching Fnatic off guard. A pay-save card, Thrifty nonetheless. To get 9 on the board and strip away any early advantage that Fnatic could try to build on the back of the pistol.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful conversion here. The high-low setup on C, but Miniboo. Sorry, the second was a headshot as well.
How's he getting that? How is he getting that?
I need a drop.
I mean, just a tilter of a round, to be honest with you.
Yes. And it's such a key point as well, such a pivotal moment. To have that upswing, to have that just fall into their lap. Well, Fnatic in the past have had their heroes. They've had their players step up to save the day, but right now no one is here to help, it looks like. Miniboo, Woot in control, no access.
We'll see one of the weapons removed. No, Crash is able to retrieve it at least. Nicely placed on the window still, but Miniboo elsewhere has removed the other rifle. Alpha will fall. Spike now down in mid. Chronicle has to make his way across, but only a classic in his hands.
Treacherous. It's just brutal to have to go and do this walk, right?
Standing ahead.
Okay, trying to feign this attention towards C, but I mean, they've got so many bodies, they don't have to
Need
be
a
too
kill.
worried yet. Yeah, absolutely. Hell, they need 2 at this point, but that's a step heard.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get a chance to find one, to be honest with you. Miniboot, yeah, primed to greet Crashes.
No hard feelings.
30
I mean,
seconds left.
I'm going to say Miniboo is, it just feels like he's just having a, he's built different at times. You give him like an outlaw or a marshal, he's going to get you a couple of kills here. Kron, yeah, there's no way around. Benji's like, hey, no, go ahead, try and get to the site.
He's in the top of the cage.
Hello there. Mate, 5-10. How are we here? I want to see this from Miniboo's side. Yeah, look at this. I feel like I just want to watch his whole side. Just like the whole time.
Yeah, really comfortable. On the Yoru, again, no surprises really. You see, I don't see anything up on screen, but the time's not moving. I'm guessing it's attack. There's some music. Yeah,
good.
Muerto. Okay.
Yeah. We're fine. We're fine. I feel like I have PTSD when it comes to
I
pauses.
do. When there's no music playing, I'm like they're trying to get something ready.
Mike, I can't watch Americas because they obviously have like half the stage go red sometimes.
Dude,
for, like, the
it's
team.
just
I'm
yeah.
sat there going, America's got tech.
What is it? You just
Nah,
immediately
it's
put
not.
colorblind mode on your monitor whenever
It
you
might
watch
help.
Americas.
It might help. It might help me.
Well,
I see what you're doing, observers. By the way, I see you.
I see it. I see it.
Okay.
Speaking of help,
Get me some. I mean,
Yeah,
get
whether or
Fanatic
not-
some. Where are we going?
whether or not Fnatic are going to be able to get any help from the coaching staff yet. Again,
What,
it's
just
got to.
ever?
Well, I mean, just now with a disheartening start
Yeah.
to the second half,
Brutal.
being stripped away in round 2. And again, they're now in a really awkward position where they concede this, they're broke. Heretics on 11. You got to argue. Then they win the anti-eco. They're on map and series point.
And again, the gravitas of this matchup can't be understated. Yes, oh stuff. Bloody heck. Unconfirmed amounts of damage,
Yeah.
but it's there. The fact is it puts you 1 win away from getting into Toronto.
Which for both of these teams, absolutely huge.
Yeah, it's gold dust, right? And so for Fnatic, it's time to really buckle down here. You've got to be absolutely ready for this. If you want a chance to go into those big global events, there is no ability to be cautious anymore or, hold anything back. This is a huge opportunity. We've seen giants already fall in the form of EDG not making it out there, upsets in Americas as well. Playoffs is not for the weak-willed. It's brutal. So a huge boon to either side. And as it stands, Heretics digging deeper here. Map to the good before. Lotus in their side. Here, 5-round advantage. And now they have to try and figure this one out.
There's going to be Boo to try and I guess slow things down. It actually does isolate Kayak. Crash is good for the trade. You see on the minimap, the rest of Heretics a million miles away from this.
First time we get to see this tested. And something I do want to credit as well is how good Heretics are at pressuring these kind of backlines. Even if they don't fully commit to it, they'll normally kind of break the backline pressure, force a player to look away, hit that quick rotate, which we're seeing here. It's wonderful to witness, but Crashy's position might be a checkmate on this. It is! Wolf's been caught trying to play into the smoke. He's got them at least a man advantage, which is huge here. Alpha tries to focus in with too many targets. How's Benji got 2? How's he got Crashy's hand booster there? Oh, dearie me, Benji. Starting to come online here. Defuse to be completed by Miniboot. Got a bit close there.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Oh, good.
Again, my VMix levels aren't high enough to hear this
I got a little bit nervous.
clear enough, but regardless, 11 on the board now. And yeah, that advantage created by Crashies immediately stripped away. It almost seems a little overzealous for Boo to commit to that.
One enemy.
But even then, Fnatic get the follow-up victory Like I said, on the back of crashes, yeah, I mean, oh, the timing.
Wow.
I mean, Boaster's basically just 20 HP, I believe, so it's rough. Crash is going to try and find the opener here, but he actually will convert on the second blind, and Kayak doubles down.
Hey, look, Fnatic need a miracle. That might be the start of it. Plant could be coming up next, but now we are into a 5v3. And Minibu's still got that Outlaw. Great initially, not great in a retake. Brutal to try and bring it back through towards this site. This should not be a round that Fnatic ever lose. Even with the weaponry disadvantage in certain areas, this just should not go wrong.
Oh no, Benji!
Oh, Benji, you're nasty with it. Kron's got a swing.
Oh no!
No way! No, 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 no. Minibu's gonna do so. Oh my god, no! This is not it! This is not it! It's done! Get me out of here! Someone help me! And we're just gonna do a dirty. Kayak goes down. That should never have happened. Benji's back, baby.
Like on like a 15-second swing, by the way. He just kept swinging wider and wider.
I ain't stopping. He's just never. What the hell was that?
Yeah, that's the disrespect on that is just outrageous.
Holy.
Then doubles down on Kron.
Like he's so calm. He's so calm. I'm not calm. I'm nervous. And of course, there's like someone with an Outlaw just falling out of window. It's 12 rounds. Heretics, I mean, they are elevating every step of the way, and it's a brutal beginning, back and forth until then. Boo tips the favor into their hands. Ult gonna come in. Let's see if those stats still hold for Alpha. They could do with it right now. Rien's on the run, but Alpha does win. Bring it back to this 3v3, but Minibu in the back lines! Almost got all three of them. Putting it all in the hands of Chronicle now. He needs the 1v2. Benji going around the world if he needs to. That spike's still down at long, and a minute to play with.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether or not he could see it, but so the cage going to obscure his vision regardless. I think maybe just behind the wall, but regardless, the cage will give away Chronicle's position. Utility littered across the map, so Benji could almost just stack towards Boo. But ultimately, will sit in the camp. He can't be pushed from either direction.
He's got this map on lock. Every access point he will know about. Here it is, the first signal. And they have no idea. Benji with an outstanding performance throughout this map, but Heretics in general, 13-5, Mike, on a map like this, it sends a message.
Benji just coming alive, as you said. Rumor has it he's still swinging crashes, by the way. That is just like heartbreak to see. And that's after Fnatic find a massive way into that round.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, probably a bitter pill to swallow on the side of Fnatic, because you bow out 13-5 here on the second map, and it's a huge advantage. Not necessarily to fumble, but to almost watch pass you by going into playoffs.
Yeah, and it is that advantage that goes forward. Heretics now only one game away from securing their position in Toronto, right? Getting to Masters. That's the big goal here for both of these teams. They're heavy hitters. There's a reason this game was on so many people's radar. They wanted to see what these two would do to each other. The best in 2023 up against the best in 2024. And today, it's Heretics' time to shine. A fantastic series overall. But it does beg the question. Fnatic need to reinvent themselves a little here, Mike, because it felt like they hit a wall.
Yeah, and I think we saw examples on map one of Fnatic looking really comfortable in terms of playing reactively and leaning into, I guess, the mid-rounding that they've said has been working so well for them. But Heretics, man, they came well prepped. Minibu having a fantastic series alongside that, Woot and Rien's, but then Benji sealing the deal in map 2.
If Benji's back, if he is back in form, it's a different team. However, today we have a treat for you in the post plant. It'll be Kukuka with Ulysses, joined by Minibu and Rien's. Let's head over there now.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Yes, I'm here joined by Ulysses and Heretics. They've done it. Again, during the group stage, Fnatic cannot even take a map off of them, Ulysses.
There is no chance. Every single BO3 they play with this roster, they never lost a map on a group stage. It's somehow, they finally did it.
You know, many teams and many players, when they first come into the region, they're always saying, oh, we want to play up against Fnatic. Even last year, even at the beginning of this one, when you hear a new player, you're going to go up against the legends. And at some point, that was Heretics too, but now they should feel extremely, extremely comfortable because the individual performances that we're seeing from these players, they're playing on a different category.
They grow a lot, and also we can remember Sue was interviewing Minibu. And Minibu was saying, yeah, last year I was facing Derke, I was facing Kang, I was facing the best duelists among the world. And right now I'm just facing a Jet, a Neon, a Raze. They don't care anymore. It's not I'm facing Fnatic, I'm facing another team. This is his plan, that's my plan. I'm gonna do whatever I have to do to win the game. And they evolve a lot. I mean, maybe they are not anymore Los Niños.
They're still Los Niños.
They're still Los Niños, but they're growing.
Yeah, but we're proud parents, so we cannot just say, you know, we do not want them to leave the nest.
They will be
just
always
yet.
for us Los Niños.
Yes.
But they're growing.
Yes, okay, we'll take that. Also, something that is very important, remember the stakes of this game. If we have the bracket ready, we will show it for you because now we have the full standings closed out with the result of the first match and the second one. We will show it probably when we have the players because otherwise, you know, what's the point? We kind of know what teams are going to be playing and what not. But now we have everything secured. I think that it was a good showing of Fnatic, and it brings us back to a conversation that we've had in the past. If you have a team that is doing so well, at some point it is going to fail. It is better to have it fail when you still have a chance of making Toronto, when you've had a very, very good stage, than to do it further into the competition.
Completely. I mean, we can remember teams that have been failing on the last step and teams that have failed to get into international, even that they were in the best. They didn't manage to do it. And right now, they should be just learning about the path on how to improve, on what they have to do in order to keep winning against Heretics, maybe, on an important match. And talking about Heretics is right now on only one extra stop, and they're going to be on Toronto.
Yeah, we missed them a lot at Bangkok, you know, and now that EDG didn't make it, you know, I feel like if they make it to the tournament, they're gonna be like, woo. No, because I think that they will be looking for revenge, you know. Obviously. I think that they need to enter the reputation era. But let's take a look also a little bit of the numbers that we've been seeing in this last map. We could hear our casters, Fancy, speaking about how Benji was coming alive, but I think that we could say that for many of the players, it's not that someone was lacking. I feel like everybody had their moments.
Every single one was playing really good. Obviously, we had to take a look on someone in this cabin. We have to look at Minibu because Minibu has been playing amazing. But every single one, I mean, Benji had an amazing 4K that was so close to even get an ace. Also, we've seen that Rians is playing on a huge performance, even that maybe he wasn't having the best score, individual score. He was playing really good with all his utility and making every single one look greater. So yeah, for sure, for me, every single one did it.
We also saw it in the MVP graphic. Kayak was having one-off map there on Haven. We cannot say the same for Alpha though. Like, I'm so surprised because it is so weird to see a Haven and not see an Alpha just completely obliterating their opponents.
And being honest, I was expecting Alpha to step up and be one of his best matches because every single time that someone is messing with him, he's coming stronger. And good say that he has a better ISO. I expecting Alpha to come like, I'm gonna punish you. I will be winning this match at any price. But he didn't. He was lost this game.
Yeah, I think that it fell a little bit short. But again, I do not think that it is the end of the world. Fnatic will be going out with that second seed. I believe that they're facing... I made my own bracket. I believe that they're facing Foot.
You have your own bracket?
Yes. I made my own bracket. We will show like a better version of this, because this is just me doing things. But match 1 is BBL versus Navi, and then match 2 is Fnatic versus Foot. You know the worst of that? It's going to be an absolute banger. Whomever loses and has that second chance, they go up against Vitality, which I do not think is... Yeah, Vitality are not going to have an easy way of making it through. Actually, we do have the brackets. Thank you very much, production. This looks absolutely beautiful. And as we welcome Rians and Minibu to the stage. Hey guys, how you doing? Good to see you, please. Make yourself comfortable. Are you cold? You were freezing, or is it me that I'm... Oh, okay. Thank you, I appreciate that.
So hot here, by the way.
Guys, can we actually bring back the bracket since we have you here? Because do you know who you're playing next? Well, congratulations, first of all.
I mean, we don't know because it's not decided, no?
It is decided.
No.
I mean, they're waiting for someone to win.
It's between two
But you can know who is going to be
But that already happened. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you are right. Sorry, you are right.
They're waiting for someone.
I forget that you actually are that good.
BBL or Navi?
Yeah, it's going to be BBL or Navi. Any early preferences?
Honestly, we played against Navi. I want to play BBL. You know, I think we want some variety.
Doesn't matter for me, to be honest.
I mean, it didn't matter in the server as well. Rians, what a performance that you had today. What was it due to?
I mean, I don't know. I just have good teammates, you know. Especially in first map, we just played good as a team. So my performance was good. And then on the second one, I think everyone performed really well. Not me. So.
What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
it's just team thing, you know?
I mean, he said like in attack, maybe in mid attack, guys, I didn't see a single enemy in 5 rounds. You're so fucking good.
Yeah, to be honest, when we had like a series that we won like 6 rounds in a row, I think, I literally didn't see like for 5 rounds, you know? I literally didn't see a single enemy.
But that's what you say, like your team is that good. You can
exactly. Like,
yeah,
that's what I said.
Yeah, but don't say that you're bad, bro. That you didn't perform.
Yeah, I didn't say I'm bad. I just said I didn't perform because I didn't see anyone.
No, it doesn't work like that,
Rians,
bro.
what you need to think is that if you would have seen someone, they would have been dead.
True.
Right? So you did perform.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's a top shagger.
Minimu, same goes for you. I believe that from what we saw from you at the beginning of the year to where you are today is night and day. I think that we can also see it in the way that you're communicating. Actually, we have an SOT. You will hear it, hopefully, so you can see some of your reactions that you had during that first map.
Nice! Let's go, guys! Nice, boys! Let's go! Nice, guys! Well played! Let's go!
Why are you laughing?
I don't know what's happening. Nice! Boo!
No time!
Let's go!
There was a couple of rounds, Minimu, that we saw you with your brother, especially on Haven, that you were totally giving it. It does make a big difference to have that kind of energy on the stage, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, before official, I felt so sleepy, so I just wanted to scream a lot to like hype up myself, you know. I just wanted to scream, and I screamed.
And how you felt? I mean, playing on this huge level, because before on kickoff, obviously there was some kind of lag, as some of you were also playing Yield. How you felt coming into stage 2 and managed to win every single match?
I mean, do you ask as a like team?
Yeah, as a team, obviously.
I mean, in kickoff, I think like we already talked about this so much. Like I think it was just reality check. Like for our team, we were like, I don't know, too much relaxed, and we realized that nothing is a given. You know, you have to earn like everything. Once again, it doesn't matter that you're a second place in Champions. Like you just have to come back and just round by round, game by game. Like, you know, we have to win it and prove yourself again and again and again. And it's gonna happen like every time. So I think we just learned a very good lesson. And right now, I think like everyone in the team is back to his like good form. And I think like everyone is just playing like Team Heretics, you know, like everyone is performing, like everyone is giving their 20%. And yeah, we just win.
We come from a last year back-to-back finalist, and you say that every single one is going to his best form. Rians, is this Heretics Prime form?
Yes.
No, not yet.
Not
yet?
I mean,
You
yeah,
say
that's
that
kind of
everybody's
true.
giving 200%, no?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's
No,
giving, but
I said 20%.
Oh, 20?
Yeah,
20?
Oh, sorry.
No, everyone from the team gives their 20. So
Oh,
it
okay,
is
so,
100,
okay, sorry.
You know?
So you can go for 1,000.
I mean, I think like we are scaling, you know, like it's going, ooh, like it's
So you
scaling.
peak at the right time.
Yeah,
In a grand final.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean, for me, I think we're playing really clean, to be honest. And I think, like, compared to kickoff, you know, I think we just, like, what we did good is, like, I think in kickoff, we were just focused on the result, you know? Like, we were focused on, guys, we want to go to Bangkok and, you know? And then I think it just didn't work. And now we just learned how to focus, like, one by one, each game, you know? So it doesn't matter. For example, against Fnatic, we were already, like, 4-0, you know, in the group. But we didn't care about the past games. We just focus on the current game, and we also didn't care about like the future games, for example, like Masters and stuff, you know. We just focus on like just the current games, and I think that's what makes us perform a bit better.
Yeah, and also coming into today against Fanatic, as we were discussing, when it comes to group stage, they cannot even take a map off of you, like your roster against them. They have not a single chance. What was the preparation like? Because as you're saying, you're scaling, you're progressively getting better and better. And at the end of the regular season, you have one of the toughest opponents and one that has not lost a single match so far. So how was the preparation also, you know, considering that we had the delay and everything, so you had that added week that could also be added stress?
I mean, yeah, definitely like that, like cancelled match, I think shocked us a bit. But I think what we are good at is control the controllables. Like we couldn't control that, it happened, and it took some time. But I think we just accept it and just prepare for the like irregular match. You know, like we don't judge enemies by if they're 4-0 or they're 0-4. Like we just prepare for the team, and that's it. Like we just we don't think that, oh my god, it's Fnatic 4-0, we're gonna prepare more, we're gonna play more or something. No, it's the same, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I think I would like to say something about my coaches here.
Of course.
So, I think
You
our
can look
coaches.
there,
Yeah.
If you wanna say something romantic.
I mean, not directly to them, but you know, like in general, I think our coaches like they're the best, you know. So like every single opponent, I think they're prepping really well, you know. So we know how they're playing and stuff, especially like if they don't change comps and stuff, you know. So it's kind of easy to make some analysis, you know. So I think our coaches are good at doing that. Also Boo, I would like to say thanks to Boo as well, because I think he's working super hard. Like he's also a player, but he's also working on enemies as well, you know. So I think like 3 of them doing amazing job. So
yeah, I agree.
You agree? Yeah. You know, Ulises was saying that at some point we're gonna have to stop calling you los niños, and if you keep showing this kind of maturity, maybe we will have to stop calling you los niños, because you know.
Oh, please.
No? Okay. Okay. You just okay.
Don't worry.
That is enough.
You will be always my boy.
You're speaking about the coaches and whatnot. We also have some highlights to show you, because individually, I feel like each and one of you guys had a moment throughout this match. Benji on this last one. Tell me how the comms were on this one, because he was incredibly close. So what was the reaction?
Because, oh my god, it would have been so insane.
yeah, he literally said this. It would have been so insane if I win. Like that's what Benji said. I think it was amazing by him, but I swear if he just win, it was amazing.
I think that we're also going to show from you, Miniboo. I believe it's in the second round after you lose pistols with that Marshall.
The Marshall.
How? Especially the second one. The second one across the Cypher cage.
I mean,
Disgusting.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm farming with Marshall so good. It's like 2K TV, you know? Like, bro, like I just feel I'm saying to my team, bro, I'm just gonna go, like buy Marshall and farm them.
Yeah.
And it's actually like working strategy, you know?
No, it's totally working. Like I checked your numbers before coming into last week or this one. I was taking a look at, you know, who was playing the most snipers across all of them, and you like care a lot about the Marshall like compared to the rest.
Yeah.
But I was like, you know, he's kind of good. So for the investment that it is, it's pretty good.
And also, talking about your performance, you're becoming, I mean, if we talk about your statistics, you're one of the best right now on every single VCT. What have you done on all this time? Because obviously, wanting to kick off, your performance maybe wasn't that good, but right now, you're on your best. I can tell someone has been casting every single one of your games. I can say only on a viewership, on the point of view of a viewership, you're on your prime. But what have you done?
I mean, in kickoff, like in official, I maybe didn't show good statistics, but like Enes can like confirm that I was playing still good, and I think like I don't know, like we are playing good as a team, and that's all that matters. Like I already said this, like there is a quote that people will always tell you, like you're never as good as people tell you, and you're never as bad as people tell you. So I think like we just play, you know, like we play as a team, and when like my team is doing good, obviously like I'm a duelist and I'm there to get the kills. So obviously like statistically, it seems that like I'm like in my prime or something, but like I'm just like playing the game, and sometimes like there's people coming into my crosshair and I just press mouse one.
All I'm gonna say, I don't care about statistics, but this guy is the best duelist in the world. I can just say that like very confidently, you know. I've been saying this last year as well.
Okay.
I don't care. Like I don't care what other people say. This guy is the best duelist in the world.
That's exactly the kind of team.
Like he's just so smart. Like don't get me wrong, but like the other duelists are like not really smart, you know. They just go in and they try to kill. Like they have amazing aim. Like it's fine, but this guy has amazing aim. Like
he does
10,000 IQ, you know, everything combined, all good.
By the way, in real life, he never said I'm smart. He said only that I'm stupid.
It's fine. We don't talk about it, okay?
But it's when it matters the most, you know. In private, he'll be like,
It's funny because it's not the first time I heard it. Because every single time I've been talking with anyone that's been working with you, every single one say the same. You're not only someone that is playing, it's someone that is so communicative, bringing some calls, sometimes mid-run calls. And I'm gonna ask to Riens, how do you feel playing with the brothers, with the Lucas Evitius brothers? Because both of them IGLing, mid-run calling. How is for you?
I mean, for me, it's really comfortable because like Boo is IGLing, yes, but Domi is most likely IGLing in like micro stuff, you know. Like for example, Boo says something to do, and Domi says how to do, you know. So like for me, it's really comfortable, and yeah, I mean they're both super smart, so I'm happy.
There's some synergy there for some reason, right? Also, guys, you're one match away from Toronto. Looking forward to that one?
Yeah, of course. We missed international events.
I don't know if you found out, EDGs didn't make it. I've said this like 4 times today. EDG didn't make it, so...
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Would you have rather having them make it so you could get your revenge? I'm speaking as if you already have made it to Toronto.
I mean, honestly, I would like to play against them.
I was happy that they didn't qualify, to be honest.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Riens. We appreciate it. Let's take a look at the standings. Actually, this is all the teams that are qualified. Any surprises here? Who are you supporting tonight between G2 and EG for Americas?
G2,
of course.
G2.
No tiene ni idea.
I mean, I think our team, like as a players, everyone, we love G2 a lot. Like the players.
They're very
you know?
lovable.
Yeah,
It's
like the players are like really good friends, I would say. Like they're really nice guys. So we would like them to win. You know?
They're actually very sweet. They're they're very,
I think they're
very
similar
nice.
as a teams, no? But they're just a bit older.
Yeah, I mean they also came from like and they were like underdogs, and then they stick together and they become like goats, and they also change players and stuff. But like
The power of sticking together.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We're EG supporters because the storyline of Potter and having Ye again in a global stage, I live for the storylines. I'm happy for
Is El
whatever you
Diablo
guys
coming
achieve.
back? I want to see El Diablo coming back. It's funny.
I remember on Fracture, you're like,
El Diablo. El Diablo.
yeah. Bro, that is so good. I watched this script like 10 times.
I need it. I have to say it. If he's not qualifying, I cannot do it. I need him. Oh, but by the way, Sunset is coming back. How you feel having Sunset knocking on the door?
Is it coming on Toronto?
No, I don't think so. I think that they're delaying things for right after Toronto because something's coming in Toronto, and then we have some changes, and it will be back. It will be back. Most likely for stage 2. I think you guys will have it.
Are you happy?
I think I am, yeah.
I mean, for me, I swear, I loved the map before, but then we started losing and I hated it. So for me, it's like 50-50, you know, I don't really care.
No, you will have a chance to redeem yourself, and you will start liking it again. Also, have you guys seen the changes to Tejo that are coming?
Oh, I'm so happy.
Yes.
I'm so happy.
Just kill the agent, delete.
Yeah. I mean, I think everyone in our team hates Tejo. To play against it, also play in our team. Like, we just don't like the agent, you know? So I think it's just good.
Yeah. And talking about playing, today you were playing on the new computers and the PC. How you felt?
It was really good.
I mean, honestly, like, for me, I think, like, and overall for my team, like, we are the team who cares the least about, like, things. As soon as it doesn't blue screen, like, it's okay to play, you know, like, we don't care. Like, I think even before, like, the setup was all right, like, for me.
Yeah, I mean, as Domi said, you know, we are doing, like, control the controllables, that's it. Like, if the PCs are bad, like before, for example, we didn't care, you know? So it didn't affect us much. So now the PCs are super good, you know? And, like, it's good, but I think we care least in VCT, you know?
Well, it's good, you know. At the end of the day, it's good. Maybe you do not care, but there are other teams that care a lot. So if they're good, we are happy that you liked it. Again, congratulations for that first seed. We will see you in a week. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Ulises, for coming from Spain, for doing this crazy day. Thank you very much for bearing with us through everything. We will see you in playoffs. The first match will be BBL versus Navi, followed by Fanatic versus Foot. Nobody will be eliminated. Nobody will be qualified, but we will see you there on May the 8th. Bye-bye.
same thing for the whole game, Fanatic. Okay, you're doing very good.
One enemy remaining.
Guys, I'm Fanatic. I'm Fanatic.
Fighting the wave, boys. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm. Just you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take